Good evening from Washington Community High School. The 19th annual Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is underway. We are dealing with some technical difficulties at the moment. We're going to try to treat this like a radio broadcast as we get started with yet another tremendous tournament, the first of 33 games. I'm Cody Schindler alongside Teddy Ball as it's Cumberland. The Cumberland Beavers out of Cumberland, Wisconsin, taking on the Southwestern Piasa Birds from Piasa, Illinois. Jump shot up too strong from Cumberland. It's 2-0 Birds, less than a minute in. Birds moving left to right, wearing green uniforms with gold trim. The Beavers wearing their red tops, white piping on the shoulders. Straight away, here's Robinson. Right wing triple in the air from Lois, and it is down. The 3-ball for the 6'2 senior, and a quick 5-0 start for Southwestern.
Yeah, Cody, I think on paper you look at both these teams, you see two big men, but the defining moment of these games is going to be what they can do besides those guys.
Jeske with 20 on the shot clock. Berghammer feeds inside to the big man Gores, the 6'10 senior. Muscles one up too strong. The rebound cleared away by Brantley.
Yeah, Gore's really the emphasis of this team. He's a 3-star recruit going to Wyoming next season, but still got a senior season to go, and that man's in his way, Ian Brantley.
Brantley left wing, swinging around the horn right. Here's Coons. Baseline Brantley. He'll fire a long-range bomb and knock it in. Ian Brantley, the 6'8 senior, he's going to have to go mano-a-mano against Gores, and he knocks in a triple, showing off his ability. 8-0 Southwestern. Here's Gores on the drive, going 1-on-3, and a blocking foul is called. Gores went left to right. He'll shoot a pair of free throws. He tries to get the Beavers on the board.
It's a great start for Piasa. They've, like you said, 8-0 to start the game. And it's kind of they've moved it around pretty well and stretched the floors. I wasn't necessarily expecting that. When you see a team that you're not really familiar with big guys, you kind of assume they're going to go down low. And we could see that in the game, but so far they've done a good job around the arc.
First free throw up and down. Of course, nowadays, right, so many of these bigs are positionless. They can stretch the floor. They can hit the jumper. Gores at 6 feet 10 inches tall. Signed his letter of intent. University of Wyoming. He was short on the second free throw. Connor Wood brings it across the timeline. Cumberland goes into a zone. There's a straightaway three, up and down, Ian Brantley.
Great start to the game by Brantley. Wasn't necessarily expecting that. Maybe you saw one outcome of a three and then back-to-back almost. He's on fire to start the game.
Berghammer between the legs dribble. Drives left, into traffic, had it ripped away. Robinson running 2-on-1 for the Piasa Birds. He had his drive knocked away. And the Beavers come back the other way with numbers. Short pull-up jumper too strong. Rebound cleared by Gores, and he puts it back up and in to make it 11-3 Southwestern.
It's a great ball movement on that transition, and Gore, obviously the big man down low, able to finish through, but those second chance opportunities are something you're going to have to limit if you're Piasa.
Brantley picked up his dribble in the short corner. Now kicked back out. Brantley spinning his way into the paint. Straight away, here's a 3-ball up and too strong from Robinson. Rebound yanked down by Cumberland. It was Richter.
You can just see off the energy, not only on the court, but on the bench as well, really helping this team fuel it early.
Cutting Gores, may have walked, no call. Elevates, left it short, gets his own miss. Second try, he's fouled. And back to the line goes Gores. .4:18 to play in the opening quarter, just underway. We are aware of the technical difficulties. Our fine crew doing everything they can to rectify the situation. We try to get our video feed going. First free throw true for Gores.
You know, Cody Gore, we were talking about him before the broadcast started, and last season I mentioned a game that I saw. He had 47 points, 18 rebounds in a loss. So you can tell he's definitely the main guy for them. They can really just see this season if they can turn it around, and 16-12 record last year, and just kind of seeing how they turn out.
Gorse 2 for 2 at the free throw line, 11-5 Southwestern, just under 4 minutes into the ball game. Another 3-ball in the air from Brantley, left this one short. Rebound one hops into the lap of Richter, his second rebound, and he is tied up. Thought he cleared it, and he did momentarily, but it was Wood who came flying in to force the jump ball. And on the alternating possession, it goes to Southwestern. They'll inbound underneath left. 11-5, just underway, 3:59 to play in the opening quarter. Bunch stack underneath. Robinson will set it up outside. Now Wood, cross-court pass nearly into the first row. They swing it around the horn. Robinson, left wing three, too strong. Rebound to Berghammer. He's running with numbers. Berghammer, Euro steps and finishes with the left hand. And the Beavers, after a slow start, starting to wake up. It's 11-7.
Sometimes it just takes one play to get back into it, get that energy flowing.
Dribbling top of the key, Wood. He's between the rings. Right post pass. All alone was Custer. He lays it in. Miscommunication defensively. 13-7. Gores will bring it across the timeline. He drew three defenders. Now Gores has it out top. One-on-one against Brantley. No help at the moment. He thought about pulling up. Gives it right corner. Now Gores posting right block. He gets another touch, stepping out. This is a three-ball corner right. It's short. And the rebound into the lap of Coons, who was fouled. It's the first foul on Cumberland.
But it seems like every other pass for Cumberland has come through to Gore, and although he's your main guy, you got to find a way to kind of keep that open. Pass the ball around, make it look like other people have a chance, so you can have him open for his opportunities.
Evers falling back into the, it's like a matchup zone of sorts. Here's a long two left wing. It was too strong, and the rebound secured by Berghammer. Here's Gores ahead of the pack. Nice catch in traffic. He lays it in on the right side. He is just so much to handle, the 6'10 senior. He's got the Wyoming shoes on, doesn't he? Black and gold shoes with his red uniform top.
Making the statement early on.
Brantley, skip pass. Wood puts it down on the floor. His left-handed layup is swatted away. Guess who? Gores. He sent it into the bench.
They might have started slowly, but it's definitely not because of him. He has been electric so far, defensively and offensively. He's getting the job done.
Gores, one of many future Division I players in town this week as part of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Brantley steps out left corner. Here's Wood straight away.
And Cody, Ian Brantley, when I was doing some research before the game, he didn't pop up on much recruiting boards, but I mean, to start your senior season with a game like this against a three-star recruit, and you're playing as well as he is, if he can go out and attack the rest of the season that way, I'm guarantee you that'll be a little bit differently on the end of the regular season.
After a reach-in foul, Southwestern inbounds. They'll run the dribble weave up top. Wood is swarmed defensively just in front of the timeline. He penetrates and kicks to a left corner three. That's down for John Coons, a freshman, 6'1" freshman. He can really score it.
Southwestern attacking down low like that, it opens up opportunities on the wing, and that's why they're capitalizing it here early in the first.
Berghammer, right wing three, nothing but nylon. 5'11" senior, he runs the show, the point guard. And it's 16-12 Southwestern with 1:15 to play in the opening quarter. Nearly a turnover. Into the left corner it goes. Coons, the high post. Custer spinning, gives it to a Brantley three that rims off. Gores skies for the miss, unencumbered. He brings it into the front court. Corner right. And now back to Gores, has it right wing, dribbling left hand. Brings it between the rings, less than a minute to play in the opening quarter, and Gores fumbled the dribble. It's scattered over the timeline, and an over and back call. Give it was 42 seconds to Southwestern Piasa.
And it's early in the season. Mistakes like that are going to happen, but you got to be careful, especially with the pace of play being pushed so fast by Southwestern early in this one.
With the shot clock, remember the shot clock is in play. Second year of the shot clock in the state of Illinois, and there's a 7-second difference. Here's Wood with a 3-ball off a screen, left it short. Another rebound for Berghammer, who's all over the place at 5'11". Into the front court. Juski thought about the three, now he'll drive. Penetrate and kick, Berghammer puts it on the floor, drives right, flips it up and in to make it a 16-14 score. 5 seconds, Wood across the timeline with 3, with 2. Gives it to Bartley, whose drive was cut off, does not get a shot up, and that is how the first quarter ends with your score. After 8 minutes, Southwestern Piasa 16, Cumberland 14. Teddy, your thoughts on the first 8 minutes, up and down? Both teams really towards the end of the quarter, I thought, found their footing.
Yeah, I think it was a little bit slower start for Cumberland, but they were able to get their way back in the game. Didn't click in my head how close the game was. I knew it was within a couple, but still they were able to sneakily get back in there, now only down by 2. And one thing I noticed, how fast these quarters go by, Cody. And that's TOC for you. Not only the pace of play is fast, but just everything goes by so fast along the season, or along the first week of the season for these teams. And I'm just excited to be here.
Well, we hope you'll join us all week long. Again, we are aware of some technical difficulties with the audio and video, but we will keep it rolling. And we're going to give you a radio call for the time being. This Power Up Timeout is brought to you by Enercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Enercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions and industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit EnerconPower.com and engineer your future with us. Cumberland basketball out of the stoppage, continuing to move right to left. Berghammer will bring it across the timeline. Between the legs dribble, Berghammer gets a ball screen, drives left, kept the pivot foot down, and he was fouled. Free throws coming for the 5'11 senior, and a chance to knot the score here at 16.
Just like that, even it back up with 2 free throws. I like the way both these teams are attacking the paint early on, really establishing their roles down there.
First one up and down it. Wonder if they'll utilize that ball screen with a little more regularity, because Gores draws so much attention, and rightfully so, at 6'10".
Such a dangerous scorer, especially when he runs around the arc like that. You got to start setting up those screens, like you said.
Second free throw is true. We're tied at 16, just underway here in the second quarter. Cumberland continues to show some token pressure. They fall back into a zone. Almost looks like a 1-2-2 from our perch. Between the rings, Wood peering inside, couldn't get it there. Now tries to drive, and he threw it away. Turnover. Gives the ball back to Cumberland. The Beavers shooting for their first lead.
That's a great way to start this second quarter. That's kind of what Southwestern was doing in the first quarter, getting a lot of those turnovers, those high momentum plays. We'll see how it can capitalize the other way.
Berghammer, right wing. Bounce pass right. Penetrating kick across the lane. Here's Peterson, a 3-ball, too strong. Gores on the weak side, puts it back up and in. Came flying from the perimeter, and Cumberland indeed has its first lead at 18-16.
Thought we were going to get our first dunk of the tournament, first of many that we're going to be seeing, that's for sure.
Absolutely. This zone has really slowed down Southwestern. Skip pass. Robinson, now Wood straight away. He drives, finds a gap, floater too strong, one-handed rebound secured by Gores, and he is galloping across the timeline. Gores thought about a pull-up 3. That gives to Majewski. Majewski up high. It's a ball screen. Now Berghammer right wing. Another ball screen. Berghammer trying to drive left. He's cut off. Peterson. Now Berghammer left wing. Trying to pull up from 15, didn't have the handle. Now left corner 3 in the air, and true for Parker Peterson. That's what he's there to do, hunt the 3 ball. He knocks it in, and the lead is 5, and Southwestern wants to talk about it. Timeout, Piasa Birds.
Great way to, kind of counter what they were doing in that first quarter. Southwestern did a great job of pushing or keeping them out of the paint and just focusing primarily on Gore. But now Cumberland's starting to shoot a couple of threes of their own, and it's definitely helping them out now with a 5-point lead.
This Power Up Timeout is brought to you by Intercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Intercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions and industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit interconpower.com and engineer your future with us. 21-16 advantage Cumberland, 6:04 to play in the first half. Southwestern stuck on a number. A little full court man-to-man defense picked up by Cumberland. And Southwestern inbounds in front of their bench. They get it into the backcourt. It's now Wood. A couple steps from the timeline. He'll dribble it across with the left hand. Double team comes. Bounce pass left wing. They get it into the corner. 3 in the air, Brantley, and it was blocked. Gore's got a hand on it. It's out of bounds and will stay here with the Piasa Birds. 18 to shoot. Plenty of time on the shot clock.
Gore's definitely adapted to Brantley on this second quarter. That first one was really surprising. We saw a big man shooting the ball 4 times in one quarter, and he's definitely adapted. I would like to see Brantley attack down low a little bit more.
Swarming pressure. The Birds able to break the trap. Now a 3 in the air left corner off the mark from Lois, who hit one earlier. Near turnover in the backcourt. Beavers able to maintain possession, and Berghammer will wait for the troops. Clear out the floor. Berghammer between the rings, dribble, goes right, has a step. His layup is good, high off the window. 23-16, and everything coming up Beavers after a lightning fast start. Piasa. Right wing 3-ball up and short. It was, again, Lois. Rebound tracked down, a long rebound secured by Brantley. Second crack at it for the Birds, and they capitalize a right wing 3. Carson Robinson.
They're sticking to their guns. Got to give them credit on that. They're sticking with the 3-ball, and it's having patchy moments, but it can easily get them back in the game.
Correction, that was Kason Robinson, a 5'10 sophomore, knocked in the 3. Gore's lost his dribble. It's recovered shy of the timeline. Berghammer, left wing, he's cut off. On-ball defense provided by Robinson. Gores between the rings. He's cut off, 8 to shoot. Berghammer lets a 3-ball fly, and he knocks it in. Three-ball answered. It's 26-19. Southwestern in the front court now. Brantley, an elbow touch. I can see him touch the ball around the high post, a little more regularity. That's where he can beat this zone. Robinson goes against the ball screen. He'll pull it up from 16, far left side. It wouldn't go. Offensive rebound keeps it alive. Brantley, a ball fake into the lane, hangs and couldn't get it. Gore's running across the timeline. Cumberland with numbers. Now Gore's right wing. This is a long-range triple, and he knocks it home.
There we go. We got more than one big man that can shoot it down here. This is entertaining.
12 points for Gavin Gores, the lead to double figures. Skip pass, right corner, Lowens. Now back out top, Wood. He's hounded. Brantley gets it top of the key. Coons left side. Robinson fumbles the pass, had it knocked into the backcourt. It's out of bounds off of Cumberland. Shusky, who had the active hands.
Cody, going back to Gore, he's a player, like I mentioned, he's a 3-star recruit going to Wyoming, but he had offers around our area as well. Illinois offered him, Illinois State offered him, ultimately chose Wyoming.
Left wing 3, nylon, Ian Brantley. They'll need more from him. The 6'8 senior has 11 of the 22 for Southwestern. The Cumberland lead down to 7. Mashewski dribble handoff, shovels inside, and the short shot wouldn't go for Cunningham. One and done go the Beavers. Coming the other way, Piasa in the corner, Lowens. He likes to shoot it. Well, this little two-man game. Now they'll give it to Wood up top. They'll go into a set. Horns set at the top of the key. Now Lowen's a three. It's too strong. Rebound secured by Mashewski, and he will walk it up. Berghammer looking inside. Gore stepping through. Couldn't get it. Good defense and a good wall up inside by Brantley. Southwestern the other way across the timeline. 2 minutes to play in the opening half. A 7-point lead. Advantage Cumberland. Brantley fakes the dribble handoff. Now right wing Coons. The freshman, he's made an impact. Wood stepping out. Now Brantley left corner triple with a hand in his face. It's short. Rebound secured Berghammer. They'll dribble it across the timeline. 1:40 to play in the first half. Dribble handoff. Gores, his three up and down.
You know, it's easy to circle a matchup before the game, but these two are really living up to expectations, and two big men that are just showing a lot of diversity in their game early on.
10-point Cumberland lead equals their biggest. Robinson swings left. Wood over the hand pass. Inside Brantley, nearly walked. He was doubled. Now Wood, a penetrating kick. Lois, a three ball, too strong. And he got a hand on his own miss. And now ahead of the pack, it's Gores for a ferocious slam.
There it is. There's the first dunk of the tournament. What a way to do it.
34-22. We're in the final minute. 45 seconds in the first half. Feed inside Brantley. Puts it down on the floor. Kick out. Three ball straight away is true. Kason Robinson.
Got to give them credit. They're not going away. Every time there's a double-digit lead, they cut it right back. Just got to find a way to close that gap.
Showing 32-25 on the board. I had 34 on the dunk by Gores. Shot clock is off, 20 ticks to play. Cumberland can take the last shot. Mashewski between the rings, guarded by Wood with the count on. Count, I think, got to 4 before he was able to shake away. 8 seconds. Mashewski, the floater off rim right, gets his own miss. Here's a right corner three ball. Good for Parker Peterson. He beats the horn and puts the exclamation point on a fine second quarter. And they're showing 35-25 advantage Cumberland at the break. And now they put it at 37. They were off by a tick. So 37-25 Cumberland at the half. And the Beavers, led by Wyoming recruit Gavin Gores, 17 points. He's been as advertised, Teddy.
Yeah, that first quarter started off a little bit slow. It seemed like they were forcing him the ball. In that second one, unbelievable. He just really showed his range, not only as a player as a whole, but also his range from deep. I mean, that one in the back right corner of the top of the key there, that was impressive. It's got to be like 30 feet.
Couple of rainbow threes and a dunk to boot. Fine finish for Cumberland as we roll into the half. 37-25. Again, we are aware of technical difficulties. We hope to have our video stream rolling here shortly. And hopefully, we're making the best of the situation. You're enjoying our radio call tonight. Maybe we can get into our radio voices in the second half. Before we send it to halftime, thank you to a couple of our sponsors, including Culver's. Culver's is one of our many proud sponsors of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and is the official pre- and post-game stop for Butterburgers and fresh frozen custard. Culver's strives to make a difference in their community and is giving back in a big way. $1 from every concrete mixer purchased this week will be donated back to the fight against glioblastoma. Stop by one of their 5 locations in Washington, East Peoria, Morton, or Peoria, and let Scoopy know we sent you. And by Enercon. This power-up timeout brought to you by Enercon Engineering. Nearly 50 years, Enercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions and industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit EnerconPower.com and engineer your future with us. 37-25 at the half. Cumberland the advantage. And talked about the Beavers visiting from Cumberland, Wisconsin, their first ever Tournament of Champion appearance. How about the Southwestern Piasa Birds? It's their first appearance, Teddy. Been impressed with Ian Brantley, a 6'8 senior, 11 of their 25 points. It's similar to Gores. He has a unique skill set.
Yeah, I think, when you're not familiar with teams and you see big men on a roster, I think it's very easy to just think of, post players. And although it is crucial to have that in your skill set if you're standing around 6'7", 6'8", like he does, but at the same time, being able to shoot the ball, and not just shoot the ball, but have the confidence to keep shooting the ball like he is. I mean, I think he shot 5, maybe even 6 times from beyond the arc in that first half, and so he definitely has the confidence to do it, and he has a skill set to go along with it.
The Stars have been stars in the first half. First of 33 games here at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. We're going to toss it to break. We'll join you for second half action momentarily. Your score at the intermission, Cumberland 37, Southwestern 25. Keep it right here. You're listening to the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media.
The 2024 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. Coach Kevin Brown was a tough and gritty competitor on and off the court. OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute brings that same tenacity to the fight against glioblastoma and will soon begin the first clinical trials against glioblastoma in this area. By the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 19th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial TOC. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all Washington has to offer during your visit to the TOC. By Titan Industries, a family-owned steel fabrication shop. They provide high-quality steel fabrication services to clients large and small. Contact them to be a part of your next project. Visit titannd.us for additional information. And by Teamworks, proud to be an official partner of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions.
Ready?
I'll take the lead on this.
Go ahead.
And welcome into Offering Tournament Central, everybody. Joey Wright and Larry Larson hanging out with you at halftime of our first contest of 31 of this year's Tournament of Champions, Piasa Southwestern and Cumberland. Offering Tournament Central, happy to have you on board. Larry, I think the place we got started with an apology, working through a few technical difficulties here to start off our TOC coverage, hoping to have everything established shortly in terms of connections with our cameras and everything. But once we get that resolved, and we do hope it's soon, man, what a tournament we got in front of us.
Yeah, continuing to work through, obviously a handful of issues, and we appreciate your patience and sticking with us. But this field is unbelievable. We've already seen it in this first game. How about that dunk? Thought the rim might come down on that one slam we saw there in the first half. So I think that's going to be a sign of things to come.
Absolutely. A thrilling slate of games lined up this week. Teams from all over the country coming in. How about St. John Bosco, one of the best teams in the country, drawing a lot of headlines. We'll see if anyone can maybe rip those headlines away as we go along.
Yeah, tell you what, loyal followers of the tournament, they remember when St. John Bosco came to town, what was that, 2021, 2022?
Yep.
Look, this year, it's a whole nother level. They were good then, they're better now. 3 of the best players in the country. That's a loaded roster. It's going to be a handful and a good challenge for anybody here at the tournament.
Local favorites, too, of course, for those who follow us all season long on ClutchSportsIsle.com. Washington, of course, long-time host of this tournament now in its 19th year. Metamora. We'll see Washington and Metamora throughout the week, along with Morton and a couple of teams from around the state. Romeoville, DeKalb, a little bit out of our coverage area. Piasa, of course, from down in the St. Louis area playing right now. So, a little bit of something from everyone. Teams from Wisconsin, California, Louisiana, Michigan go up and down the list. It is a packed field.
Yeah, it really is, and they always, the tournament does such a great job putting this field together. So, got to start off with a thank you to all the folks who run this tournament and such a great job putting this together. And of course, it's all for a great cause. Raising awareness and raising funds to fight the battle against glioblastoma, rare form of brain cancer. And that's something that we'll be talking about a ton throughout the week.
A lot throughout the week here in Uftring Tournament Central. We'll have folks that knew Coach Brown stop by and join us. We'll have people with ties to glioblastoma, an aggressive form of brain cancer that really they're doing a lot of great work to cure here locally. OSF Healthcare has a lot of great things in the hopper there, and we'll talk to a lot of. I'm most excited, I think, to talk to the people that coached alongside Kevin or played for Kevin or just knew him, out and about town. Truly an outsized impact that he made on this community.
Yeah, so many incredible stories that we hear throughout the week. So, and that's really what this part of the show is for, to tell those stories, more long-form stories. And it seems like we're about ready to toss it back to the game, back from halftime. But look, stay tuned. And again, we apologize for the technical difficulties, and we're continuing to work diligently to solve those here.
I wish we could say differently, but it always seems like those first game, second game, third game of the TOC always seems to give us a little problem. So we'll have to work through that next year. But hoping to have everything established and up and running soon. And appreciate you folks for joining in, even when we didn't have a camera there for the early portion of the first quarter. Luckily, you've got the great Cody Schindler on the call, and we'll go back inside the gym after this break. Stick around.
Just about ready to go with second half action here in Washington. Game one of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Cody Schindler, Teddy Ball here with you. Game two to follow. Should be a good one, especially if you're a fan of hoops here in the state of Illinois. The Metamora Redbirds just down the road will take on DeKalb, the Barbs. Looking forward to that one later, but we've got business to take care of here. So a second half to be played. Cumberland a 12-point lead, Teddy, and it's been led by their star Gavin Gore, 17 points, the Wyoming commit.
Yeah, he's been really impressive, and like I kind of talked to you over the break, early on he looked a little one-dimensional, kind of running everything down low, but credit to him in the second half, he was able to show off his range down from beyond the arc and hit two big threes to elevate that lead, and now they're up by 12 to start the second half. Compared to the first quarter, this is a very good situation for them.
And if you're Piasa, you trail here by 12. The zone has stymied them at times, no doubt about it. How do they get their offense going?
Really got to move the ball. I think it's hard when both teams are playing such physical brand of defense, but if you can get the ball moving like you were in that first quarter, you should be off to a good start.
Second half underway, both teams with the same starting five. Piasa gets the first crack. Here's a fadeaway jumper from Wood that missed everything. Gores cleared the miss. Gores into the front court, drives the lane and flushes in traffic. That'll play. 39-25, advantage Beavers. Wood, the Southwestern point guard, gets it across the timeline. Couple seconds to spare. Gives to Robinson. Dribble handoff up top. Wood, left corner. It was Coons. Now Lois pulls up from 15 and swishes it in.
They made that one, but they got to be careful on taking those jumpers like that, especially when you have nobody down low in the paint. You got to try to get those rebounds and second chance opportunities.
39-27, 1 minute into the second half. Schuski up top, spins away from a defender. Richter across the lane, handoff. Gores, he's doubled. Skip past Berghammer. Now back to Gores, who comes and gets it. They set it up a ball screen. Berghammer fires it, much too strong. Rebound cleared by Lois. Head of the pack, what a find. Wood to Robinson, and he had it blocked, or at very least influenced at the rim by Majewski. Driving the other end, too strong is Gores. It's back tapped for a three. That's up and down Jack Richter. What a sequence.
He didn't get it to go there, but Gore is already back down low to start that transition. You got to stop that if you're Southwestern.
15-point lead, the new biggest margin for Cumberland. There's a three ball fired up by Lois, and he rattles it home. Just a little staggered screen. Created enough space. It's 42-30. Gores between the rings, dribbling one-on-one against Bartley. He waves off. Any help? Double comes, someone open. Top of the key three, too strong from Richter. Just hit a triple a moment ago. Piasa has it at the other end. 5:25 to play in the third quarter. Trailing by 12. Swing it left. Robinson to Wood. Came off of screen. Now the mid-ranger short corner left side was too strong for Bartley, and a foul on the miss. Little aggressive was Coons, who picked up the personal. It's been a clean game, Teddy. Very few fouls, very few whistles, free flowing up and down, just how we like it.
Yeah, for the most part, it was only those couple free throws in the very first quarter by Gore.
Majewski dribbling between the legs, gives to Gores. Left wing, fires a fastball inside. Turnaround hook shot up and in. Connor Wood, correction, it was Peterson. Parker Peterson showed off his outside range in the first half, scores on the block early in the second half. Robinson around a ball screen. It's skip pass from Bartley, inside Lois, nice catch in traffic, flipped it up too strong, and Gores just ripped it away from two green shirts. He's running by his lonesome on the other end, and it knocked out of bounds. It will stay with Cumberland, no inbound underneath. 4:32 to play in the third quarter.
I think that's really the only flaw you can say on Gore's game. It is early in the season, but turnovers have been a little bit of a problem early on with the loose ball.
Majewski looking to feed inside. Off the screen, Peterson shovels to Gores. He spins away from the double and lays it in with the left hand. Gores with 21 points. It's a 46-30 advantage, Cumberland. Wood up top between the rings. Here comes the dribble handoff. Coons gets it from Bartley. Lois stepping out left wing, nearly lost it out of bounds. Bartley trying to spin away from Gores, picks up his dribble. Shot clock did not start. Plenty of time to shoot. I'm sure the officials noticed it, but the long-range three was short, and the rebound cleared by Cumberland. They have it in the front court now and running a bit of clock. Majewski, he gets a ball screen from Gores. Berghammer, little anxious, had to go through his hands. It's a turnover. And back to Southwestern it goes with 4:06 to play in the third quarter.
They didn't get to play that possession all the way out, but I'm really interested to see how Southwestern can adapt their defensive formation, because it seems like right now Gore is just feeding off that one-on-one down low.
Rare breather for Berghammer, number one in red. He's on the bench. Alec LeBlanc is in. Lois, left wing three, bounced twice on the rim but wouldn't fall. One and done go the Birds, and across the timeline is Majewski. It's a ball screen from Gores. He drives left. It's cut off by Wood. Now Gores behind the arc, drives baseline, elevates over the help defender, but was too strong. Rebound clear. Wood across the timeline and a timeout. Southwestern wants to talk about it. Timeout Piasa. 3:26 to play in the third quarter. All timeouts all week long brought to you by Enercon Power. This Power Up timeout brought to you by Enercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Enercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions and industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit enerconpower.com. Engineering.com. Engineering your future with us. And by Keps. Come to Keps Sports Bar during the Tournament of Champions. Check out our menu on our website. They feature trivia every Wednesday night at 7. Texas Hold'em every Sunday at 6. Follow and like on Facebook for more information. Keps Sports Bar, the official sports bar, the Tournament of Champions. 3:26 to play in the third quarter. Cumberland, they got off to a slow start, but that feels like eons ago. They lead by 16. Feel like they're a bucket or two from really pulling away and creating some separation late in this one.
Yeah, Southwestern seems like a team that's starting to get desperate, and although they are a three-point shooting team that we've seen so far, even early on, as soon as you just start jacking up threes and you go away from your game plan initially, that's what gets dangerous.
Wood has it. He dribbles past LeBlanc, who we mentioned is in for Berghammer, giving him a quick breather. Went off a screen, Lois, they couldn't get it to him. Now popping out Robinson between the rings. Goes around a ball screen, drives the lane right, high off the window, too strong. Gores nearly hit his head on the rim, cleared the miss. 3 minutes to play in the third quarter. And a travel is called. Richter came around a curl and shuffled the feet on the catch. Gives it back to Southwestern Piasa.
This is definitely their opportunity to try to cut it back within, try to get it within 10. You've been in that situation before.
Contact and an offensive foul. Yes, we do. It's an offensive foul on the point guard Wood, who was just trying to bring it across the timeline. He was hounded by LeBlanc, and that charge is brought to you by Jody Brown. Contact Jody Brown and her team for your auto, fire, and life insurance needs. 46-30. Shuski picks up his dribble between the rings. LeBlanc feeds inside over the top pass. Gores catch and finish, and what a great pass. Gores able to make the catch and finish on the other side of the rim. Piasa trying to get it across the timeline. Cumberland showing some pressure. They do get it across. Here's Wood straight away. Between the legs dribble. Those laps spins on a dime the other direction. Not a screen. Lois. His three in the air is short, but he was fouled. 3 free throws coming. It was Parker Peterson, a little over aggressive on the closeout.
Obviously, you get a little, not necessarily lucky because you draw the foul, but get the 3 shots. But if it wasn't for the foul, a fadeaway 3, down by 18. Obviously, you want to try to cut the lead down, but still enough time in this game where you can stick to your game plan and try to get there originally.
First of 3 free throws, good for Lois, 6'2" senior. Had the second rim off. Of course, one way you can come back, scoring points with the clock stopped. He goes 2 for 3 at the stripe. Beavers lead 48-32. One-man press break is Gores. Able to get it across the timeline. 2 minutes to play in the third quarter. The lead is 16. Here's a back cut. Gores fumbled the pass and lost it out of bounds. It was a good action. Got it to the high post, and then Gores directed it. Tried to cut back door, but the pass too strong. Wood able to navigate the pressure in his own right, the other end. Driving the lane, Bartley. He'll pull it up from 12, and an air ball. Bartley tried to save it, but saved it in play to Gores. There's a lob. Gores flying across the lane. Couldn't catch it. Just had to tip it towards the rim, unable to finish. One and done are the Beavers. In the front court, Bartley has it at the elbow. Gives it back out top to Wood, who quickly swings it to Coons. Stepping out, Bartley. Right wing. He gives to Wood. He's around 2 and expected the roll, and he threw it out of bounds to no one in particular. It's a turnover, and that gives it back to Cumberland with 1:06 to play.
Yeah, that was a great switch off by Gores. Really, I think Wood, although he's a great point guard, kind of got a little scared of the height there by Gores, and he was able to throw it out of bounds.
See how quickly Cumberland operates here. Schuski around a ball screen. He gets all the way in. The floater bounces twice, bounces off, but the rebound tipped to Peterson. Or it was Richter, rather. Has it now in the corner. Gives to Berghammer straight away. 10-second difference. Shot clock and game clock. Berghammer's drive left was cut off. Gores way beyond the three-point arc. He's going to back it out even further. And he'll dribble it 40 feet away near half court. It's going to go one-on-one against Bartley. Crossover dribble. Gores cut off by a double team. 1 second to shoot. Berghammer to beat the horn, and he did not get it off. He did bank in the three, but all for naught. Shot clock violation, 10 seconds, and a chance for Piasa. Wood in the backcourt with 7. Across the timeline with 6. In the zone, Cumberland. And they lost Coons underneath. His layup is good with the right hand. And that is how the third quarter finishes up. 24 minutes gone. Your score, Cumberland 48, Piasa 34. And with that, we check in again with the fine folks at Intercon Engineering. This Power Up Timeout brought to you by Intercon Engineering for nearly 50 years. Intercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions and industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit interconpower.com. Engineer your future with us. And by PJ Hare. PJ Hare is again a proud sponsor of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and this year's Building for the Future all academic team. Wish all teams good luck, and let's cheer them on this week. 8 minutes to play in the fourth quarter. 14-point lead. Cumberland in control, Teddy. For Southwestern, it feels like the first couple minutes so important here. Maybe cut into this, try to get it. And get it under 10, you feel like you're back within striking distance.
Yeah, and they've been in that situation before, and every time they got to around that 9-point, 10-point mark, they were able to cut the lead a little bit. One thing I noticed about that third quarter, Brantley didn't even score. He came into the half at 11 points, and he left the third quarter with 11, so he's definitely going to need to be more of the game plan in this next quarter.
A little different look defensively here from Piasa. To get it into the short corner, and the jump shot knocked down by Peterson. It was a three, near corner three. It's 51-34, advantage Cumberland. Here's Wood. His drive cut off, penetrating kick. Three ball in the air, too strong from Robinson, but the weak side rebound tracked down by Brackett. His first action, number 15 in green. Wood is swarmed by around the timeline, nearly threw it away. Robinson, a tough catch. Fall away floater is good. And it's 51-36.
I like that approach. Last point of the third quarter and first point of this one for Southwestern, both down low.
7 minutes to play in regulation, 15-point lead. Cumberland has the lead and the basketball. Gores in the corner, he's doubled. It's almost as if a box and one, and it's led to a couple of open looks. 3 too strong, but Gores with 2 green shirts in the area got the offensive rebound. He threw it away, a turnover. Piasa running the other way. Cut off Robinson. Shovel it back out to Robinson, right corner, and he gets around an ant. He's bumped with a foul, and that will keep it here with Piasa. 6:34 to play. The Birds out to an early lead, but they've been playing catch-up ever since.
Pretty decent approach to start the fourth quarter and get the ball back. Chance to possibly cut the lead down a little bit more, but you really got to start acting now, because if you don't, you can really get out of your reach. 6 minutes left here in the fourth. They're going to have to do something crazy.
Lois trying to drive right. He was cut off baseline. Bartley gives to Wood, the point guard. He's had the ball in his hands a lot. Doesn't score a ton, but he moves, he facilitates. High IQ player. Bartley, short corner right, spins away from a double team. 13 to shoot. Now long range 2. Stepping out was Brantley left it short, but he got his own miss. And Piasa finishes on the doorstep of the lay-in. It's 51-38, under 6 to play. I like to switch to zone if you're Piasa. I just have to be a little more active out of it. That was too easy as Gores scored it on an entry pass from the left side with little resistance. 53-38 as Gores is up to 25 on the night. Against the ball screen, Lois, his reverse layup wouldn't go. Rebound cleared by Cumberland. They're running 3-on-3 the other way. Maszewski wisely pulls it back out. Piasa falls back into their zone. Left alone, left corner three. Pure. Parker Peterson. Talented sophomore. It's 56-38. Driving coast to coast. Connor Wood, he was fouled. Quick paced action. Free throws coming for the point guard.
Going back to that last possession by Cumberland, I feel like every possession in this fourth quarter, even the late third, they've done such a great job. They're picking them apart around the outside, and when they bite on that, they go down low, and that works. And when they don't have that open, they just go around the corner, and boom, three. So they've just been on fire to start this fourth quarter and have a pretty dominant lead as well.
First of two free throws good for Wood, just a sophomore at 5 feet 10 inches tall. Second one is down. He's perfect at the line, and he will check out. Payson Robinson in, and he will give Wood a well-deserved breather. Piasa stays in the zone. Here's a catch, short corner, far side. It was too strong by Cunningham. Cumberland team not very deep. They only have 9 players dressed for this game. We've seen just about all of them. Here's Steele, cross-court pass. Robinson, left wing, dribbles around a man, cut off, baseline. Bartley drives on Gores. He was fouled. Help defense, Maszewski a little handsy. And I think it will lead to free throws, and it will. 2 of them coming for Bartley. Rather, Brantley, excuse me.
Pretty good approach for them. It's kind of little too late kind of situation, but overall I think, playing a really good team, and for Southwestern, this isn't their first game of the season. They are 1-0 on the year, had a game in another tournament called the Hoops Giving Tournament over in Roxanne, but still, got to take some things from this game. That's why it's a preseason tournament. You learn a lot of things and take from it to go with the regular season.
Brantley hit both free throws, 56-43. Here's a lob up top. Gores a little out of his reach. He got one paw on it. Lost it out of bounds. It will go to Southwestern. And if you're Cumberland, I'd like to see a few more ticks off the clock. You're Brian Dutton, the head coach, the head man. Top of the key, Brantley, he gives to Coons on the elbow. And in the weave up top, they give to Robinson. He'll call for a set. 4:03 to play in regulation. Top of the key, Brantley had it knocked away. Diving on the floor, Maszewski, and he dove out of bounds. 9 to shoot. It will be Southwestern ball, inbound sideline left. Don't forget, plenty of basketball coming your way. We'll have game 2 momentarily. Metamora against DeKalb, a pair of State of Illinois teams doing battle. Left corner 3, Brantley with 2 on the shot clock. It was short. Rebound off a couple of hands and saved by Robinson. He has it in the right corner. He'll fire a 3 and knock it in. 56-45, 3:37 to play. Piasa stays in the zone. Gores being doubled and tripled on nearly every catch. And the ball reversal again sets up a corner 3. Just knocked in by Parker Peterson. 59-45. When the ball is popping, good things happen for Cumberland. Robinson in the front court, hands off. Brantley in three-point range, gives it back to Robinson. Now Lois, left wing. He was cut off. Give it to Brantley, top of the key, straight away. Dribble handoff, and it's knocked away. Berghammer off the glass to the trailing Gores, and he slams it home.
The physical nail in the coffin was that right there. What a way to really cement this game.
Oh my. One of your highlight plays of the entire tournament. Now Gores knocks it away, a steal. Gores crossing over in the lane, couldn't finish, gets his own miss, and puts it in off the window to get him to 29, and a timeout Piasa with 2:20 to play, and a game that has been held in check by the Beavers, the Cumberland Beavers. 2:20 to play. They're on their way to a win and a tournament opening win here in Washington. Hey, we got a timeout. You know what that means. They're brought to you by Intercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Intercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions and industrial control panels, low, medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit interconpower.com and engineer your future with us. Well, Gores, he lives up to his name, right? 6'10 senior, the Wyoming commit. Sundance Wicks, who was at Wyoming and at Green Bay, went back to Wyoming. I think he's one of the best young coaches in college basketball. He's got a fun player in Gavin Gores. He's 6'10", he can move, he can shoot. That's what it's all about in today's day and age, positionless basketball.
He's been a very fun player to watch, and probably not going to see a whole lot of him this season. You know, they are a team based in Wisconsin, but whenever he goes to Wyoming next year, it will be a guy I have my eyes on, because he has been, like you said, just very versatile. He's able to score in many different ways. Great defensive player as well. Had a couple blocks today, and really brings the energy on both sides of the ball.
A little bit of pressure in the backcourt. Just nuisance pressure, but Piasa almost didn't get it across the timeline in time. Lois stepping out. He'll give it to Wood. Point guard around a ball screen. Brantley skip past Wood. He has a lane. Flips it up with the right hand. It wouldn't go. Rebound cleaned up Lois. Second try, no. And Gores secures the ladder miss. 1:45 to play in regulation. Cumberland on their way. Here's a right corner three ball. And another triple knockdown by Peterson. He can really stroke it. And a substitution timeout called by Piasa. They're going to get their deep reserves in. And you're Piasa, right? There were some things to like. See Ian Brantley being a real problem as they get into conference play. Impressed by a couple of their young players, particularly Wood. And John Kuhn's just a freshman. He had a couple of threes in the early going. But Cumberland's going to come away with a win here this afternoon and get us started, the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. This is maybe the best field they've put together in 19 years, right? I mean, this is unbelievable. They've got St. John's Bosco is back for another year. There are a couple of really talented local teams in this tournament. Metamora, who you'll see next. Washington. Of course, the hosts, they've put together some good teams over the years. And creep up on the final 90 seconds. And how about this to end the night tonight, Teddy? We'll have our first ever girls game. Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, Washington and Peoria Notre Dame. Looking forward to that one as free throws are coming for Piasa. Pair of them as they try to adjust the final margin.
Yeah, Cody, as you mentioned, the girls' game to wrap up the night tonight, that's not just any girls' game, too. That's Washington versus P&D, two really good teams in our coverage area. And overall, just in the state of the last couple of years, P&D obviously won a state championship a year ago. Washington has been very good as well over the last couple of years, and we'll see who can come out on top tonight. First time in history, girls' game here at TOC.
Looking forward to it. NBC Ochi won a 2 at the free throw line at 66-46. Managed Cumberland. Up top, Martinez. Dribble handoff, Maszewski. Maszewski right wing quickly shovels it into the corner. Dribble handoff action up top. Active hands, a near steal. In the backcourt, Maszewski with 7, now 6. Gets around his man 5. Drops it off on the doorstep. The layup good with the right hand by Cunningham. It was all set up by the penetration. 68-46 with 46 to play in regulation. Round a ball screen. Siochi short. Rebound was saved in play for a moment. That was Coghill. And with the shot clock off, Cumberland, they can just run it out. And they will be the first winner this year's Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, the 19th year of this tournament.
First of 33 games we're going to get the pleasure to see.
Our Clutch Sports Media crew, they've been busy all day today, and they're going to be busy for the next few days, but wouldn't have it any other way. As a final score here in the opening game of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, Cumberland 68, and the Southwestern Piasa Birds 46. 29 points for Gavin Gores, the Wyoming commit. He really led the way, Teddy, in this tournament. It's about a lot of things. One of them, the Stars. The Stars come to play here in Washington, and I thought Gavin did just that. He was fantastic. He scored all 3 levels, couple of exciting dunks, couple of triples. He looks like the full package.
He really does. Like we mentioned a couple minutes ago, Wyoming has a star, and excited to see how he does at the college level, but he's still got a year left here in high school. And I will say early in that first quarter, it was, it seemed like that Cumberland just kind of ran specifically through him. And you got to be careful when you do that, because when a lot of teams focus on one guy, they're able to stop him. That's what they did in the first quarter. But once they really started to move the ball around and let other guys get open and get their shots up as well, he really opened up offensively and ended up with 29. So great game by him, great game by Cumberland.
Both teams are being recognized here on the floor. Cumberland, they are coming back. They will play tomorrow, I believe tomorrow morning, if memory serves. I had the schedule in front of me, and of course now I don't. But for Piasa, they are done, I believe, in the week. And I'm going to honor Ian Brantley on the floor. He's greeted with a medal. There, the timeline. We mentioned Cumberland will be back tomorrow. That'll be an interesting ball game. 11:15 against Peoria Christian, one of the better 1A schools here in the state of Illinois. I'm looking forward to that matchup. I'd be interested to see what type of matchup they have for Gores. But that's a Peoria Christian program that they've won a lot of ball games over the last few years. Now Gavin Gores being recognized for his performance. 29 points. He was fantastic and well-deserved for him. 3 more games tonight, including Peoria Notre Dame and Washington, the first ever girls game, the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, an approximate 8:45 tip there. Still to come, Metamora and DeKalb. That is next, a pair of state of Illinois foes. Starting to see some Metamora red fill up the Torry Gymnasium bleachers. And for DeKalb, that's a fun team, the Barbs. They're pretty excited about their chances this year. Of course, DeKalb home to Northern Illinois University. First ever appearance here for the Barbs. They've got size all over the place. And we'll get a peek at them as well. And it's a first. Justin Dame, the new Metamora head coach, taking over for Danny Greaves, a longtime Metamora coach. Led them to a state title a few years ago. So really looking forward to this one. And that's 25 minutes or so from tip. Teddy, I'll quickly get your thoughts about game 2. First, with Metamora, obviously a local team, you know a lot about them, but a little bit of a new look. It starts with the head coach, but the roster as well. I think that's fair to say.
Definitely is. Metamora is a team where ever since I've been, following the Illinois high school basketball, around the area, they've been on top of it every single year. Obviously, a couple of state championship appearances, a win in there, and overall they've been dominant. But this is a Metamora team that we've never seen before. I mean, they don't have Ethan Kaiser anymore. They don't have all the guys from last year, Cooper Koch and Luke Hopp, all the big men. But now it's a little bit of a different look. They still have one guy in that starting lineup, and that's the one at the front. I don't know if our cameras are on, but he's leading the pack right now, Matthew Zobrist, and the Bradley commit. And he's been there, a 4-year starter for them, and it's going to be interesting to see what he does as the #1 guy. So he's the guy to have an eye on for me. A couple other guys in there as well. El Paso Gridley got a transfer to come to Metamora to kind of replace Cooper Koch at the forward position. But overall, new look Metamora, offensively, defensively, but they're still one of the better teams in the area, Cody.
Expect a lot from DeKalb as well. We'll talk more about them as we creep towards tip-off with the coach, Mike Plunkett. He'll join us for Game 2. Game 1, it's a final. Cumberland a winners. They knock off Southwestern Piasa. For Teddy Ball, this is Cody Schindler. We'll step aside. You're watching the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Clutch Sports Media.
The 2024 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media is brought to you by OSF Cancer Institute. Learning you have cancer can be a scary and confusing time, but the multidisciplinary team at OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute can be by your side throughout your journey from diagnosis to treatment to survivorship. Offering comprehensive cancer care services including access to clinical trials, radiation oncology, hematology, chemotherapy, immunotherapy, and surgical oncology. To request an appointment, visit the OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute website or call 844-OSF-4HOPE. Buy Uftring. Take advantage of outstanding year-end savings during the big 2024 clearance at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Find the new car or truck you've always wanted at the Uftring dealer closest to you in Peoria, East Peoria, Washington, or North Beacon, or shop online at UfteringAutoGroup.com. By Hometown Community Banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank. With 53 locations in 38 local communities, we've got you covered. Hometown Community Banks, community people, community banking, member FDIC. And by Countryside Banquet and Catering, the official banquet facility of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and home of the tournament's annual Thanksgiving dinner.
And welcome into Uftring Auto Group Tournament Central. I'm Jonathan Michael here, joined by our very special guest, Brad Mahoney. Brad, thanks for joining us here in the studio just to talk about your involvement with the tournament. I know you've been on the board for quite some time and also involved with Washington Community Bank, a big sponsor of the TOC.
Yeah, absolutely. First of all, this is my favorite week of the year. I mean, this is like Christmas morning for me. But, yeah, been fortunate to be involved in the tournament for the last few years, probably a little more heavily than in the past. But been on the board for a few years, and our bank, Hometown Community Bank, specifically Washington Community Bank, helps sponsor the tournament in a big way. So we've helped with the clinics. So there are a handful of communities that help host clinics for this tournament. So Washington being the biggest one, of course. But there's basketball clinics for youth in Washington, Metamora, Peoria Notre Dame, Streeter, quite a few folks. So what they do is they host clinics. If you attend the clinic, you get a free entry into the tournament, which is pretty cool.
It's a pretty good deal.
It's a pretty good deal, really, it is. Learn a little bit about basketball and get to see the best high school tournament in the country.
And if I understand correctly, I believe that I saw something that one of the teams here in attendance at the TOC, La Mirada from California, I believe I saw they were hosting a clinic yesterday, I believe. So an opportunity, too, for some of the teams that are traveling in to interact with some of the local players, the young up-and-comers here in Central Illinois as well.
Absolutely, which is really cool. It's actually tomorrow. So La Mirada usually have a team coming in, a lot of good players that host one of these clinics here in town. So local kids meeting with some of these national players, awesome experience for the kids. So
it certainly is, and we can see just over at about 2 o'clock for us here in the studio. Again, one of the best things about the TOC is just the way that the younger kids interact. Like, you just see that, these players come in, they don't even know who these kids, they don't even know where Cumberland, Wisconsin is from or any of these other places. And they come in, they watch the TOC, they see what these guys do on the court, and they treat them as their heroes. And there's a big autograph line coming up. For me, that's one of the coolest parts is, these high school kids that, you probably return home, and I'm sure they all want to, be humble and say, oh, I'm just playing basketball. But in the eyes of these kids, these are, future NBA players, and some of them legitimately will be.
And how cool is that? I mean, for these kids here playing in the TOC, they're signing autographs. There's a line 50 people long or whatever over there. But super cool experience. So if you guys are sending your kids up here, send them with a marker. That's one thing I would advise, because a pen just doesn't quite do the trick over there. But they can buy a program, get autographs from some players they'll be watching on TV in a couple of years. So it's pretty exciting.
Definitely. And Brad, again, I know you've been on the board and been involved with this tournament for a couple of years now. And just tell me what about this what made you want to get involved? And again, I know Washington's a very tight community and everything like that. But what just kind of made you make that jump and say, hey, I really want to get involved and I want to really help make this put on every year?
Good question. I mean, it's two things. One is basketball. I love basketball. I've really been following this tournament even since it came to Washington. So, but two is for the cause. So, this tournament is really all about raising funds for glioblastoma. So, a deadly brain cancer that sadly took the life of our former head coach. And what a great cause. Love to support it. And so honored to be a part of it.
Definitely. And while we still got a couple of minutes here in the studio again, we just saw the Cumberland Beavers and the Piasa Southwestern Piasa Birds. We were just talking, probably the only place in America you're going to see the Beavers face off with the Piasa Birds here at the Washington Tournament of Champions, sponsored by OSF Cancer Healthcare Clinic. But again, a lot of good games coming up. We got, I know Metamora's about to take the floor against DeKalb here in a little bit. Washington boys are playing Romeoville. The reason I said boys is because tonight our nightcap will be the first ever girls game in the history of the Tournament of Champions. The Washington Panthers, very good team in the area, going to face reigning state champion Peoria Notre Dame. I saw Brian Wardle's here. His daughter Emmy is on the team. There's going to be some great basketball, and this is just night one. I'm really looking forward to these next three.
It's going to be a great week, and I am so excited for these girls. A lot of these girls have been coming and cheering on the boys for so long, but it's time. They're due. We got a great team this year. Avery Tibbs is one who her dad is heavily involved in this tournament. She was a ball girl, I think, the first year she had the opportunity, and she's been doing it every year since. Today gets to lace them up and get on the court, which is awesome. I'm excited for the girls.
Definitely. And again, all sorts of great games all week long. Again, St. John Bosco's coming in. They're the number 5 team in the entire country. They were here a couple years ago, and they were a pretty good team back then, but now they got a couple 5-star recruits, Brandon McCoy, Christian Collins, Elsie Harrington, all on the team. It's going to be lots and lots of fun. I think the game of the tournament tomorrow is going to be Bosco and Metamora. Again, that's going to be a fantastic game. And Wednesday night seems like really when, again, it all kind of sort of, builds all week long, but I feel like Wednesday night is really just a big peak on that pre-Thanksgiving treat.
Get here early. If you're coming Wednesday night, it's packed. We expect oftentimes capacity or near capacity crowd. So if you're watching, that's awesome. If you're close by, come to the tournament. It's a different atmosphere when you're here, just like anything else. You can watch a concert online. It's not the same unless you're there. So
definitely. Yeah, well, if you are not able to make it, again, we're glad you're with us here on Clutch Sports Media. Again, we'll have live broadcasts of every single game this entire week. Again, apologize. We've been dealing with some technical difficulties in the first couple games. We're going to work through those. We'll hopefully get those all ironed out. We're making right progress right now. So we appreciate you all sticking with us, and I hope you are enjoying your Thanksgiving weekend. And it's just become a tradition here for us as well, as is for everyone here in Washington. It's kind of driving around town, feels like there's kind of a buzz. I'm sure there's a lot of folks, family in town for Thanksgiving, but it seems like this town has really comes alive. And Brad, we appreciate you joining us here in the booth. But any other final thoughts, I guess, before we got Metamora and DeKalb coming up?
Fun night of basketball, fun week ahead. Honestly, if you're watching, thank you for Clutch for allowing us, those viewers at home, to be able to watch. But just get here if you can. And thank you so much to you guys, the board, the committee. So many people volunteer for this. It's an awesome cause and an awesome week of basketball. So really excited. So should be great. Fun week of basketball coming up for sure.
Definitely, and we're getting the word from our producers that we're going to keep on talking here in the booth, I guess. So I know we talked a lot about basketball, a lot about the TOC and everything like that. So maybe talk about some other stuff as well. A question we got to ask every booth guest every year is favorite and least favorite Thanksgiving foods.
Oh, man. It was never turkey for me and my favorite, but like a lot of guys, I've kind of gotten into to grilling and roasting and doing some different things. So turkey's up there, but I would have to say I got to stick with mashed potatoes favorite for sure.
That's a good one.
Man, least favorite. I mean, the cranberry in the can, do people still do that?
I
If they do, they shouldn't.
I'm personally a big cranberry fan,
Are
so
you?
it's all right.
I
I won't take it personally. It's all good. I know it's not everyone's cup of tea, but I know there is cranberry sauce. I know at the TOC Thanksgiving banquet they put on each year. Cause I remember I always usually fill up on that pretty good. I'm also a big mashed potato guy as well, and also like you, I'm not the biggest turkey guy. I'm a big fan of the darker meat turkey.
There you go.
The white stuff of those is usually a little dry for me.
Yeah,
so
I get it.
For me, it's my hot take is that maybe I just haven't had good stuffing before, but stuffing is kind of in the middle for me.
In the middle, I got that in my top 3, I would say probably. But yeah, we kind of stick with the traditions for the most part. But I'm always up for something new, too. So
yeah,
if you're like a lot of people, we got to have sometimes one side of the family, the other side of the family. So traditional for one, and then the other we did a Dipsgiving. So we made all kinds of different dips.
Ooh, I like that.
So if you're looking for something new, try it out, Dipsgiving.
I like that. I'll have to definitely try that out sometime. And again, in case you're maybe not familiar with the tournament or how it runs, again, obviously during the week of Thanksgiving, and Countryside Banquet and Catering right here in Washington puts on a Thanksgiving meal for all the teams that come in from all across the country that can't spend Thanksgiving with their families. They provide a banquet, free food, well attended every year. Again, you got teams from California coming in, Texas, Florida, Georgia, and we've seen teams from many different states here at the TOC. It's just kind of one of those traditions, and again, major credit to the people on the board that help bring in those teams every single year. One thing I was thinking about earlier today, a reason why I like the TOC is that, again, the teams that usually come in are typical, they're very good teams, but they're public and normal private high schools. There's no prep schools or any of these new, prep academies or whatever. And obviously, again, the talent for those teams is high level.
Sure.
But it makes it, that much better that these are real schools that are, playing for state titles this year.
Absolutely. I mean, I'm not sure. I want to say 2 years ago we had 6 teams that went on to win state championships. So last year, I don't know how many ended up winning it, but several for sure. So, which is pretty awesome. You mentioned Countryside. They do a fantastic job, strictly volunteers. And, boy, they put it on. I think they have 286 people signed up to serve for Thanksgiving. So Countryside, Christy Cape does an unbelievable job. Very charitable. Really cool thing that we do that I think makes this tournament really unique.
Definitely. You can tell that this is a tournament that cares about its teams, its players, its coaches, everyone involved for sure. And also, obviously, us here at Clutch Sports Media, we're also part of that 286. So we're very grateful that we get to have Thanksgiving dinner with them as well. And again, speaking about Countryside Banquet and obviously Washington Community Banks, all the rest of our sponsors, we'll have a word for them now. Again, Jonathan Michael here alongside with Brad Mahoney. Brad, really appreciated the time and talking with you, and we'll see you throughout the week. So again, we'll send it back to our sponsors and be right back from the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions.
The 2024 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. Coach Kevin Brown was a tough and gritty competitor on and off the court. OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute brings that same tenacity to the fight against glioblastoma and will soon begin the first clinical trials against glioblastoma in this area. By the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 19th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial TOC. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all Washington has to offer during your visit to the TOC. By Titan Industries, a family-owned steel fabrication shop. They provide high-quality steel fabrication services to clients large and small. Contact them to be a part of your next project. Visit titannd.us for additional information. And by Teamworks, proud to be an official partner of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions.
And welcome back to Upstream Auto Group Tournament Central. Jonathan Michael here, joined by another guest, Teddy Ball, one of our loyal workers here of CSM. And Teddy, you were just on the call of that Cumberland Piasa game. And again, we were working through some technical difficulties here in the booth. And again, glad you're all singing with us as well. But seemed like a fun game. It looked like Cumberland and Gavin Gores, their 6'10", I believe, Wyoming recruit, put on a show.
Yeah, that was a really entertaining game to start off, and you can never really tell with the first game. You can't, teams from out of the area, and not familiar with the games. But Gavin Gore put on a show, 29 points, and
wow,
just a phenomenal display. 3 blocks, just doing everything all over the floor. Slower start to the first quarter, but once the game started getting going, started to flow, everything just went naturally for them.
Sure. Well, hey, you talk about teams that have to make long road trips. Usually, maybe a little cold their first quarter. Well, you got teams coming in from other states away. So
Exactly.
Certainly more than forgivable to have a slow first quarter, then pick it up later as it goes on. But Teddy, again, we got a lot of local flavor coming up tonight. We got Metamora and DeKalb after this. We got Romeoville and Washington as our, I believe, 7:15 game. And at 8:45, I believe, is the tip time. P&D girls against Washington girls. A lot of local teams that we're going to see tonight. Let's start to just zoom out a little bit. In general sense, who are some teams, both boys or girls, that you have your eye on in Central Illinois this season?
I think when prepping for this game, I really started to see, because I wanted to talk about in that game about the Metamora game. And I think it's obvious, you want to talk about Metamora, how good they are year in and year out. But it's such a unique Metamora group, because ever since I've been following, Central Illinois high school, Metamora's been at the top, and it's kind of been the same group of guys fluctuating in and out. But for the most part, it's been a core of guys. And now that they've lost a majority of that, Matthew Zobrist is the one guy remaining from the state championship run a couple years ago in the starting lineup. And so that's a team that really stands out to me. New coach, a lot of new guys, transfers, people coming up from freshmen starting. So that's a team that is really on my radar. Another one, for girls, I think kind of the same thing. I think P&D is another team to really look out for, because they're a team that was really young when they won the state championship last year, and so they have a chance to really repeat. And that could be historical. Obviously, anytime you win a state championship, that's historical. But to repeat is that's a tough task for them. We'll see how they can do that this year.
Definitely. Well, that P&D girls team again. They obviously Maya Wardle graduated. She's now playing at Eastern Kentucky. But her younger sister Emmy, who hit the game-winning shot to win the state title, is back. She's only a sophomore. They got Lexi Bear back. She's getting D1 interest. Julia Mingus is back as well. They had Caitlin Cassidy back, but she is gone for the season, unfortunately, due to a torn ACL. But she's a fantastic player. She's going to have an impact, I think, on this team. Just kind of almost as another coach on the sideline. She's going to play at SIUE next year, so bright future ahead for her as well. But P&D girls, a team that I'm looking for. Going outside the TOC real quick, a team I'm looking at in Central Illinois is the Manual Rams. Talk about a team that brings almost everyone back, including Dietrich Richardson, who just signed with Bradley a couple weeks ago.
Yeah, Manual, they're a team where, in the 90s, they were a powerhouse. They were the team of the area. They're kind of the
team in almost the entire country.
Exactly. I mean, they were nationally televised. That's a team that you were always heard about. And in recent memory, it's kind of hasn't been the same. They've had some good teams here and there, but for the first time in what feels like a long time, Manual has really cemented themselves as a top dog in not only the state of Illinois, but just all around in the Midwest.
Definitely, again, Dietrich Richardson leads the way, but a lot of other good juniors and seniors back for that Rams team that's looking for redemption. Again, they're playing in Class 2A this year after they got bounced in the sectional title game last year. They're a team I'm watching for sure. And again, Metamora, they're coming up next. We talk about the transfers. How about Jonah Funk from El Paso Gridley? He is going to provide a big boost for that Redbirds team. It helps to have a big guy as well, because Metamora's almost always had a big guy, and Funk now fills that hole.
Yeah, Metamora is a team that is always very tall. I mean, they have a lot of guys, whether it's guards that are standing about 6'5", 6'6". But last year was the first time we really got to see a dominant, at least in the last couple of years, a really dominant big man with Cooper Koch, and so that's a big void to fill. So I mean, he went off to Iowa. He's going to do big things on his NCAA career. But Jonah Funk, a player from El Paso Gridley, who had a great season last year, and going into this year is going to try to fill that role, and it's going to be interesting to see how he and Matthew Zobrist really fit together.
Definitely, it's going to be a great game coming up. Metamora and DeKalb coming up here at the Uftring Auto Group Tournament Central, back inside the gym at Torry Gymnasium at the KBM TOC. We good?
Are we good? Yeah. Okay, cool. Okay. I would love to.
I was gonna say. Oh, good. Yeah, good stuff, man. Good stuff. Hey, I mean, yeah, no, for real. I mean, again,
We're back here in Washington. Hey, Larry. up. Can't hear. We don't have any levels here either. Does that matter on the mixer? Good evening again from Washington. The Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Game 2, 4 on the docket tonight. It's the Metamora Redbirds and the DeKalb Barbs. Matchup of in-state foes. Cody Schindler and Mike Plunkett here with you. We're about 90 seconds from tip-off in this game, or I should say the introduction of the lineups. We're really looking forward to this one, Mike. First for DeKalb, the Barbs, they're led by a couple of impressive guards. Sean Reynolds, a 6'1 senior, and a 6'5 guard in Devon Grant.
Yeah, you read about them and you hear about some of the athletes, and we were looking at this going into this game, and we see that Grant is also a football stud, and so quite an athlete, 6'5 junior. Being from down in the central part of the state, we don't see a lot of DeKalb, but they come in very, very highly thought of, and I think very athletic, and just kind of watching them warm up a little bit. Look like they probably are the kind of team that's going to want to get up and down the floor a little bit.
They're a top 10 to 15 team in Class 4A, depending on where you look. And for Metamora, a bit of a new look bunch. It starts at the top. Justin Dane taking over for the longtime great coach Danny Greaves, led Metamora to a state title a few years ago. Justin, his first game is a head honcho, and he's got a bit of a new look roster as well. They lost some guys to graduation, but they are led by Matthew Zobrist, a Bradley signee.
Yeah, they're, like you said, they lost players, but got a pretty good run returning in Matthew Zobrist and a transfer moving in 6'2 Jonah Funk. So I look for Metamora to be as competitive as they have been the last several years.
Going to have a check presentation prior to the tip-off. And that's a donation from the Metamora Redbirds to Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Of course, Metamora and Washington, they duke it out in the Mid-Illini, but no rivalries here. This is for a bigger cause.
Right. And I know the schools, competing schools, at least in the area, they run camps. And those camps, that money raised. And like you said, you compete on the floor, but you're together off the floor. And what a cause, and for a great man in Coach Kevin Brown.
Looking forward to this one. Game 2 of 33 here this week, so strap in, get ready for a long few days here with Clutch Sports Media. We're even going to have some action on Thursday on Thanksgiving, so get your turkey and get on down here to Torry Gymnasium. Redbirds being introduced first. This is their 4th Tournament of Champion appearance. And we talked about Matthew Zobrist, the Bradley signee, but keep an eye on number 14, Jonah Funk, a 6'10 senior. He transferred in from El Paso Gridley, 2A school, one of the better 2A schools in the state. And he is a South Dakota signee. So a couple of D1 starters for the Metamora Redbirds trying to pick up where they left off. They'll wear their road black uniforms with red trim. For DeKalb, they'll wear their home whites with orange trim. Jackson Keys, the first man introduced, he's actually going to play college baseball. So they've got some 2- and 3-sport athletes. I'm excited about their club this year, and rightfully so. Metamora might have a little bit of an edge when it comes to size, right? The 6'10" Jonah Funk takes up some space in the lane, but this is a DeKalb team that they rebound well, they defend, and they can shoot the ball from the outside as well. They're really led by Sean Reynolds, the 6'1" point guard, number 2 in white. So a lot of skill, a lot of athleticism. It's got a little bit of everything, Mike, and we are just about ready to go. I'm looking forward to this one.
Yeah, and an interesting, look here. Number 23 for Metamora starting is a 6'5" freshman by the name of Brady Jones, and I know they've got some highly rated freshmen. They've got Jones, they've got a Caden Turner. So Justin Dame, he's not afraid to roll the dice a little bit and play who he thinks are going to be his best varsity players. But you're 6'5" freshman, you're going to get some time.
Redbirds win the tap. Away we go. Game number 2 on the opening night of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And here's Steele.
Yeah, you can see it's going to be an aggressive man-to-man defense by DeKalb. And it looks like Reynolds, number 2, is very, very active with his hands.
Zobrist short on the 3. They'll ask him to do a lot. Not to fill a void. Here's a quick trigger 3, too strong from Sean Reynolds, but an offensive rebound. Putback wouldn't go for Grant, but we said it right away. DeKalb active on the glass.
That's a nice little flex cut. Got a man open on the baseline. It was the freshman, and they just couldn't handle the pass. But I'd imagine a little bit of nerves. This opening game for everybody, but your first high school experience is as a varsity starter in the Tournament of Champions. So, we'll give him a little leeway on that one.
That's what it's all about. I'm sure the heart's beating just a tick faster. Just a tick. Reynolds gets loose.
He's not bashful. And they look like they're running things to him as well. Both teams come out in a man-to-man, and I think both teams look to be very well coached, running a really solid man-to-man offense.
Zobrist high out the window, too strong, but an offensive rebound keeps it alive.
Here comes Funk down the lane.
Too strong. Funk in traffic. Thought maybe there'd be a tie-up, but it's knocked away out of bounds. It will stay with Metamora.
Opening night jitters a little bit. Both teams kind of figuring things out a little bit, and playing against somebody that's wearing a different name on their jersey is always a little bit of an adjustment, but they'll get in the flow of things.
Get that lid off the basket, Mike.
That's right.
And a foul called.
Some active hands. That was Reynolds. I noticed earlier that he's kind of ball hawks. He's all over everything, and got caught that time.
He's a rover.
He is.
Center fielder. Lob over the top for Zobrist. Pass wasn't there. Ahead of the pack. Finishing is Bolden. 9'11" senior guard Marquise Bolden. DeKalb, they get the lid off.
Yeah, DeKalb, what I liked about that, the finish was Funk was contesting and took it right to him. So I think, they've got seniors, they're experienced players, and I think they're gonna attack Metamora. There's another one inside. They're going right at him.
Straightaway triple, too strong, fired up by Grant. An offensive rebound keeps it alive. Ran across the lane, had it knocked away. Active hands on the other end. That was Greaves who got his paw in there.
Yeah, Greaves is one of those unsung kind of heroes for Metamora. He's just contributed for the last 2 years, and now he's solid starter for him. Does a really, really nice job for the Redbirds.
Greaves has it now, gets around his man. Offensive foul.
Good play by Grant. Being the football player is, he's used to a little contact.
Yes,
he's not afraid to get himself set.
That's another charge taken this evening. All charges sponsored by Jody Brown State Farm. Contact Jody Brown and her team for your auto, fire, and home insurance needs. Reynolds off a curl, floats it in.
Yeah, you can tell Reynolds can play. He read the defense. Instead of flaring out on that screen, he curled around it and little floater in the lane.
Birds trying to get on the board. Funk stepping out.
Nice cut by the freshman. I think that's going to be goaltending, yes.
You got it. Ball was on the rim. I believe
Yeah, that ball was going to go in, and somebody hit the bottom of the net, I think, and kind of pulled the rim up.
Both Golden and Grant were in the area. The Redbirds do get on the board. 4-2 just underway. 3 minutes gone in this first quarter. Reynolds and his man hit the deck after running into Devon Grant. That's a screen that I want no part of.
No, I think, like you said, Grant's not afraid of contact, being a football player, and he's a strong young man. Yeah, this DeKalb team early on is impressive.
Grant the steal.
Wow. That's it. That looks easy from up here. That was not an easy dunk.
8-2 advantage Barbs.
They're a very aggressive team.
Dribble handoff, Zobrist, skip pass. Greaves into
Nice
the paint,
move.
too strong. Rebound cleared O'Neal.
What a great look.
Grant inside, rejected. Credit Funk, not giving up on the play. I thought it was 2 more.
Yeah, I like the fact that he did not leave his feet on that shot fake. He just held his ground, then he went up with the shot and kept it out of there.
Zobrist was held, a foul charge to Keys. This is a high-level basketball game early on.
I love the pace. You know, not a lot of scoring. You know, particularly look at Metamora with 2, but the ball just it's gonna happen.
Zach Bourne in for Metamora, another underclassman, just a sophomore. This is a Metamora team. They have some youth. You look at what they've done up and down, 7th, 8th grade levels. They've won a lot of basketball games. And Jones, the freshman inside, he has all 4.
Yeah, he's got a little knack of getting himself open. He gets around the basket, gets open. I think DeKalb's going to have to make a little bit of adjustment how they're going to come around that screen. Either going to have to switch it or going to have to go underneath that. That's a travel.
You're on it.
Yep.
Turnover gives it back to Metamora. It's so fun to watch Reynolds without the basketball. He never stops. He's running around multiple screens. He's active. Keep an eye on him, a 6'1" guard and guy who going to make somebody happy next level.
Yeah, he's got a real high motor. He's got a lot of energy. You're just watching the Metamora, a lot of the cuts, back screen, moving the ball, make the ball a little more athletic.
Zobrist, long-range triple. On line but short. Rebound yanked down. It was Reynolds. Guess who? He's just all around the orange.
He really is. We said he's a ball hawk, and he finds it.
Short corner jumper, an air ball from O'Neal. Good action to set it up.
Yeah, they got the good shot. Funk's doing a good job on the defensive boards right now for Metamora. That's a big shot for Greaves.
Ashton Greaves, a 6'2" senior. Said it earlier, Mike, kind of a glue guy over the last couple years.
Yep.
They're going to ask him to score some more this year.
And he looks like he's up to the task. He's been aggressive with the ball so far. Just a good, solid player. Every team needs one of those.
Lob over the top, and Grant wasn't ready for it.
No.
And the Redbirds, they've settled in here. They fell behind 8-2. Grant had the highlight reel dunk with 2:01 in the first quarter. Redbirds shooting for a lead.
Yeah, and it was, I was kind of watching when DeKalb got up 8-2, and there's a lot of energy on the bench, and sometimes you can expend a lot of energy. You're excited. Things are happening early. It's a long game. It's 32 minutes. It's a long game. You have to just keep even keel, up or down.
Funk picks it up in the backcourt off the deflection. Minute 45 to play.
Can't give him too much room because he's going to start making some shots.
Zobrist short. Funk the offensive rebound, and Reynolds tapped it out of play.
Just watching Funk, who's done a really nice job being active. This is just a different pace. There's a difference between 2A and 3A basketball, and he came out of a very good El Paso program, obviously. Very well-run program, but your competition is just going to be a little bit different. You're playing here at 4A school.
Matthew Zobrist. I didn't know he had that in his game.
That was impressive. I'd like to see that.
Oh, my.
You come out and guard him, and he's going to give you a shot fake and go around you and finish. And he finished with the right hand as a lefty.
Meet me at the rim.
He just got to see a shot go in from outside. And I thought that free throw might be the one to do it.
Again, short on the free throw, but the Redbirds able to salvage possession. And what hustle from both sides. Like 4 or 5 guys are on the floor.
Yeah, these teams are getting after it. They're playing hard, playing well. For an opening game, first 8 minutes of the season for both teams, pretty impressive.
It's a brief discussion amongst the officials.
Discussion over possession here. Well, you certainly can't go to a replay.
Well, if they're discussing dinner plans, I can tell you they should go to Culver's, the official sponsor of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions.
Well, I highly recommend Culver's, one of my favorites.
Yeah, burgers, curds, milkshake. I guess they're called concrete mixers there.
That's right. Whatever they're called, they're good.
With every purchase this week, this is pretty cool, though. Culver's is giving back $1 from every concrete mixer purchase this week. Be donated to the fight against cancer. Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Stop by one of their 5 locations in Washington, East Peoria, Morton, or Peoria.
Coach is still not happy. They're still talking. No, I think the official finally just told him, okay, conversation's over.
Thought we were going to get a T right there.
Yeah, you don't want to have any. Still going. All right, Metamora with the lead and the ball.
Zobrist lost his footing. Able to feed Graves, couldn't knock it in. Another offensive rebound. Both teams have been active on the glass. Zobrist in the paint, too strong.
Just can't find one to go down yet, but it will. Sometimes you just need to see one go.
Final minute of the opening quarter. Redbirds by a penny. Keys, too strong. Funk clears the loose change.
Seen that DeKalb's already gone, I think, too deep on their bench, and sometimes you get a little battle of attrition in these games, a lot of energy.
Funk off balance, but he was fouled. Free throws coming for the South Dakota signee, Summit Lee. .30 ticks to play in the opening quarter. First free throw rattles home.
And I haven't seen Funk play a lot, so it's just nice to just kind of see what his game looks like and the range he's got. I like what I've seen so far.
Well, we saw Gavin Gores in the first game, signed to play at Wyoming, a 6'10 senior forward. Funk, he too listed at 6'10. That free throw touched every part of the rim.
It did, hit everything.
I've been impressed. Again, 1 quarter, right? Small sample size, but his ability to put it down on the floor and dribble it.
Right.
He's got some skills, and he's able to handle the basketball, and I'm sure that was something that stood out to the Coyotes, their coaching staff.
The Coyotes.
Shot clock is off here. 5 to play.
Now they're going to get the ball in the hands of Reynolds and let him do something, and he did what he likes to do, just a little short. Well, it was 8-2 DeKalb and 9 in a row for Metamora to end the quarter.
Redbirds take a 3-point lead into quarter number 2, and this stoppage. So power-up timeout brought to you by Intercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Intercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions, industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit interconpower.com. Engineer your future with us. Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, also brought to you by P.J. Hare, again proud to be a sponsor of the KBM Tournament of Champions. And this year's Building for the Future all academic team. We wish all teams good luck, and let's cheer them on this week. A quarter down, 11-8 advantage, Metamora. And you mentioned it, Mike, they rattled off 9 in a row. How were they able to kind of settle into this ball game?
I think it's like you said, they first of all, they just had to settle in. They weren't making shots, so now what you got to do is you got to change things on the defensive end. And they got beat a little bit early on some offensive rebounds by DeKalb, but Funk did a pretty good job of cleaning things up at the end. And then Greaves, a big three-pointer, kind of let him see the ball can go in and we can make a shot. And this is, an 11-8 lead with Zobrist not really having made a shot other than his baseline drive and dunk.
Strong take, Marquise Bolden. He is so good off the dribble. Second made field goal for him. Both of them right there at the cup.
Yeah, gave Greaves a brief rest. Colin Ramage had come in, but Greaves is back on the floor. It's one of those guys I think Metamora is going to find that during the season they need him on the floor to be their best.
Just does so many things right. Coach's grandson, right?
Yes.
Danny Greaves, longtime Metamora head man. Ashton, his grandson. It's a reversal into a Funk three.
That tells you a little bit right there. If they run something, let him shoot the three, you feel like he can make that shot, and that's good for it's going to be his college game.
Kalb stuck on a number, no longer. Miles Newman rattles in the pull-up from 18. Sabarb's back in front. 6:45 to play first half.
Yeah, been a game of runs thus far. They're not exactly trading baskets.
Shot clock dwindles under 10. Zobrist tried to feed it inside to Funk, and good help defense. It's a turnover.
Good decision by Bolden. Pulled the ball out. I think he thought for a minute about getting the ball inside to Grant, but Metamora got back.
Dribble handoff. Free ball. Way too strong from Newman. Redbirds clear it.
See, Metamora's trying to just slow this pace down a little bit. They've walked the ball down the floor last few times. Don't want to get, I think you don't want to get into a running contest with DeKalb at this point.
Zobrist shovels to Greaves.
Yep.
Bingo.
That's his second three. Good play by Zobrist. That was a good pass.
Reynolds across the lane, tees up Keys. He couldn't answer. Offensive rebound on the glass. Grant bounced twice but wouldn't fall. Zobrist, step back triple.
Wow. He's going to start making them. We said that early. And they're not going to tell him to stop shooting just because he missed a few.
Zobrist, a top 5 player in the state of Illinois, depending on where you look. Chicago Sun-Times has him number 4.
Is that right?
Signed to play at Bradley.
Yeah, I saw Coach Wardle in the gym. Assistant Coach Bargan, so they're here to, I'm sure, offer support to Zobrist and maybe see if they can find somebody else for down the road.
Sure, we'll see a lot of college coaches here this week. This might be, in the 19 years of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, this might be the best slate of any year as Key shuffled the feet, working into a jump shot. And that's high praise. Guys like Zion Williamson been here among many, many others.
Yeah, Buddy Hield, I heard, had been here, and there have been some pretty high-level players. So but you're talking about the quality, top to bottom here, I think is outstanding. They do such a good job here. Metamora just passes, cuts, screen, They'll just kind of pick you apart.
Whistle and a foul.
That's going to be the second foul on Reynolds, I believe.
See if they leave him out there with 4:22 to play in the first half. Reynolds moves his feet so well, he just kind of lost his balance.
Yeah, he's going to continue to be aggressive. I think that's the only way he knows how to play. You just don't want to get number 3, but you also know with him on not on the floor, they're down 5. That could grow in a hurry. And Metamora is looking to post him up. Here's Zobrist.
All he needed was one.
Yeah, sometimes you just need that first one to go, and then everything starts feeling good.
Another triple for Zobrist. He has 8 points. The lead is 8. And an answer on the other end.
Marquise Bolden.
Boy,
he's a good player.
Provided quite a spark.
Yeah,
for the
he's got 7 for DeKalb. Oh.
Yeah, a foul.
That's a tough foul because he almost had the steal initially and then just couldn't control his body enough to not run into the.
It's one of those that you live with, right? If you're a coach.
Yeah.
They all count the same, but there are different degrees of fouls.
Right.
3:33 to play in the first half. Zobrist drives the lane. Finger roll wouldn't go, and Reynolds, maybe the smallest man on the floor, cleared the miss. He'll launch the 3. Rebound out of bounds. It will stay with DeKalb.
Grant is just active around the boards, and he's a quick jumper, just explosive. I see where the football part of him, you just see him as a receiver.
3-star receiver, depending on where you look. He's posting now. Didn't have the angle to get it to him. Bolden, he's had the hot hand. He'll tee it up.
Oh, I thought that was down. No, another really good effort on the board by Grant. Just didn't have enough control of the ball to get that one in, but Metamora's got to get a body on him.
5-point Metamora advantage. Zobrist around a ball screen. He is picked up, but Bolden, he has met the task in a steal.
And got it right back.
Zobrist, fadeaway triple. Offensive rebound for Metamora. Inside, scrapping and clawing. Zach Bourne, and DeKalb wants a timeout.
Yeah, what a good hustle play by Bourne. 6'2 sophomore, and he really went after the ball and finished strong.
Mike Reynolds, I think he wants to chat with the officials. Not been happy with the officiating in this first half. Timeout brought to you by Intercon Engineering. Thank you to Intercon for all their support this week. For nearly 50 years, Intercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions, industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit interconpower.com and engineer your future with us. Well, 2:23 to play in the first half. Mike, this could be really a significant 2-minute stretch. If you're Metamora, you'd love to push this to 10, 12, create a little separation. And if you're DeKalb, you want to reel the Redbirds back in and set yourself up for what should be a barn burner of a second half. But the way this DeKalb team plays, they can shoot it from the outside. They're all over the glass, particularly on the offensive end. That 10, 12-point deficit at the half, whatever it could be, I wouldn't be too concerned if I'm the Bars because they can get back into one in a hurry.
Exactly, and I think they got two things going. One is you don't want this lead to expand anymore, and secondly, you don't want Reynolds to pick up his third foul. And that's a good place. Get the ball inside and get a bucket, get some fouls. That's first foul on Metamora in the half. It's only, I think DeKalb has 3 and Reynolds has 2 of those 3. The board says 2, but I think they have 3.
First free throw rattled in for Grant. We talked about DeKalb trying to kind of stem the tide here right away. They did not wait around. High-low entry pass inside to Grant. goes 1 of 2 at the stripe, but that's where they can take advantage. Get the ball in his hands and let him work from 12 feet and in.
Exactly. He's hard to guard there. Could draw fouls. Metamora's just doing a good job. They're controlling the pace now. Nice little back cut.
Zobrist, tough catch. Pretty finish. He's into double figures with 10.
Yeah, beautiful pass. They set up the defense.
Whistle on a foul. Bolden will march to the stripe.
And again, you said it's an 8-point deficit. They got to make these free throws. They got to, for DeKalb, they got to keep this thing. They want to keep it 5-6 points. You really don't want to, just psychologically, they're capable of overcoming, I think, a deficit, but psychologically, the 2-digit deficit just really plays in your mind a little bit.
Bolden will try to split the freebies.
Yeah, so that's 3 or 4 free throws they just missed. And Metamora just walking the ball down the floor. And I'm looking, maybe DeKalb's going to come out in the second half and put some pressure on to try to speed this thing up a little bit. But right now, being a little conservative, probably to protect Reynolds with these 2 fouls.
Straight away, triple and air ball.
I think that's the freshman,
Caden
Turner. And he's a good player. What he'll learn is when you get in the game, come up and down the floor a few times before you launch one. .62 and 6'5" freshman.
That'll work.
I wonder if Danny Greaves thought about maybe postponing that retirement a little bit with those guys coming.
Foul on DeKalb trying to chase down the miss. We got Grant pushing the back. His first foul, no foul trouble for him. That's the good news.
And I think, with DeKalb, they got to look at this and say, if we keep this fairly close, we got Reynolds really hasn't made a shot. He's got 4 points, but really hasn't, he's shot a lot of threes, hasn't made many of them. They got to think, well, maybe he's going to get hot.
The freshman.
Yeah, he's not bashful.
Turner, another triple try, but too strong.
Oh, really good read by Funk.
Big man jumps the passing lanes, and it's out of bounds to Metamora. 31 ticks remaining in the first half. Shot clock is off here for the Redbirds. You can use.
Yeah, they can basically run it down if they choose to do so.
Funk and Grant got tangled up for the play. Grant trying to take away Funk's space. Game of cat and mouse here.
Yep. See if they got any kind of quick hitting out of bounds play or if they're just going to look to get it in. Now they got something going on.
Got a foul.
Oh, 23. They called a hold.
Well, the officials were trying to stop the hand fighting. Grant a steal.
He's going to dunk this one.
Oh, my.
That's pretty impressive. He's had 2 really highlight dunks so far.
All he needed was that personal foul to fire him up.
Yeah, really good play on his part. Made the steal, and he thought dunked the minute the ball got in his hands.
7 seconds. Greaves pulls up the triple. Short, into the arms of Funk. Reverse layup, no, and to the half we go. It's a 6-point Metamora lead at the break, but if you believe in momentum, Uncle Mo might just sit with the barbs at the moment. What an emphatic slam by Devon Grant right before the intermission.
And that was with 6'10" Funk right there.
In his hip pocket.
He did. In his hip pocket is exactly right.
My goodness.
I see Jim Mattson over there. I'm sure he got those on video because those are definitely highlights.
You might be seeing those once or twice or 3 more times here this evening. What a What a fun first half. And Mike Reynolds, the DeKalb head coach, still chanting the officials on the way off. He has not been happy. And really the entire staff chatting with the officials. We'll keep an eye on that. I'd like to see those guys just get back to the locker room here, keep on playing.
Yeah, you got momentum. Just don't turn the tide a little bit by somebody all of a sudden doing something and getting a tee to start the half or whatever.
So that's something we'll keep an eye on in the second half. Your score at the break, Metamora 24, DeKalb 18. And this is a high-level ball game that you like defense, you like high-flying slams, and a couple of step-back threes. We've seen it all. Send it to a break. Halftime here, game number 2. Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions.
The 2024 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media is brought to you by OSF Cancer Institute. Learning you have cancer can be a scary and confusing time, but the multidisciplinary team at OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute can be by your side throughout your journey from diagnosis to treatment to survivorship. Offering comprehensive cancer care services including access to clinical trials, radiation oncology, hematology, chemotherapy, immunotherapy, and surgical oncology. To request an appointment, visit the OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute website or call 844-OSF-4HOPE. Buy Uftring. Take advantage of outstanding year-end savings during the big 2024 clearance at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Find the new car or truck you've always wanted at the Uftring dealer closest to you in Peoria, East Peoria, Washington, or North Beacon, or shop online at UfteringAutoGroup.com. By Hometown Community Banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank. With 53 locations in 38 local communities, we've got you covered. Hometown Community Banks, community people, community banking, member FDIC. And by Countryside Banquet and Catering, the official banquet facility of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and home of the tournament's annual Thanksgiving dinner.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome into the studio. I'm Teddy Ball alongside Kurt Pegler. Kurt, big first half of action with DeKalb and Metamora and that one. And for you, this is gonna be an interview about you. Enough about the basketball. We'll get into that in a little bit. We got a good action coming up after this. But for you, you were known as Mr. Basketball in the area. That's at least what I think of you. I think of you as the sports guy of Central Illinois. And, I think a lot of people are starting to acknowledge that. And this year, you are being inducted into the Den of Honor here at TOC. How does that feel?
Well, it feels great. I don't know about the whole Mr. Basketball in Central Illinois. I mean, I don't dunk or can't shoot a three-point shot, so I'm going to let somebody else be Mr. Basketball. But it's a major honor. When I was told several months ago that they were going to put me in the Den of Honor, I was flabbergasted. It's such an honor to be a part of this group, and I mean, this is such a wonderful tournament, and what it's done for brain cancer research and glioblastoma. I mean, that was a term that nobody had even heard of in Central Illinois, probably prior to Kevin Brown and his battle in this tournament. So this is more than just a basketball tournament. This has turned into awareness for brain cancer. The fight against brain cancer, and for me to be a part of it is just absolutely amazing. I just could not be more humbled to be a part of this, for sure.
It definitely is. I think going into when I first started working for Clutch and doing this tournament, I didn't really know too much about glioblastoma, and so to know that the tournament is based on a lot more than just basketball, it really brings everything together. The whole community comes out because it's all in good support, for the Kevin Brown Foundation, but also just it's a good source of it as well. You get to watch good basketball, and that's why everything comes together, and that's why I think you were getting inducted, because not only are you, the tournament itself is great, but like the individuals that go into making the tournament great, and you are one of those people for sure. And so when you look on the wall, I mean, our viewers aren't able to see it, but look at the Den of Honor inductees throughout the years. I mean, there's so many notable names, so many, just very substantial people in the area and all around the nation. And so, like you said, it's an honor for that. But Kurt, one thing I want to say to you, growing up, I grew up in the Central Illinois area, and all throughout my life when I would turn on the news, I would see you and Jim Matson, and so it's kind of cool to see that, to be here, to be able to interview you is kind of an honor for me, because I've seen you, like, as growing up, I've gotten to see you do throughout your career, and so congratulations here tonight. But overall, I want to talk to you about this Metamora game as well.
Sure.
This first half, I don't know if you got to see too much of it, but Metamora is leading I know you just got here, but I'll talk to you about what do you think about Metamora throughout the season? Like last year, obviously a very good team. Last couple years,
really,
one of the better teams in the state of Illinois,
sure.
one of the better teams in the nation. But going into this year, what are your thoughts on them?
Well, I think it's a different looking team. Obviously, the last couple of years they were a little bit older, more veteran guys, but you've got Matthew Zobrist and Jonah Funk on this team, and those are two potential all-state players for this year. And obviously you've got Ashton Greaves. You've got some guys who've played in this system for a couple of years, and they do look to be a little bit younger than they were in the past couple of years. They don't have Cooper Koch. They don't have Tyler Mason. They don't have the core that they had last year, but this is still a very good team, and a team I think that can really make some noise deep into the season. They know how to win. They've been here before. Now they've got a new head coach, but he was on the bench, all these years under Coach Greaves. So, Coach Dame knows what he's doing. I think they're poised to be, a factor in Central Illinois again. And I think fans that watch Metamora play this year are going to see a fun team. They're going to see a team that wins a lot, and they're going to see a team, like I said, that could be very dangerous in February and March.
Yeah, Metamora is a team that's been through TOC quite a few times. Thinking about your history through, working here at the tournament, are there any teams that kind of remind you of Metamora, or just like teams in general that stand out as like real powerhouses of tournament champions?
Yeah, I mean, my goodness, you go back 19 years. I think one of the reasons why they've reached out to me, because I remember the first year when they launched this, and they said that WMD was on board, and we certainly were on board to kind of help promote this event. And I think about the NBA guys who've been in here. The Zion Williamson. Zion Williamson was the one I think that just electrified the crowd.
Absolutely.
He was probably the guy that I'm going to remember the most. But when you talk about Andrew Wiggins and you talk about Anthony Davis, and then yes, you've got the Washingtons and the Metamoras and the Mortons and Notre Dame. The local teams that have played in this event and have had memorable games. I mean, I know that I'm going to forget somebody if I try to go through my brain and try to remember all these, but this tournament is special because you have special players from outside the area and outside the state, big-time national players coming in here, and you still have the local players that bring the local flair with the big crowds. I mean, you walk through the gym right now, Metamora tonight, Washington after this one, the girls' game between Notre Dame and Washington, which I'm really excited about. I mean, this place is full, and it's just electric right now.
The house always gets packed here, Tournament of Champions.
Yeah.
But one more question I want to ask you. For the 19 years this tournament's been around, what is your favorite memory specifically?
Well, like I said, I do remember Zion Williamson. I do remember the player that came in here with one arm, and he was absolutely perfect for the event. People loved him and fell in love with him. But I just remember Coach Brown. I remember what he brought to the table. I remember that he wanted this thing to be a big event. He wanted it to grow, and even in his death, since he's been gone since 2019, this event continues to grow, and it might be bigger now. I think it is bigger now.
Yeah.
And that's what I'll always remember. I'll always associate this event with Kevin Brown, and he and Sean Powell 19 years ago wanted to see this thing be a big deal, and it certainly is a big deal.
It definitely is. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm Teddy Ball alongside Kurt Pegler. Kurt, congratulations once again on the Den of Honor induction, and overall, thank you for being here. So we're going to send it back up to the booth, and once again, thank you for being here, Kurt.
The 2024 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media is brought to you by OSF Cancer Institute. Learning you have cancer can be a scary and confusing time, but the multidisciplinary team at OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute can be by your side throughout your journey from diagnosis to treatment to survivorship. Offering comprehensive cancer care services including access to clinical trials, radiation oncology, hematology, chemotherapy, immunotherapy, and surgical oncology. To request an appointment, visit the OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute website or call 844-OSF-4HOPE. Buy Uftring. Take advantage of outstanding year-end savings during the big 2024 clearance at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Find the new car or truck you've always wanted at the Uftring dealer closest to you in Peoria, East Peoria, Washington, or North Pekin, or shop online at UfteringAutoGroup.com. By Hometown Community Banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank. With 53 locations in 38 local communities, we've got you covered. Hometown Community Banks, community people, community banking, member FDIC. And by Countryside Banquet and Catering, the official banquet facility of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and home of the tournament's annual Thanksgiving dinner.
About ready to go with second half action here inside Torry Gymnasium. What a game, too. This has been the Metamora Redbirds Class 3A And the DeKalb Barbs, Class 4A. It's Metamora with a 6-point edge. Cody Schindler, Mike Plunkett here with you. Boy, if you're DeKalb, you have to love the way you finish the first half. A steal, a dunk, some energy. Got it within the 2 possessions here. How do they pick up where they left off?
Well, I'm kind of looking for DeKalb maybe to extend some pressure now and try to pick the pace up a little bit. They got some early buckets on a little momentum. They were excited. And then Metamora just decided we're just going to walk the ball down the floor. Then we're going to run our offense. We're going to pick you apart in half-court offense. So I look for DeKalb maybe to do a little, whether they do it all the time, off of a made basket, off of a free throw, I don't know, but maybe extending the pressure a little bit and just trying to speed this game up.
Matthew Zobrist, meanwhile, in double figures for Metamora, the Bradley recruit. And obviously, point of emphasis for Metamora, get the ball to number 5 and let him play make.
Yeah, and he missed some shots early, but he knows he's going to make those shots, and nobody's going to tell him to stop shooting them. And once he got one in, he just has the ability to just completely take over the ball game.
Away we go, second half action. Metamora will get the first crack at it. It was Grant, the active hands, nearly another steal. Would have been a runway for a slam.
Yeah, that would have been another highlight.
Whistle, offensive foul right away. The Barbs get a stop and charges.
Yeah, nice job. I think that was O'Neal that picked up that charge.
Well, that charge is brought to you by Jody Brown's State Farm. Contact Jody Brown and her team for your auto, fire, and life insurance needs. A little bit of a mishap with the clock, but officials got it in order.
First game for everybody. Things are going to happen.
That's right. By game 33, we'll have this down to a science.
That's right.
Just in time for next year.
Yeah, you just perfect it and comes to an end. Let's see what DeKalb's looking to do anything differently at all on offense.
Cutting across the lane.
Oh, that was
what
nice.
A finish. Acrobatic. Justin O'Neal used the rim as a shield.
Good footwork and good finish.
The way the Barbs just deny the passing lanes. They're so active. Tiptoeing the sideline. No, out of bounds. That was Ramage.
I think Reynolds had to be a little concerned there. Were they going to call me on a bump to push him out of bounds, but they had him stepped out of bounds?
Barbs trying to cut into the deficit. Chance to make it a one-possession ball game.
Again, their game plan, it looks like, is we're going to take the ball inside right now.
Grant, deep positioning, just couldn't finish the short one. It's a high percentage look.
It is. Just changes a little bit when you're trying to do that over 6'10".
Into the corner, Jones.
Big shot.
The freshman rattles in a 3-ball.
Shot that with a lot of confidence. In rhythm. Comes a lob.
Up top, Devon Grant. Putting a hurting on the rims here tonight.
Yeah, that's 3 dunks for him, and like you said, there's probably more in the bag.
Zobrist and Funk in a ball screen. Zobrist, bottoms.
Yep. Zobrist is saying you can have your 2 for the dunk. I'll take my 3 from outside. Can't give him any room.
Hard to go under a screen the way he can shoot it.
Yes. Yeah, if you go underneath the screen, you're in trouble because he's going to get rid of that in a hurry.
All of a sudden, the Redbirds can push the lead to double figures. Step back, triple, Zobrist. It was short. Tell out of the hand.
Yeah, that didn't look comfortable the minute he shot it.
Reynolds in transition, too strong. It was Zobrist who climbed up there to tap it to Funk.
Yeah, Reynolds he just can't find one to fall for him, but apparently he's one of their go-to guys at least shooting the ball from the outside. He shot it quite a bit and just got to find the basket.
Reeves, wild
That's a tough
shot.
shot.
Rebound loose, controlled by Keys, who then lost it. And there's a foul charge to Funk.
Yeah, heads up play by O'Neal. He didn't give up on that, and he saw that his teammate was in trouble, and he was able to pick up the loose ball.
Game 2 of 4 here tonight. The final game, Peoria Notre Dame girls against the Washington girls.
Yeah, the first ever
How cool is that?
girls game in this long history of this tournament, and it should be a good one.
Whistle and I believe a push. Screened up here. They get Ramage. They did.
Yes.
This is a DeKalb team. They have some guys who can shoot it from the outside, but they have not been able to do so tonight.
No. Metamora, I don't think they had 3 fouls in the whole first half. They have 3 fouls here in the first less than 4 minutes.
Dribble handoff, Keys cut off. Grant spins across the lane, had it blocked. Redbirds get on the loose ball, and again a chance to push the lead to double figures.
Funk definitely makes a difference for Metamora.
Reeves stopping
drive,
and
good
starting.
pass.
Tees up a 3. It was too strong, but the rebound bounced back to Funk, and he's fouled. Free throws coming, the South Dakota signee.
Funk did what people have been saying you need to do, from the beginning of time, is follow your shot, and he did. Here are the Notre Dame girls entering the gym as we were just talking about them.
First free throw rims off for Funk. And you talked about it, Mike. He's been able to make an impact. Hasn't scored a ton here tonight.
No.
Hasn't had to. He's influenced a couple of misses. He's blocked a couple of shots. Winning plays. They add up.
Any rebounds? If you're giving your opponent one shot, and they clean that up from early part of the game. And he does. He changes. I think their goal was to start the second half was we're going to bring the ball inside. And when Funk changes or denies shots, that's going to change their game plan.
Here comes Reynolds. Had his man fly by and knocks down the 17-footer. Timeout DeKalb. (31-24) Redbirds, just under 4 to play in the third quarter. This power-up timeout is brought to you by Intercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Intercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit interconpower.com and engineer your future with us. And if you need some plans after tonight's ball games, check out Kep Sports Bar. Find their menu online at their website. Kep's features trivia every other Wednesday night at 7 p.m. and Texas Hold'em at 6 p.m. every Sunday night. Follow and like Kep's on Facebook for more information.
Another good place. You mentioned
Yes.
Culver's, now Kep's, and I'm getting hungry. Both good choices.
And the way this Washington community supports this tournament, just top notch.
Washington's a great community anyway in so many ways.
Active hands, Keys. Still a lot of basketball to be played here. See if DeKalb can get a couple of steals. They've been active. The way they pressure the ball, they jump passing lanes. See if they can turn those into a couple of easy ones, something you talked about earlier.
That's it. I think you got to look to get some easy shots. That was a shot taken because of the shot clock. That changes a little bit of what you do too.
Straight away, Grant the triple.
Wow. Showed a part of the game I didn't know that he had.
That gets a lid off from long range.
Yeah, and all of a sudden we got a 4-point game under 3 minutes to go in the third quarter. So this is turning out to be really, I think it's just going to be a battle all the way through.
Metamora got it to 9, trying to create some separation. Not going to happen, and a steal. Bolden swatted by Funk.
Good play by Funk to recover, get back.
A little too aggressive. Metamora had numbers. They tried to force that pass. 2.5 to play, third quarter, 4-point Redbird lead. Jones couldn't finish. Rebound.
Wow.
Inside the sophomore board. Had no business grabbing that miss.
No, getting the rebounds one thing, then he finished it. Very impressive.
Key stop and pop triple. Short. Rebound. Karam to Bourne. Funk spins back to his right.
Wow.
Crafty finish. And the Redbirds respond with 4 in a row of their own. Inside, O'Neal backing in. Left it short, and it's tapped out. It will stay here.
Yeah, this little 4-point run was started with an offensive rebound by Bourne and a putback. And, that's this, you talked about the little things, and I don't even know if there is such thing as little things in basketball because
they add up, don't they?
They really do.
Reynolds off a screen, left
That's what
alone.
they tried to do, yep. You can't lose him on an out-of-bounds play. You got to know they're going to run something his direction.
What I love about Reynolds, when he catches, his shoulders are always square.
I'm sure, the last name, he's got to be the coach's kid. And he plays like one. Just smart, plays hard.
Jones lowering the shoulder. He draws the foul. Free throws coming. Freshman turn it into a 3-possession ball game. First one is short.
Yeah, I think Jones is going to be a really, really good player for Metamora. They just keep producing them, don't they?
Goes 1 of 2 at the line. 6'5" as a freshman. Some guard skills. Creep up on the final minute here in the third quarter. Metamora 36-30 advantage. Entry pass O'Neal. Zobrist a good wall up. And he
really good
influenced the
defense.
miss.
Real good defense there.
Metamora, if they hurried, could have went 2 for 1. I don't think they can do so now.
Yeah, they're just going to look for best shot they can get right now. I think that is off Metamora. That's a careless mistake.
Tell you what, though, all things considered, probably a break for Metamora. I thought it was going to be a live ball turnover and a dunk.
Well, if DeKalb plays this right, get the last shot, and then they get the ball to start the fourth quarter, if that possession arrow is correct. So, they could really get some momentum going into the quarter and then starting the fourth quarter.
Rattle off 5 in a row, and you got something.
Yeah, just don't do anything too early to give Metamora a chance to score. The worst you want is to keep this a 6-point game with possession, but you can cut this thing in half possibly.
10 seconds, Reynolds.
They're going to try to find, they got it inside. And he hurt himself a little bit too.
Zobrist to beat the horn. Too strong. And I'm with you, Mike. I was watching Graham on the way back. He came up lane. Hope that he's all right. As that concludes the third quarter, Metamora maintains their 6-point lead. 8 minutes to go in regulation. Should be a lot of fun. This stoppage is brought to you by Intercon Engineering. It's a power-up timeout. For nearly 50 years, Intercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit interconpower.com and engineer your future with us. And PJ Hare is again a proud sponsor of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. This year's building for the future all-academic team. PJ Hare wishes all teams good luck this week. 8 minutes to go, Coach. 6-point lead, Metamora. But as you astutely pointed out, Cal will get the ball to start here.
Yeah, and they had an opportunity to get a bucket to end the quarter, but it just didn't happen. So now you got to make sure they got a great look. Now you just got to make sure you get something good out of this. And again, you talk about the first 4 minutes of a second half being crucial, and then you got a 6-point game here. Where's it going to be at the 4-minute mark? Is it still going to be 6, or is it going to be more? It's going to be less, and that's going to determine really what's going to happen down the road here, because points have been a little harder to come by as things have moved along here. The game has slowed down from the pace it started with. Well, they looked for a lob initially, but Metamora did a really good job of defending that.
Zobrist, the back cut. Net at the rim, but a foul called.
That's the second time they've run that back cut, and there's been no help weak side from DeKalb.
Well, we talked about it earlier, that the ball pressure, right? And while that is a pro, and that's something that can lead to turnovers, lead to steals, there's the other side of the coin.
Exactly. And good teams are gonna use that pressure to their advantage when the pressure's against them by going backdoor, and Metamora does a good job of that. So really what you have to do, if you're going to pressure really hard, then you have to pressure the passer too and make that a hard pass for him to make.
Zobrist 1 of 2 at the line. The lead is 7. Reynolds, pull up Jay. Smooth.
Yeah, if he gets hot, it's going to give them a chance.
Reynolds, the coach's kid, up to 9 as Metamora's lead is 5. 37-32 Redbirds, 7 minutes to play. Creeping up on 7 minutes to play. Zobrist was looking inside and had his pass picked. Showtime, Devon Grant.
Yeah, he's shown us on his dunks a different look on every one of them.
He's in his bag, as the kids would say.
That's right, he is. Another good cut. Very much better defended by DeKalb that time. They've got to be aware of those, and you got to get that help ready to get there. That could be that's a block. That could have gone either way.
That was a bang collision in the paint. Blocking foul will be charged to Keys, the senior. And let's see. Zobrist go to the line. He will. Oh, it may have been on the floor.
Oh, yeah. He did not shoot it. When he went on the floor, I think Coach Dame is, you start to think bad thoughts, but I think he just took a shot in a painful place.
A couple of the white shirts walked to the line. I thought they got a shooting foul out of that, which would have been quite a break for Metamora, but they got it right. Now on the floor, Redbirds will inbound. 6.5 to play. Metamora, a 3-point edge, 37-34. What a ball game.
Has been a good ball game for opening night. Playing against, both teams are playing against really good teams. So
Metamora had multiple chances to grab the miss. Just couldn't quite corral it.
DeKalb with a chance to tie it here.
Funk, another block.
Shot clock ticking down.
Little casual. DeKalb turns it over and a travel. Both teams a little out of sorts getting after the loose ball, and ultimately it's a wash. Cal will get another crack here. 5:53 to play. Comes Reynolds.
Yeah, he just kind of reads the defense. He's hard to guard. He keeps moving.
For the tie.
Squares up. That's not a bad shot. That's a push. Yep.
Offensive foul, Brennan Evans. Senior just checked into the game. And we have a stoppage, a timeout. Metamora wants to talk about it. Just a 30-second timeout, which means we have to hustle through our power-up timeout, which is brought to you by Intercon Engineering. Nearly 50 years, Intercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions, industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit interconpower.com and engineer your future with us. .536 to play in regulation. Metamora, a three-point edge. This game deserves to come down at the last minute, doesn't it?
And it sure seems like it's going to be that way. Nobody can. It's like Metamora, once they got that lead, they were down 8-2. Then at the end of the first quarter, they're up 11-8, and it's been 3, 4, 5, 7. I think the biggest has maybe been 8.
In and out in the three ball, Zobrist. DeKalb again shooting for a tie. Reynolds, the floater.
He's pretty good at that. That's the second one of those he's knocked down.
Well, he's hit a couple of outside shots, and as a result, he's starting to turn the corner and get around some of those defenders.
Yep, and we got a 1-point game, under 5 minutes to play.
Buckle up.
Oh, almost another steal.
Jones switches hands midair.
That was a little Michael Jordan. Woo! Up with the right and under with the left.
23.
Young man's a good player. Yeah, what number's he wearing?
Dribble handoff, Bolden
There's
high off the window.
Funk again changing the shot.
But it's cleaned up.
That's
by
a problem.
Another 23.
Yeah, when he goes over to help, somebody has to slide down from Metamora to get that weak side rebound. Nobody did.
14 points for Devon Grant to pace the Barbs. Zobrist goes against the ball screen. Good on-ball defense from Bolden, but this time a hand check.
That's their fourth team, almost putting them in the bonus, which is key. Metamora has not committed a foul yet this quarter. What I like about the shot clock, though, is you have to play. You're not going to get a lead and
no four corners.
No four corners.
What a fight down low, Zobrist
yes.
and Bolden.
Bolden is just not very big, but he's holding his ground.
Zobrist spinning left, fading away. Tried to go off the window.
Ooh,
rebound tapped down. One-on-one at the other end. And it ripped off for Miller. Love the effort, love the fight.
Yeah, that was there.
If you're Mike Reynolds, Miller nearly went coast to coast to give his club the lead. Zobrist hangs and scores.
That's a tough shot. Puts the Redbirds up 3 with 3 minutes to go.
Reynolds thought better of it, and his pass slipped through the fingers of Bolden.
This gym is starting to fill up in anticipation of the Washington
just
boys.
About to say the same thing.
Washington boys and girls playing the next 2 games.
There's always a good energy in the gym.
Yes, there is.
Love coming here, love being a part of this. 19th year, the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions.
A little behind the back pass by Zobrist. Funk can't quite finish.
Second
chance.
Try. Funk and 1. I believe his first field goal of the game, and if so, it was a big one.
Wow, yes. He's been such a factor, just hasn't been on the points column, but sometimes not how many, it's just when you do them.
The stick-to-itiveness on the glass. Chance to push the lead to 6. Too strong.
Yeah, the free throw shooting on both sides has not been great. If there's been one weakness tonight, that's probably been it.
Timeout, DeKalb. They want to talk about it. Leaves the Barbs with 3 timeouts, Metamora with 2. So 43-38 Metamora lead, 2:25 to play. Another stoppage becomes a power-up timeout brought to you by Intercon Engineering. Nearly 50 years, Intercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions and industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and jet-set packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit interconpower.com and engineer your future with us. Don't need a 3 yet if you're DeKalb. Too early to think that way. Just need a bucket.
Right. Yeah, there's 2:25 with the shot clock. That's a lot of time. Get a bucket, get a stop. Metamora, the thing Metamora can do a little bit, and you don't think about it when you're ahead, but sometimes you got some fouls to give now. They really have 4 fouls they can give. And if there's something that's happening, you can stop that from happening by just making a common foul. You don't want to foul a shooter.
Reynolds around a screen. He'll pull up the triple. He's on line but short.
Yeah, that's good defense. They challenge that enough to make that a tough shot.
See O'Neal leaning on Funk, trying to pick the passing lane.
Yeah, Metamora just run a little, almost a flex offense. Now they're coming out with the ball screen.
Zobrist step back
a little room.
3. Perhaps a dagger 3 from the Bradley commit.
I was just thinking that when that 8-point lead, a minute and a half to go. And DeKalb's been a little unorganized on offense the last couple times down. That makes up for it, though.
A big answer.
Yeah.
Marquise Bolden, he says, hold that thought. Gets it back to 5 with 1:23 to play, and inevitably, we'll see some full court pressure here from DeKalb. They'll have 1 timeout remaining over the last 1:23. Hey, guess what? It's another timeout. Power Up Timeout brought to you by Intercon Engineering. Nearly 50 years, Intercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions and industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit interconpower.com. Engineer your future with us. And Culver's, they too proud to sponsor this year's Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Official pre- and post-game stop for Butterburgers and fresh frozen custard. Culver's strives to make a difference in their community and is giving back in a big way. $1 from every concrete mixer purchase this week will be donated back to the fight against glioblastoma. Stop in one of their 5 locations in Washington, East Peoria, Morton, or Peoria, and tell Scoopy we sent you.
Okay, minute 25, 5-point ball game. A lot of time with the shot clock and the 3-point line. So DeKalb does not need to think about fouling. We put Metamora at the line shooting 2.
Thought we'd see some more pressure in the
I did too.
backcourt.
I thought we'd see pressure in the second half of the game that we just haven't seen.
Zobrist inside to Jones. What a finish.
I'll tell you, just what confidence your senior D1 finds the freshman underneath the basket this late in the game. They know he can play.
Final minute of regulation. Here comes Reynolds.
Reeves has done a great job.
The reverse, too strong. Who wants the loose ball?
That's going to be Metamora ball. You know, Greaves, again, we've talked about some things he's done, but his defense on Reynolds has been outstanding this game, too. And that was a great defensive sequence right there. Oh, there was a foul.
Yes. Yeah. I'm with you, Mike. I thought it was just an out-of-bounds play.
I did too.
We're kind of screened in the corner down there. Free throws coming for Zach Bourne. Miller checks back in for DeKalb. And that was the 5th foul on Devon Grant.
Oh.
My goodness, what an effort from him. He impacted the game in so many ways.
What an athlete. Highlight reel.
Couple of big-time dunks. Highly touted football recruit. DeKalb will be back here bright and early tomorrow, 9:45. Well, Devon Grant, he's worth the price of admission.
Yeah, come out and
grab
a little breakfast
right?
and come watch. See, that's Metamora. Just, you know, you foul a little bit here. It doesn't matter. You're not going to the line. You just stop them from doing what they want to do. You know, that's a strategy that, you know, I kind of like.
Reynolds step back three was blocked
Boy, how
by
many blocks?
Funk.
He's got to have 3 or 4.
Head of the pack. Funk gets it back and had it blocked at the rim.
Boy, nice play.
Searching for an exclamation point. Inside out, Reynolds the triple try. Wouldn't go. Zobrist the rebound.
Now they ought to be able to just dribble it out.
Up the floor to Graves.
Yep. And that'll finish it. Well, congratulations to Justin Dame, his first varsity win as a head coach.
Now hold that thought. We did get a foul. He's 2 seconds away from putting it in the win column.
It's going to be there. And but again, this DeKalb team is going to be fun to watch how they progress over the course of the season. They really didn't shoot the ball great tonight, and still, this was a heck of a ball game all the way through against a good Metamora team.
Justin Dame, first-year head coach. He's 1-0. Zobrist.
How was that?
Got his own miss and threw it in.
Yeah, that's a strange ending to a good game.
I've never seen anything like that.
No, that was different.
Well, that makes up for the 2 free throw misses. And look, if you're Justin Dame, that's something you'll talk about, I'm sure, tomorrow when you get back to the drawing board. But more importantly, if you're Metamora, you come away with a win against a very good 4A club in DeKalb. 51-41 the final. We've seen 2 fun ball games here to kick off the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. And DeKalb, Mike, they got it to within 3. They were hanging around a 1-score game for really a good chunk of that fourth quarter. Just couldn't get over the hump.
Yeah, once they lost the lead, they could never get it back. They were never any closer than what, they got down 3, and I don't think they ever got any closer than 3 the rest of the way. Just had opportunities, but, give Metamora credit. Not only did they, do enough to win the game, but they just, they dictated the tempo, the pace of the game, and they kept it to where DeKalb was going to play the way they wanted to play, and Metamora comes away with a spurt at the end. It was 46-41, and scored in the last 5 points. Of course, the last 2 were kind of odd, but
so Metamora victorious. One of the best 3A teams in the state of Illinois. They win it 51-41. little help from an unorthodox 2 at the end. We're having a lot of fun there in Washington, Illinois, the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, and we're going to have some more fun here shortly. Still 2 more games to go this evening. Romeoville against the host Washington. That's coming up next. And then stick around for the nightcap, 8:45 approximate tip-off. The first ever girls game in the history of this tournament. Peoria Notre Dame, defending 2A state champions, against Washington. Should be a lot of fun. The Panthers will have it the rest of the way. For Mike Plunkett, this is Cody Schindler. We'll rejoin you a little later on here on Clutch Sports.
The 2024 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. Coach Kevin Brown was a tough and gritty competitor both on and off the court in his battle with glioblastoma, a fast-growing form of brain cancer. OSF Healthcare Institute brings that same tenacity to the fight against glioblastoma and has teamed up with the KB Strong Foundation to bring the first clinical trials to the Peoria area. These trials will begin soon. By the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 19th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial TOC. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all Washington has to offer during your visit to the TOC. By Titan Industries, a family-owned steel fabrication shop. They provide high-quality steel fabrication services to clients large and small. Contact them to be a part of your next project. Visit titannd.us for additional information. And by Teamworks, proud to be an official partner of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Uftring Auto Group Center. I'm Teddy Ball alongside Coach Lane Langhoff, the coach of the Peoria Notre Dame girls basketball team. Coach, thank you for joining us today, and we got a good set of basketball games, and you're going to be finalizing it here on the last game of the night.
Yeah, thank you for having us. The atmosphere is already amazing. Hoping everybody sticks around for that last one.
I hope so too. And we talked a little bit before this. You talked about how this is the first girls game for the TOC, ever in the 19-year history of the tournament. How does that make you feel?
It's an amazing feeling. I mean, when she reached out to us and said, hey, they're planning a girls game, would you like to be in it? It was an honor. Our kids feel like this is an honor to be the first, and there's a lot of really good basketball teams around here, a lot of really good programs, and to be asked to be in the first one, it means a lot to our kids.
Definitely, and for a lot of the boys' teams, this is kind of the first games they play, besides a few exceptions. But for you guys have a hot start to the season, 4-0 already, and looking good to go into this game. You do play Washington, who is a really good team. How are you guys feeling going into this one?
We feel good. We came off 4 games in 6 days, and gave us good opportunity to get to our bench and see what our bench kids can do. And Washington's a top program around. They return a lot of kids that had a lot of success last year. So this will be a really good test for our kids tonight.
And just speaking of a test, how has that been? Coming off last season, you guys were victorious in the state championship. Obviously, that's a milestone in your career and for all the players as well. But this year, it's obviously hard coming off that because you lose a lot of players. How has that been trying to adapt to a new team?
Yeah, the team's different. When you lose a player like Maya, who for 4 years has done everything for you, and not just on the court but leading. It's given our kids a chance that are returning kids a chance to step up and be leaders. Losing Caitlin hurt, but our kids have responded well. We still have high expectations, and we know that a game like this is very similar to how we the schedule we had last year to prepare us to play the best teams in the postseason, and this is going to be an amazing atmosphere. This is our kids. We kind of tried to talk about what this will be like, and I'm sure I fell short of describing it. And our kids walked in and see the bleachers full and balconies full. It's a loud gym to begin with. I was here for 18 years when I was in Canton, and it was always loud if it was half full. So this is going to be a great test against a great team that's well coached. And again, we're excited. We feel good. We're coming off a good week of tournament. And we're just looking forward to a challenge.
Yeah, I think when you look at this tournament, it's always so packed, like you just mentioned. We got people flooding out from the last game, and so that's kind of, is that something you like to experience for the players as well? Get them knowing, like, because in the state championship games, everybody comes out. Everyone's there. The crowd's anticipating for what could be a great game. Was a great game last year. So forget that experience later on in the season. Playing big teams and big moments with a lot of people watching. Does that really help you guys out?
Yeah, it does. We've played, like I said, I told you earlier, we played in several shootouts and tournaments where we were in college gyms and it was full. My assistant and I were just joking. This will be louder than the state finals. I mean, maybe not more people, but they're right on top of you.
Yeah.
And it's going to be one of those games where, communication's going to be maybe limited from what we're used to. But yeah, we've got a lot of kids back that have played in this kind of game and this kind of atmosphere, and we've got kids that have done this, so we're excited to see how we do tonight in this great atmosphere.
Another question I have for you, on the other side of the coin, I'm not sure if you got to know him too well, but late great coach Kevin Brown here for Washington, did coach for the boys basketball side of things, but did you get to know him at all? And if not, then just things about the tournament that you've gotten to know.
Like I said, I was in Canton 18 years on the girls' side. I did get to I didn't know him well, but I got to watch his practices when we would get here, and I always liked coming and seeing the intensity that he brought, the passion. You could tell he loved his kids, and I got to thinking back when we got invited. It would have been about 13, 14, 15, somewhere in there. Both his boys team and my Canton girls team was on prep rally.
Okay.
With Jim Matson, and I was telling his wife at the little dinner we had for prior to the tournament that, I think I talked to him for 10 minutes and basketball didn't come up. It was just about life and experiences, and I know he meant a lot to this community, and I was just very blessed to have a chance to see his kids practice, and like I said, just to see the passion. He loved the game. You could tell he loved his players like his own kids, and I'm thankful. Like I said, I'm thankful we're here and have an opportunity to, play in his honor and raise some money for this great event.
Absolutely. I mean, that's what really makes this tournament come together. It's not just basketball. There's a bunch of basketball tournaments, but there's not a lot of Kevin Brown tournament champions around the area. Everybody comes through, whether it's Washington students or Washington community, but also everybody around the area. And so that definitely makes a significant appearance with that. But another question I have for you, just kind of maybe not similarities because every coach is different, but what are some similarities in maybe coaching style or just the connection with your group of kids at the time, group of players that you might share with Kevin Brown?
Well, I know I don't match his sideline presence probably. I'm a little calm. I like to try to be calm so the kids kind of stay calm. I don't know if that's a difference in a guy's game or girls, but I've been lucky for over 20 years to basically coach athletes that just happen to be girls. So similarities, I think we both, have a passion for teaching kids and a passion for winning, and just the fact that, like I said, in what little I saw, I know he loved his kids, and we have 3 boys, but these kids are, they're like I treat them like I would if I had a daughter. They're good kids, good families, and I think that's probably the biggest similarity is just the enjoyment you get out of not just coaching the kids, but having the relationships after the game. And, after watching former players come back for the last 15 years has been a great feeling for not only myself but our family.
I definitely think that's what separates the great coaches as well. And I would consider you a great coach. I hope you consider yourself a great coach.
There's a lot better out there, trust me, but I appreciate that.
Hey, there's not a lot of people that win a state championship. You got to give yourself a little pat on the back for that.
Yeah.
But additionally, looking kind of at the roster this year, it is different from last year. We talked about the differences. Are there any players that stand out to you this year that are really going to make an impact along the season?
I think all our returning kids are better than they were.
Mm-hmm.
I think that was one thing that we looked forward to. Like all these kids that are back, Emmy, Allie, Mingus, Lexi, coming back that were in our top 5 or 6. They're all better. They're all better. They put a lot of time in the summer and in the fall, and so that's one thing that we really feel confident about. Our kids, we lost some kids, we lost some key spots, but our kids that are back are better than they were. They're better basketball players. They're smarter basketball players. And like I said, this is early in the season, but this is a great test for those kids to be leaders in this situation.
Are there any specific games that stand out to you on the schedule, the ones you have circled? Like you go week by week, game by game, but is there any one on the schedule for the regular season?
This one definitely jumped out early. And knowing we had an opportunity to be over here, it's been something we've talked about. You know, we get through that first tournament at Pontiac, and then this is that first real big test. We go down to Southern Illinois the next 3 weekends and play Incarnate Word out of St. Louis. We get Alton again, who were 2 of our 4 losses, and then we follow that up the next weekend playing at O'Fallon. So those are all big ones. Batavia's coming to our place this year. You know, we're going to a new Christmas tournament up in Rockford at Rockford Boylan, so those will be some new teams we see. But this was the first one on the schedule that we circled. Going, this is a great program. Before last year, they bumped us out of the postseason the last 2 years. So our kids were looking forward to this one.
Definitely. This is one I was really excited to see as well. It's a game that, you know, from when I've been watching high school basketball in the area, Washington has been very good. Obviously, you guys have been very good with the state championship last year, so it's definitely one I had circled. It's also really cool, like we mentioned at the start of this, just how cool it is to have a girls' game at the Washington Tournament Championships. Primarily, it's always been a boys' tournament, and it still is mainly a boys' tournament, but it's just groundbreaking for not only you guys, but just everyone to see it live, because just to show how cool girls' basketball is, you know, it's just a lot of people like high-flying dunk stuff like that, but girls' basketball brings a lot to the table as well.
It does, and I just saw Claire McDougal in the hallway. Her dad and I grew up together, went K-12 together, and I gave her a hug, and the first thing she said was, "I am so jealous of you guys." She would have been a great kid. That team was great. You know, they made 2 pretty good postseason runs, and you know, I know she wishes this was the opportunity for their kids. Her sister gets to play, but hopefully this gives other, you know, maybe they'll branch out and add a few more girls games. I would really like to see that. The girls game around this area has a lot to offer. We've got a lot of really skilled teams, skilled kids, a lot of really excellent coaches, and you know, I hope moving forward that other schools get the same opportunity that we have.
Well, Coach, I'm not going to hold you here for too long, but I'm going to ask you one more question.
Okay.
Last season, obviously, one of the main players in your team was Maya Wardle.
Sure.
And so you guys still have one Wardle on the roster, game-winning, like, you know, 3 in the last season on the state championship. But how does it feel not only to have another Wardle on your team, but just, you know, continue the history of their family?
Well, she changed her number. She's now wearing 22. I think the whole family's wore it at some point, but it is. It's you know, Maya. It was a special year for her last year to send her out as a state champion, but all she really talked about was playing 1 year with Emmy in high school. And they knew they were only going to get 1 year. They absolutely made the most of it.
Absolutely did.
And for Emmy to hit that shot, you know, it was all Maya in the huddle said, "Get Emmy the ball," and that pretty much, you know, that 30-second, 45-second timeout summed up Maya's 4-year career. All she cared about was winning. It wasn't about her. It wasn't about scoring. It was about winning basketball games, and she did that at, you know, with the COVID year, she was 97-15 overall, and 14 of those losses were to state-ranked teams. But yeah, it's a great story. She played last night. I didn't get a chance to see it, but I've seen her play a few of her games. We actually took a group of our players down to Carbondale a couple weekends ago and got to see her in person. And you know, she put her you know, statement on the Peoria Notre Dame program and has gotten our team to where we are. And to have another one, to have Emmy again as a sophomore coming back and even better than she was. It's just exciting. It's always exciting to have good kids who work hard, and the Wardles definitely are both of those.
Definitely are. Coach, thank you so much for your time.
Appreciate
Best
it.
of luck tonight for
Thank
the
you.
game, the final game of the night. Make sure to tune into that one, Washington versus PND, to conclude the first night of TOC. Coach Linghoff, thank you so much for your time.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yep, we're going
very
to send
much.
it back up to you guys in the booth. We'll see you in a minute. Okay, never mind. We're not going back up to the booth. I'm going to fill in Gavin Russell here. Gavin, Glad to see you. Haven't seen you in a while here, but we're back in Upstream Auto Group Center together.
It's very good to be back. This is a place I spent 3 years, so this is year number 4. That's crazy to believe.
Is crazy.
And to see this tournament evolve the way that it has, I mean, obviously, many people have spent, over a decade, almost 2 decades around this tournament. So just in my short 3 years, I've seen it grow so much. And we've moved the locations a couple times, but we keep innovating, keep making new things happen. And just going through this tournament field, it really does look like one of the best. I'm sure it's been talked about throughout the studio today, but really it looks like it could be one of the best of all time. And it's hard to top so many great players that have come through Washington.
And that's what makes this tournament so great. I mean, we talk about how it has a great reasoning as well, with the Kevin Brown Memorial, for glioblastoma, but as well as just the basketball itself. It's not any regular tournament. These are stars that come and play here. I mean, Zion Williamson, Hansel Emmanuel, the guys that are making their names now, and so that's what makes this game so good. And we got to see a couple of good ones early on. Metamora had a great game. I wasn't able to see too much of that one, but I just know from the gym and from the crowd noise that was going on, it was just electric.
Yeah, you can barely find a parking spot out here, I mean, I had to walk from 10 minutes away just to get in here, arrived a little bit late, but certainly, I mean, it's a great atmosphere. We got a great one coming up. Host Panthers taking on Romeoville. I mean, it's sure to be a good one, and both these teams are pretty fierce. We know Washington is competitors. James Johnson and company definitely going to have things running. Eric Schirmhorn, great head coach for Washington, and then for Romeoville, they've got some star-studded talent. They were helped by the transfer portal this year. They picked up a couple transfers, bringing back a couple from a 22-win team last year. So Romeoville's certainly going to give Washington all they can handle, but again, it's that environment, the home crowd. You get the student section that you'll see on your screen throughout the game. It's just going to be an electric atmosphere, and I encourage you, watching on Clutch Sports is all right, and we appreciate you being here, but it does no justice to being here in the gym. And, of course, you being here also supports the glioblastoma cause. So I'd get out here. If you can make it for the last game, part of this game tonight, certainly we would love to have you out here, if not in the future days as well.
Absolutely. Brief little talk here with Gavin Russell, but we're going to send it back up to the booth. I'm Teddy Ball. Looks like Gavin Russell. Thank you guys for tuning in.
The 2024 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on ClutchSportsIL.com is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. They understand the worry that a new or potential cancer diagnosis can bring, but through their rapid appointment scheduling process, they can shorten the time it takes to be diagnosed and begin treatment. Give them a call at 844-OSF for hope. Buy Uftring. Take advantage of outstanding year-end savings during the big 2024 clearance at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Find the new car or truck you've always wanted at the Uftring dealer closest to you in Peoria, East Peoria, Washington, or North Pekin, or shop online at UfteringAutoGroup.com. By your hometown community banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank, local people, local decisions, local success, everything you want in a community bank. Member FDIC. And by Countryside Banquet and Catering, the official banquet facility of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and home of the tournament's annual Thanksgiving dinner. From Raymond R. Torry Gymnasium in Washington, Illinois, Clutch Sports Media presents the 19th annual OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, the third game of the first day. Washington and Romeoville, moments away on ClutchSportsIL.com. Thanks for being with us, everybody, today, and I'm Joey Wright, joined by Mike Plunkett and Jeff Little. Guys, it's going to be a fun one here. We get our first look of the season at a Washington team, Mike, that's going to have its hands full against a Romeoville team with talent up and down the roster.
That's what I hear, that Romeoville is just highly talented. You can look at the roster, good overall size, athletic-looking team. Washington's an experienced team, so we'll see. First game, you just never know what's going to happen, but we'll see how Romeoville comes out and plays.
Jeff, you talk about the Washington Panthers, of course, coached by the legendary Kevin Brown, now for whom this tournament is named. Eric Schirmhorn has carried on the way those Coach Brown teams played. Tough, gritty, physical. But this Romeoville team, you look up and down the roster, It's names like Fears. It's names like Porter. I expect Washington to shoot a lot of threes tonight to try and overcome some of that size and physicality.
Well, knowing Coach Schimmerhorn as well as I do, he'll have something in his back pocket to try tonight. I mean, he's not coming into this, with just a wing and a prayer. He's got a game plan, and the kids will execute it. Whether it works or not, that'll be up to how the game plays out.
Absolutely. And Mike, looking at this Washington team, some familiar names too. We talk about that Romeoville squad. Of course, Fears stands out. His brother's playing at the highest levels of college basketball, but Washington's got some guys: Andre Lewis, Will Martin, C.J. Duncan, James Johnson. Some names that the Washington faithful packing this gym tonight have really gotten to know over the last few years.
Yeah, and you said it over the last few years. These guys are veteran players, and I think when you come out and you got an atmosphere like this to open the season, a lot of times, teams are kind of feasting on who they're playing on this first game. That's not happening here this week. You're going to play good competition all the way out. It's nice to have veteran players on the floor, and Washington does have that.
When Coach Brown started this tournament, that was one of the things. Is he didn't really care if he came out of it 3-0. He wanted to be better than when he started, and I think that's the key for every team that comes here and plays, because you're going to play top-notch competition, and you're going to make yourself a better team.
Absolutely. Well said, Jeff. And as we welcome you into Raymond R. Torry Gym, if you're just joining us, Romeoville and Washington, both of these teams ready to go on the boys' side. Washington's girls team, in our next game, will play the first ever girls basketball game here at the KBM TOC, so stick around for that. Peoria Notre Dame in the house. That'll be a really good game, maybe a Class 3A playoff preview. Or I guess Notre Dame's been Class 2A the last
Yeah, Notre Dame is now 2A.
That was a really good Class 3A game a few years ago. I think a regional final they played. So rematch.
I would say Notre Dame is a 3A team playing 2A.
Class 2A state champions a year ago.
That's right.
Yeah, that'll be a really good basketball game to close out night one. As the starting lineups are being introduced now, you see the Romeoville Spartans in the orange jerseys. And curious to see what Mark Howard and company have in store for us. Sean Van Diver's alma mater.
Yeah, you look at the famous alumni, and it's going to be hard to beat DeKalb. Cindy Crawford. I don't know if you saw that. Cindy Crawford. So if anybody can top that, that's my team for the week. Yeah.
It's my favorite. It's one of my favorite parts at TOC week is thumbing through the program and seeing exactly who these schools have produced. So for Washington, just look at the program. Alec Peters, Mason McCoy, of course, playing Major League Baseball, and a lot of famous alumni for Washington not listed as well. Only so much room in the program. And guys, a packed gym tonight. We're going to see this. I think last I heard, 3 of the 5 nights at this year's tournament were sold out. We'll see if they can't
That's amazing.
Sell a few more tickets and bump that number up as the week goes along. And they know how to schedule. You go Metamora, Washington. That's going to draw a big crowd.
It should. I mean, it's an electric atmosphere, like you said. And I mean, for this kind of crowd early in the year, you as a coach, you're never as prepared as you want to be when you go out for the first time. I wish we'd spent more time on this or that, but you're also at the point where you're not getting any better playing yourselves in practice. So you got to get out here and in this kind of atmosphere, your kids are going to learn a lot about themselves, and you'll learn a lot about your players.
Absolutely. We've got our starting lineup for Washington, and it is as follows: Will Martin, Andre Lewis, of course his older brother playing basketball at Parkland. You've got C.J. Duncan in the starting lineup as well, alongside James Johnson. And rounding things out is Pierce Martin. Listen to this crowd as the lights go off, and we'll hear those Panthers introduced.
Yeah, this is just a great atmosphere for opening night. Here we are. It's a Tuesday of the first week of the boys' season. You get this kind of atmosphere. Credit. I'll say it here, and you say it all week, but credit to the Washington community for the job they do putting this thing together, bringing in top-notch competition, and treating everybody like royalty.
Absolutely. And Jeff will talk a lot about Kevin Brown as this week goes along. Of course, fought a courageous fight against glioblastoma, and cool to see this crowd and this community rallying behind him and that great cause, trying to raise awareness for that disease all week long. Just knowing that this sellout crowd really has the KB Strong cause at the front of mind.
Absolutely. I mean, besides the tournament, Jody and her organizations put on Brown Fest in the fall every year, and the fight that they continue so that people don't have to suffer from that. It's just, I mean, it's a cause that's obviously near and dear to all of us here in Washington. But, you know, it goes beyond the scope of that. We're trying to, we don't want anybody to have to go through that. So the tournament is just, you know, one more notch in Kevin's belt, you know, so to speak. He wanted this so bad, and for he and Sean and you know, what you guys have done to help this thing grow is just amazing, and it's to the point where it is now. So,
well, we're fortunate to be a small part of it, certainly, and fortunate to have a great crowd and a great atmosphere and a great game to call here on the first Tuesday of the IHSA boys basketball season. Here we go. Romeoville has Noah Harris in the circle, and he is going up against Washington's C.J. Duncan. A junior, two seniors in the circle ready to tip this thing off. Here we go, Duncan versus Harris, and it is Romeoville that's going to win the tip-off, and we're underway at Torry Gym. Romeoville up the far sideline here. Here's Christian Flowers. Flowers out top to Damian Porter Jr., name we're going to call a lot tonight. Porter swings it over, finds Flowers. Flowers back to Danny Thompson. And Romeoville's first possession of the TOC goes down to Porter. First chance, no. Second chance, a foul. And to the free throw line goes Noah Harris.
Now Washington comes out in a man-to-man defense, which doesn't surprise me. But, you know, when you're up against this kind of athleticism, it's going to be second and third opportunities. You've got to limit, because they're either baskets or turn into fouls so many times.
Harris at the line. First free throw of the contest is off the back iron for the junior. We were thinking about that all week. Clutch Sports Media, moving our camera to this side of the gym this year. How is that Washington student section going to obstruct that corner? Not going to see a lot on that near side wing tonight. Second free throw is no good.
Well, you know, you mentioned it, Jeff, that, you know, the athleticism, but, you know, there's this good overall size, Romeoville. This is so Washington's going to have to just fundamentally be very sound defensively and rebounding, limit those second chance opportunities.
Well, and you know, I mean, it's out of those help situations when you've had to help off a dribble drive or help off a screen or something, and you know, that's when maybe your matchups aren't what you intend them to be, and that's when you tend to give up those other opportunities.
That's exactly right.
Turnover. Here goes Romeoville on the steal, slicing through the lane, shot blocked. Nothing there for DJ Hampton, and Romeoville will inbound from underneath the basket. Still looking for our first field goal attempt from Washington to this point. 2 for Romeoville, including one that got to the charity stripe. Here's the inbound to Harris, who shot those free throws. Missed them both.
Run a little flex offense, a little curl off the screen.
Porter showing off the pass. Good feed. Spartans unable to finish. And here's Will Martin. Martin down to Johnson, out to Martin. 3 in the corner. Too strong.
It's a good look for the Panthers, though.
Talked to Eric Schermerhorn the other day. He said in their scrimmage, I think 41 threes was the number they shot. Don't know if they'll put that many up tonight, but 1 in the books already. And here is Porter on a 3, doesn't go, and a foul.
That's the foul you don't want to commit.
Right. 80 feet from the basket.
80 feet from the basket, no advantage anywhere. But that's just kind of, I think, you know, early on it's the nerves, everybody's excited, big crowd, first game.
Well, you played 2 minutes almost, minute and a half, and nobody scored.
Right.
You know, I can get a basket. I'll get one in, and, you know, maybe I get a quick steal in a basket. And that opening night, you know, I don't care how many times you've been out there. Sometimes it's even worse, I think, when you're a senior, because you know it's your last opening night, and, you know, you just think, hey, I got to get something going here.
Mike, does it hurt to come into opening night with some expectations, too? I've got to think that adds to the pressure. This Washington team forecasted to be pretty good, as is Romeoville.
I think that's exactly it. I think that's a great point. You come in and you know, you're supposed to be one of the better teams in the area, or one of the better teams in the state. And sometimes you try to show that, and you try to show it in the first minute of the game. It's, you know, this 32-minute game. Let things happen. It'll all develop. I think Metamora did a really good job of that in the last game. Got down 8-2, settled in.
I was going to say 2 of 32 minutes gone by without a score, and in the bucket goes the shot from Andre Lewis. So Washington claims the early lead. See if Romeoville can answer. Trying to elbow his way down through the paint was Flowers, and Flowers draws a foul. We'll get our fouls added to our scoreboard as the week goes along. Not operational yet. 2 fouls for Washington, 1 for Romeoville. Approaching the bonus here in the first quarter. Down low to, not Flowers, pardon me, but down low to Porter. And Porter, the name we'll call a lot tonight. Good feet off the glass.
Good back cut from the high post, and he gets all the way to the basket. Nice inbound pass.
And how about Johnson getting all the way to the basket to give Washington a 4-2 lead?
That looks like a matchup I think Coach Schermerhorn's trying to exploit a little bit. Johnson putting it on the floor against their big fella.
Romeoville looking for a response. Here's Danny Thompson pulling up for 3, and he knocks it down. Danny Thompson, nice adjustment. They'll call that a 2. It'll tie the game. A deep 2 for Thompson, and a 3 on the way from Johnson. Won't go, and a rebound for Porter. And a Euro step through to the bucket. Nice move, nice finish. And Romeoville through to the lead. There's Christian Flowers. And Porter knocks it out of bounds. It'll stay with Washington.
Looks like Martin's hobbled there a little bit.
Yeah. Came out of there. I don't know if he rolled that.
We'll go to the end of the bench and get a look. And in for Washington for the first time this season will be Colt Craghead comes in. Craghead, the junior. How about this? Jeff, Romeoville, tenacious defense here on the inbound pass.
Yeah,
not letting Washington have anything.
And they're just making everything tough. I mean, I'm sure they're not worried about fouls. They're just gonna make everything difficult, including inbounding or getting it up the court.
Johnson tasked with that for Washington. Takes it across. Feed down low to Craghead.
Nice
fresh into
shot
the game,
fake.
and he got it to go.
Take advantage of that aggressiveness by just slowing down, which is exactly what Craghead did.
Well, in that athleticism, you see it, but there's a way to combat it.
That's right.
Good head fake, let him go by, and then you get an easy basket. But sometimes those wide open easy ones are sometimes the hardest, especially the first game.
Is there such a thing as too open? I hear that a lot.
Yes.
I'm always too open.
Yeah.
Well, I was always open, but there's a reason for that. That's called a scouting report.
Yeah.
Porter
I was on the same one.
Porter open from downtown. You're going to be open when you're that far behind the line. His 3 doesn't go. 3 on the way from Lewis. Count it.
Now that's a good ball player. Lewis is good. Good, solid player. Good ball movement by the Panthers that time. Make that extra pass.
Porter trying to step all the way through, and he's going to tie it up with James Johnson, and the crowd loves it.
Another one of those fouls you were talking about.
Yeah, that's
Coach,
2 of them.
Yeah, I mean, you just can't do that.
And you know what? You're not going to just walk up and take the ball away from Johnson. Johnson's a big, strong kid.
Yep.
You're not going to take it away from him.
Yeah. High school basketball has become like a lot of other things, kind of positionless, but I mean, he's probably what Coach Schermerhorn would consider his post, but he can handle the ball and put it on the floor, and you saw it. He helped bring it up the last time. So
he's a workhorse. He does a little bit of everything well, doesn't he?
Yet another foul here. A lot of whistles in the opening 4 minutes and change. Well officiated game, certainly. All fouls, and all have been called now. 5 total. Again, working on getting our fouls up on the scoreboard. 3 now for Romeoville and 2 for Washington. And remember, 5 fouls in a quarter starts the bonus. Rule change for last year.
I'm going to say it again, but it's one of those things where you've been doing this in practice, and as a coach you say, hey, that's a foul, you can't do that, and the kids just look at you like, okay, whatever, coach. And then they get out here, and then when they blow the whistle, you just say as a coach, that's what I've been telling you.
And that's what these first games are about. You got to figure out what's going to be able to happen.
Johnson steps
Boy, if he
back.
makes that shot, I was going to say that's a pretty complete game right there.
Yeah.
Didn't expect that to happen, but Johnson knocks it through, and a response won't go for Romeoville. Here's Lewis. Lewis to Johnson. Johnson passes up a heat check, and a 3 from Duncan won't go. Craghead sailing in but can't get the rebound. It'll be brought down by A.J. Ivey. Was just getting ready to say Mike, that there is a shot clock, 35 seconds, haven't needed it yet, and a 3 on the way, contested look from Ivy, knocks it down.
Yeah, I kind of got a feeling Romeoville's not going to pay much attention to that shot clock. And, you know, that's a different thing, too. I don't know how many of these teams practice with the idea that there's a shot clock, and you get in these tournaments, and it changes a little bit. I'll be really glad when that's the rule in Illinois, though. I love the shot clock.
Here's Duncan for 3, too strong, and it caroms to Romeoville, and taking it now across the timeline is DJ Hampton. 3 on the way, Ivy, not Ivy, but Porter, pardon me, couldn't knock it down.
Yeah,
Nearly intercepted in a foul. Sorry, Mike.
Well, I was just saying, we could almost have a 24-second shot clock tonight and we wouldn't hear it.
Yeah.
I like it. They're getting up and down. They're playing. They're loose.
I'm excited to see the next game. You know, Peoria Notre Dame and Washington's girls teams. You don't see the shot clock a lot for girls games. That'll be an interesting wrinkle, and I don't think they'll have any problem.
I was just going to say, I don't think those two squads will have any problem with it.
Two really good squads going to contend in Class 2A and 3A respectively this season. 3 on the way. Won't go, and a rebound for Porter. Porter looking to jet ahead. Porter versus Johnson. Step through, too short. Loose. Porter almost got his own rebound. Craighead's going to come away with it. A physical, feisty game here in the opening 6 minutes.
Craighead has come in and done a really nice job for the Panthers.
Had the nice backdoor cut basket, and it gets a tough rebound down there.
Another junior. This is a game full of seniors on the floor. Romeoville starts 5 seniors, and again, junior. It could be your first varsity game. You don't know. You don't know what you did as a sophomore.
Yep.
And it's different. You said it, Jeff. When the lights come on and you're playing somebody that's got a different name on their uniform, it becomes a lot different game. Good finish by Lewis.
Lewis and 1. Crowd roars. Dalen Porter in, by the way, for Romeoville, and for Washington in at the buzzer is Dean Davidson. First time we've called his name this season. Lewis, how about that move to the finish line?
He is so good at finishing with his left hand. I mean, I know he's left-handed, but he takes body contact and can still finish, and just a strong kid.
Up across the timeline, here's Romeoville. Looking at their 5 on the floor, got Danny Thompson, got A.J. Ivy, got Jamari Fears, 3 from Ivy, count that, and Porter, who we just called, and they're joined by Christian Harris.
I bet those one-on-one games in the Lewis driveway were a lot of fun.
Oh, yeah.
Mom and Dad probably had to break that one up a couple times.
I'm sure they did. Drew Lewis, a name we called a lot in the early days of Clutch Sports Media. Football, basketball, went on to play for a couple of college programs. Parkland was on a couple of really good Cobras teams. 3 on the way from Ivy.
I'll tell you what, Ivy is
not shy.
No, not shy at all, and he's confident in his shot.
Wouldn't go for Fears. Talk about driveway games.
They called that foul on, wonder why he got so open, crashing the board. Number 15, Dalen Porter. Speaking of driveway battles, I bet Dalen and Damian Porter, if they're brother, I bet they had some battles. 6'4" and 6'5".
Well, and talk about the Fears name, too. You look at Jamari Fears and his older brothers.
Yes.
Runs in the family, certainly, for a lot of these great programs. Although Fears' older brothers did not play for Romeoville. 15-11 our score. Glad you're with us on ClutchSportsIL.com. Real quick, want to highlight some great shots we've seen all game long. Our Clutch Sports Media production crew doing a great job. First free throws up and good from Will Martin. Give Larry Larson, Jonathan Michael, Andrew Crawford go up and down the list. Also Olmstead, Knox-minded. I'm going to start leaving people off, but a few technical gremlins early, but off and running here. Game 3 of 31 at the KBM TOC.
Everybody at Clutch Sports does a great job. Always impressed by what takes place.
We appreciate that, Mike, and glad to have you and Jeff on board with us throughout the TOC. Always a lot of fun to have you guys on board throughout this great week.
Well, I get you guys here at the table with me, you Clutch Sport. I feel like I'm sitting here with my grandkids. I'm the old man here.
3 on the way. There's Ivy, knocks it down, and that's from the other side of the court, guys. He's been that left wing from our vantage point's been his favorite spot. timeout on the floor here called by Washington. This time he goes over to the far side and knocks one down.
Yeah, Ivy can shoot it. He can fill it up. And you said it, he's not bashful.
Yeah. Some guys just have that mentality. If I miss the last one, the next one must be the one that's going in.
That's
so
right.
Here we go.
That's right.
Got to stay level-headed, certainly, as we take a look at some of our sponsors. Nope, pardon me, we'll keep it right here. It's an Intercon power timeout. Appreciate Intercon's support throughout the TOC. And you get a look at Intercon there. Proud sponsor of our timeouts here at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions 2024. Great supporter of this great event. Jonathan Michael will have to send me the script for that read at some point, but Intercon, we are happy to have them on board tonight. And here is James Johnson with 25 seconds left. Shot clock is off. Johnson a handoff to Lewis.
When I think Coach Shermorn used that timeout to get a few people back in the game. Johnson was out, Duncan was out. Now on an offensive possession, you want those two back out there for sure.
Lewis to Johnson. 5 seconds left. Step back block. Kept in. Karam's out of bounds off the foot of Danny Thompson. And with 3 seconds left, Jeff, Washington's going to have an inbound play. And
That's interesting because I kind of wondered. The shot clock was about 5 seconds under the game clock there, so Johnson sort of had to probably shoot that before you wanted him to.
Johnson
didn't hit anything.
No good.
Is that a shot clock violation?
If it didn't hit anything,
it got blocked, and I know there's a scramble for the loose ball. You would.
Yeah, because that's not a reset.
Right.
That's not a reset.
Yeah,
take a moment to thank our sponsors, starting with OSF Healthcare, proud supporter of the KBM TOC. And OSF Healthcare, a lot of signage and a lot of information available here all around Raymond R. Torry Gym this week. So OSF Healthcare doing really good things here in this area to raise awareness and research glioblastoma. And Intercon Power, glad to have them on board, sponsoring all of our timeouts here at the KBM TOC, another supporter of the Tournament of Champions' great mission to raise awareness for glioblastoma and funds, too, certainly to fight that fight. Kep Sports Bar and Grill, right around the bend here in Washington. They are a great supporter of local sports, particularly here in Washington. Keps, they love their Panthers, and we're proud to have them on board here during the KBM TOC. And Culver's, great sponsor here, new to Washington, I believe, and they had some great Culver's frozen custard in the hospitality room just moments ago. So happy to say I got some of that. And PJ Hare also is along for the ride tonight. PJ Hare, and they've been a longtime sponsor here in Washington as well. And Mike, I saw you throw your hands up. We got to get you some of that. I don't think anyone told you that Culver's had the frozen custard.
Jeff
available.
and
I was just going to say, I bet there was frozen custard, and we were sitting. We got ourselves in here early.
All kinds of great. They had sprinkles, they had cookie dough, M&Ms. They had the whole spread out. So hopefully they've got some left after this game, in which Washington's leading by 3 points. It'll stay a 3-point lead. Johnson couldn't get the rebound. Porter does. Up for Ivy. Ivy to the corner. And here's Fears. C.J. Duncan draws this assignment. His older sister, Georgia, played for Washington a few years ago.
Oh, that's his sister. I didn't realize that. She was a great player.
And a great kid.
Oh, and a one-handed flush. Great flush there for Danny Thompson. Drives the baseline and slams it home.
See if that gets Romeoville going here a little bit on the offensive end.
Martin passed up the three, finds Johnson. Gets a screen from Martin on Porter. Good screen, good shot, and Washington's lead is back to 3.
Johnson just continues to impress. Overall game.
You know, to me, that's the next step for somebody that can put it on the floor and somebody that can shoot the three, is to be able to take that mid-range jumper. So many kids that's not even a thought of theirs. Not even a thought of theirs. Why would I shoot that? That's only 2. I'll try to get to the rim and draw the foul or something.
Look at this, both teams getting after it, diving for the loose ball. 3 in the corner, a high arcing 3 wouldn't fall. Johnson there for the rebound. And here's Craghead. Craghead to Lewis, and a foul called, hand check there against Romeoville. Man, a gritty game, Mike, here in the early stages. Players getting after it, diving all over the court.
These teams are really playing hard. I noticed that from the beginning. I thought the previous game, the teams really laid it out, for an opening game. You just, sometimes just kind of feeling your way around, not sure what's going on. These guys are getting after it and playing very, very hard.
Both coaches have to be happy. Mark Howard for Romeoville, Eric Schermerhorn for Washington. 19-16 is Washington's lead. Here's Johnson guarded by Porter. Craghead, Duncan to the corner, and a 3 from Martin. Too short, and a rebound for Porter. Look out, numbers. Here's Fears. 1-on-1. Reverse layup won't go. Foul called, and 2 on the way for Fears.
Yeah, when your point guard takes that shot from the corner, and that's probably their primary responsibility, is being the first guy back on defense.
Yeah,
someone better be back for him. And
somebody better rotate.
Yep.
Well, in Romeoville, if they get just a spurt, they're by you. They got a lot of quickness, and several guys can handle the ball.
Absolutely.
You talked earlier about, Washington and shooting threes. That's a big part of their game. They go that inside out and look for the threes. And the downfall, like you said, is if you miss it, that long rebound. And if the defense gets a long rebound, then your fast break is started for you.
Oh, Fears the steal.
Good pressure by Romeoville.
Porter comes in through traffic, nothing there, and the putback, count it, Danny Thompson.
I kind of thought Romeoville might, try to extend and just, wear Washington down a little bit if they can.
Well, I think earlier they were doing it with some man-to-man pressure. There you see a little 2-2-1.
Right.
Kind of three-quarter court. And so many times kids think you have to trap and press, and really, it's just like just like that. You create a turnover by taking away passing lanes and get the Panthers to throw the ball into the first row of the chairs.
Well, the old, Peoria high school basketball, where it was contest every dribble, every pass, every shot, and that's kind of what Romeoville's doing, and it shows over the course of 32 minutes.
Absolutely. It's kind of like football, where the running game doesn't get you anything the first couple of times you hand it off, but you still stay with it.
That's exactly right.
Here's Johnson. And how about Fears has been all over these last couple of plays. Good feed, good find, good score. And that's a big bucket from Will Martin. But guys, Jamari Fears, these last few possessions, not letting Washington have anything easy. Almost had another steal there.
Yeah, Fears is very active.
Yeah, and I would imagine Coach Schermerhorn's thinking we've got the ball on the floor a little bit more than we were earlier. I mean, it's just like the ball's not moving much. It's just pounded.
Well, you got to make the ball more athletic than if the other team's more athletic than you got to make the ball be the athlete for you.
Martin for 3 for 3, and a 6-point lead for Washington.
Martin had struggled, but he got that basket in there underneath, and then he gets a wide open look at a 3. Now that the lid's off, they may start falling.
Sometimes you just got to see one go, don't you?
Yep.
One goes in, and you feel pretty good about yourself.
7 points now for Martin. That's tied for second among the 5 on the floor for Washington. Andre Lewis has 8 points, and James Johnson has 7 as well. Fear's going to take a 3, and it rims out.
Johnson might be close to double figures in rebounds already.
He's been in the right place at a lot of opportune times. Here has Johnson wants a 3, deep 3 for Johnson, and he knocks it down. 10 points for Johnson. Timeout Romeoville.
Johnson's having fun.
Yeah, he is.
He is having fun playing this game tonight.
And his game has developed. Like you said, I mean, he, for a couple of years, he was primarily a post inside guy. He'd make a shot on the outside every once in a while or put on the floor. But, now you're seeing him be the guy at the point with the ball and take it down.
Right.
This power-up timeout is brought to you by Enercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Enercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit EnerconPower.com and engineer your future with us. I think Enercon likes it more, and I like it more to have the script in front of me for Enercon. Really happy to have them.
You did a good job ad-libbing.
I thought you did a great job winging it.
I appreciate that. Had to do it once. first one's free. Entercon, you'll see them up to 10 times per game sponsoring all our timeouts here at the TOC. And out of this timeout, Mike, 27-18 is Washington's edge here. We talked about threes at the start of the show. Washington hasn't exclusively gotten it done from three, but once that three starts falling, that's going to be bad news for Romeoville.
Well, and having multiple people that can make it. You know, when you're the opposing coach and you're saying, hey, shut this guy down, you know, and there's two more that are open, you know, and they can make them. Now you've got a lot more problems.
And then you stretch the defense, everybody's out, now you got a chance to drive by people.
Or go back door or whatever.
Exactly.
You see Romeoville here, then now, you know, the last couple possessions, they've taken the threes, and there's been no one in the lane.
Now Washington is
in the
2-3 zone.
Yeah. Out of a timeout, good idea to switch it up.
I like it.
Driving through Porter, and one for Damian Porter Jr. And Porter, you know, we talk about those threes going for Washington, but Porter's been on a lot of plays down low, Jeff, and hasn't quite found his touch yet. He's up to 4 points now, could make it 5 here. He's a player, though, can heat up just like that, and that would be bad news for Washington.
Well, and as coach will attest, you go to a 2-3 zone thing, and okay, we'll keep them out of the lane. What do? They get in the lane, they drive all the way to the basket for a three-point play.
And he gets it done the old-fashioned way there.
That's not what your 2-3 zone was supposed to do.
It's not designed. Now here's that 2-2-1 pressure again. Ooh.
Whistle there, but again, Romeo's defense has been smothering Washington before they can even get it to the timeline. Mike, though, that's the downside. 2 fouls here with about half of the second quarter left to play.
Yeah, that was Christian Flowers, just a 5'11 senior that had the right idea. When the ball can't see you, that's the time to go trap it. That's time to go get it.
Through traffic, here's Johnson. Step back three is tipped out of bounds there by, by Pierce Martin. And Martin, you know, a lot of times there's been someone there.
I was going to say, I mean, not that that's something that you teach, but I know why he did it, because you're right. There have been guys on that wing a lot.
Yep.
Couldn't get lucky that time.
And that's the time you get the three, that offensive rebound.
Yep.
Tip out to a guy and knock that three down. Washington back to the man-to-man after the one time with the 2-3.
Porter steps through, was looking to connect in transit with a cutting player there, cutting to the bucket. That was DJ Hampton. Kick out, Martin, three on the way. Will
really
Martin
nice pass
fake. Will Martin for three.
I love that pass fake.
When you get the defense to collapse, or you get the defense to move like that and then throw that skip pass.
Martin with 10 now, ties Johnson for the team lead. 9-point game, Romeoville hanging in there, could cut it to 6, in and out, and a rebound and a fight for the ball down low. Good effort from Noah Harris. And did they call a foul there? Not a jump ball, a foul, and it'll stay with Romeoville. Is that a train horn down there? I think that's new as you get a look at Washington student section.
It does sound like it.
I asked the guys at the scores table, I was here Tuesday night for the girls game against Chatham, and I said, I miss the old horn, the old red horn that, you know, you knew what it was, and inbound basket.
Yeah, nice little out-of-bounds play, and something coach does not like when you give up a basket like that on a baseline out-of-bounds play.
Will Martin across to Johnson. Oh, he wanted the three, steps through instead, spinning toward the basket, and a foul. I think that'll go on Noah Harris.
I would think that would be the hardest thing, and I know I never coached with a shot clock, Mike. I don't think you did a lot either, but it's like, you know, you almost have to take open shots when you get them, because if you pass one up,
you may not get it again.
You may be forcing something with 5 seconds left that's a really bad shot.
Right. That's why with the shot clock, it's so important to have that creator on your team that can create a shot for you. And if you don't have it, you got to take the first available.
Here's Johnson trying to back his man down, in trouble, has to throw it to Duncan for three. In and out, and a rebound for Washington. Craighead blocked. Oh, what a sequence.
Yeah, great block, but you know, a really good play by Craighead. Go up with it. If you get it blocked, it's your ball out of bounds.
Yep.
Nothing hurt there.
Shot clock at 33. You know, to circle back to that point, guys, I obviously work at the News-Gazette in Champaign full-time. Another three from Johnson, and still very involved with what we do in clutch. But I've talked to a lot of coaches over the last couple years as the shot clock has become commonplace at these tournaments, and soon it'll be common at every gym for every game, and that's what coaches have told me. Offensively, it doesn't impact you as much as you might think, but if you can play 25 seconds of really good defense, that's when the shot clock really starts to come into play.
That's a great point. I think, there's certain teams that will play, or you can mix it up too, because if you're normally are playing a man-to-man, you come out of a timeout, you're playing the zone. By the time the team recognizes it and then resets their offense, you might be down to 10 seconds on the shot clock.
Or even a situation like this where you're putting on some not full court pressure that's trapping or anything, but you force somebody to take 6 or 7 seconds to get it up the court. You've just cut into their offensive time.
Exactly.
And you don't want to be giving up easy baskets by any means, but still, it will make the game different.
And I wonder if they'll tweak it a little bit more like the college game where an offensive rebound, it goes from 30 to 20. Is this going to go 35 to 25? A foul in the front court goes to, and that even changes it that much more.
A lot of feedback to consider. I think it's 26-27, right, that it comes into play full time. I'll have to check that. Martin for three, knocks it down.
I'll tell you what.
36-25, Martin.
Martin is feeling it right now.
On fire from three. 13 points for Martin.
And it's just catch and shoot. Just good ball movement, make the defense work.
Martin taking me back now. I remember right after Clutch Sports Media started up, Ethan Mounts was a great player for Washington. I remember we were at a game, maybe Washington Dunlap one year. I think he hit his first 8 threes.
Yeah.
It was incredible.
Yeah.
And Martin has really caught fire from beyond the arc. Kick out three on the way for Romeoville. Both teams stepping outside, not afraid to try the long ball. And Romeoville still hanging around. This game far from over, even as Washington's brought it to double digits. They'll say that kicks out of bounds.
But I think the danger for Romeoville, and I'm not saying they're not good shooters, but I don't think that's necessarily the strength of their team. If you're going to try to match threes with threes all the time, you're going to have a hard time. I mean, they're just not falling right now. You're better off probably getting the old-fashioned three, getting it inside, taking the ball to the basket, drawing a foul that way.
I agree, because I was just thinking, I wonder if there's been more threes taken this half than twos.
Yeah.
And that should not be the case, I think, with Romeo. Now, Washington, that's their game.
Right.
That's a foul.
Foul with about 24 seconds left. Shot clock is off.
Yeah, that's going to put them at the free throw line shooting two. I think it's a fifth.
Yep. Yeah, you're right, Mike, and that was a rule change last year. Fouls do reset every quarter, and 5 fouls puts you into the double bonus. I like the 1-and-1 bonus, so I was sad to see that go, but it does change the game certainly and how it can play out.
Well, what I like about it is if you get fouls early, we're not shooting bonus for 13 minutes or whatever and a half. That can happen. You can reset.
Well, and I think you don't have that situation where a team has one foul going into the last 3 minutes of a game where they're trying to put you on the line, and that's when kids get frustrated. That's when coaches get frustrated because the team's fouling and something doesn't get called. So
free throw won't go for Porter. It's loose and a foul. And so now a foul against Washington, and we'll go to free throws at the other end.
And if I'm going back to the fouls, Jeff, you help me here too. I think wasn't there a time back like when we were playing where was it fifth foul at 1-and-1? Was it?
Yeah.
There's a fifth. So they keep tweaking a little bit. They go back to the old NBA. Three to make two. Yeah.
Yeah, that would be. I thought about that sometimes. Is that will we go back to the 3 to make 2?
Yeah. I mean, everything changes, but everything almost seems to kind of circle back to where it was. Kind of like in education,
Yeah.
All these new things that we did 25 years ago, they're new now.
Just paint them and call them a new name.
That's right.
Stay tuned at halftime, by the way. Shelly Dankoff's going to join Gavin Russell in our Offspring Tournament Central Studio show. Shelly from OSF going to talk about all the great work they're doing, certainly in the fight here locally against glioblastoma. So 15 seconds left for the half.
The big possession here for Romeoville. If they can get something here.
Yeah, get it under that. Double digit is just a psychological thing.
Absolutely.
5 seconds for Porter, one of the 30 players to watch at this year's TOC. Kickoff to the corner, 3, count it, Romeoville cutting it to, and a shot there at the horn.
They got
won't
a
go.
steal at the end too. So
Porter knocks it in. That's Dalen Porter for 3. And just like that, an 8-point game with plenty of time left to play between these two great teams here at the TOC. Game 1 for each team here in Washington. Game 1 of 4. And guys, as we get ready to throw it down to the studio, just real quick, final thoughts on the first half that was.
Well, I think you saw both teams kind of battle those early season jitters, and once they started going in, especially on the Washington end, they went in bunches. I think Romeoville's probably in a little bit of foul trouble, more so than they want to be, and we'll see how that impacts them in the second half, what they can do defensively.
Yeah, and with that foul trouble, you kind of wonder, do they ride it out now? Now they're going to come out and maybe apply a little more pressure as they start the second half and try to speed this up a little bit and create some turnovers and get some easy buckets.
Washington up by 8 points at halftime of Game 3 of the 2024 Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, brought to you by OSF Healthcare. We'll hear from OSF Healthcare Shelly Dankoff with Gavin Russell and Upspring Tournament Central after this break. Stick around in Washington.
The 2024 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. Coach Kevin Brown was a tough and gritty competitor both on and off the court in his battle with glioblastoma, a fast-growing form of brain cancer. OSF Healthcare Institute brings that same tenacity to the fight against glioblastoma and has teamed up with the KB Strong Foundation to bring the first clinical trials to the Peoria area. These trials will begin soon. By the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 19th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial TOC. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all Washington has to offer during your visit to the TOC. By Titan Industries, a family-owned steel fabrication shop. They provide high-quality steel fabrication services to clients large and small. Contact them to be a part of your next project. Visit titannd.us for additional information. And by Teamworks, proud to be an official partner of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions.
Welcome back to the Upstring Auto Group Tournament Central. I'm Gavin Russell. Joining me is Shelly Dankoff. Shelly, thanks for joining us.
Gavin, always a pleasure to talk basketball with you guys.
Absolutely. I know we've done an interview before last year. It got muted, though, so hopefully this time they can hear us and everything you have to say. But we're at halftime of Washington and Romeoville. It's been an excellent first day here at the TOC. Very, very busy. I know I saw you up working, signing people in, doing
Tournament
some ticket
Central.
stuff. A lot of people have come through, it looks like.
There are a lot of people who are coming through, and the really exciting thing is at Tournament Central, where people buy the passes for the all session, so all weekend long, the amount of passes that we have sold is very exciting, because that means that, this tournament is on the map and people come here from all over the place. It's good to see the adults come, but it's even better to see the students come. And there have been a lot of students. There have been some good games already. Pretty excited coming up here. And after the boys' game, the girls, the first game ever for the girls. Washington High School is going to play against defending state champs Notre Dame. So that promises to be a very good and exciting game. And again, it's the first girls' game being played in the tournament.
Indeed. And you talk about some of those pre-passes. I know it's impossible to say for sure, but are we expecting a record turnout this year?
It's hard to tell, but you're always hopeful for it, and it just seems every year it gets bigger and better. I'm sitting here looking around just the area set up where people can come between, at intermission, halftime, before the game, where the players can sign autographs. It's very busy, lots of activity, so it's very exciting to see.
Indeed, and people that may be coming future days to the tournament, perhaps they're traveling with the holidays or whatnot, tell them how they can get here, maybe some things about ticket prices. If they're still interested in all session pass, how can they get that?
Yeah, it will adjust every day, and we do have the rate for the students and for seniors, as well as the all session. And even still, if you think about what it costs to get you into a single basketball game, like tonight for the all session pass for an adult, for a standard, $50. If you came in and bought for all 8 sessions of this tournament, $50 gets you to see every single game through the weekend. That's really very affordable, honestly. And
this tournament goes, Wednesday all day. It is morning to evening. You're not going to get out of here till midnight almost, basically. I mean, there's a lot of basketball to be played.
Yeah, and even on Thanksgiving, if football isn't your thing, watching it at home, basketball is taking place. Good high school basketball, because they don't take the day off. They get fed. We have wonderful volunteers that feed all the teams here in town, and it's quite the production, too. That's the other thing I think we need to give the shout out to. There's a lot of volunteers that make this tournament tick, which is very impressive, and there's people. Once you do it, you get caught up in doing it. I've been doing it since the very first ones when my kids played for Kevin. And so I always say, once a basketball mom, always a basketball mom. And so we're here every year, and you see the faces. They come back for the holidays, and it's just really a good, feel-good weekend to be here. And you get to watch some really good high school basketball. It's impressive, the basketball we'll see.
Sure is. And, I mean, we can talk on and on about that. But, of course, you mentioned you've been here since the beginning.
Mm-hmm.
You knew Kevin, obviously a rich history with this tournament just as a whole, but talk about the background, the history you've had with Kevin, understanding him, knowing him, and what this tournament means now, how it means so much more.
Yeah, my middle son was on Kevin's state fourth place team for Washington High School. And back then, there were some people, and I would hear from people saying, Kevin was so tough on the guys. I will tell you, every kid who played on that team, and I can call them kids because they're my kids, even though these are all young men now, and they would tell you what a tremendous impact Kevin Brown had on them, because he didn't just teach you about basketball, he taught you life skills, and they are all better people for what he taught them. They all can still talk and connect with each other, and it is that connection. Did he hold them to a standard? Yeah, absolutely he did. And every one of them rose to the challenge, learned something from it, and appreciated, because he treated everybody equally. He didn't play favorites. Kevin was not, you could have been the all-star player, and we had that. Matt Roth was on the team with my son, Matt, and he was a D1 recruit who was great. But my son was held to the same standards, and Matt was held to the same standards, and I think that's what everybody appreciated about it. They were a team, they were a family, and they still are to this day because of some of the things Kevin instilled in them, and they had tremendous love for him and for the game and for everything that went on with it.
Certainly, it's a sense of community here.
Yeah.
I mean, you look at Washington High School, obviously there's a lot of familiar faces we've built up. This is our fourth year. It's hard to say. It's been our fourth year, but a lot of community and a lot of people that Kevin impacted on and off the court, really, and I think that's why it's so important for everybody to really rally around this, right? Yeah. There's a lot of things we can do besides even just donating money. Showing up is one of the big ways to do that, just to show support for a man who showed support to so many.
Well, and one of the other neat things, a first of that we're doing this year, OSF Healthcare being the title sponsor, we are having young cancer patients and survivors. So at the tournament, you can come in and get the athletes to sign autographs, and they have a regular autograph session after every game. We're doing a reverse signing, so the athletes will be able to go and have cancer patients sign their autographs. How cool is that? So these students, these athletes who are here playing, they will physically see where their impact is being felt, because the money raised through here, while it goes to glioblastoma, it also goes to cancer research across the board. And so we are having cancer patients do the signing, and that promises to be very emotional and very cool on Friday night.
That is fantastic. Well, there's so much good stuff going on around here. We're certainly looking forward to a fantastic week of basketball. Yeah. Shelly, thank you so much. I hope they heard us this time. It was a great interview. It's almost like you speak for a living, you know?
Perhaps.
Perhaps, yeah. Thank you so much, Shelly. We got second half of Romeoville and Washington. One more game, the girls' game coming up, so stick around for that one. You're watching basketball from the TOC on ClutchSportsOut.com. Back to Joey in the booth.
The 2024 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on ClutchSportsIL.com is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. They understand the worry that a new or potential cancer diagnosis can bring, but through their rapid appointment scheduling process, they can shorten the time it takes to be diagnosed and begin treatment. Give them a call at 844-OSF for HOPE. Buy Uftring. Take advantage of outstanding year-end savings during the big 2024 clearance at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Find the new car or truck you've always wanted at the Uftring dealer closest to you in Peoria, East Peoria, Washington, or North Pekin, or shop online at UfteringAutoGroup.com. Buy your hometown community banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank, local people, local decisions, local success, everything you want in a community bank. Member FDIC. And by Countryside Banquet and Catering, the official banquet facility of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and home of the tournament's annual Thanksgiving dinner.
What else is on?
And welcome back inside Raymond R. Torry Gym. There we go, Washington and Romeoville, the Washington Invitational here at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions, presented by OSF Healthcare. The Washington Invitational, one of a couple brackets. We've got actually more than a couple brackets that are actually part of the Tournament of Champions. Guys, I don't think people realize there's actually 4 different groups, if you will, that comprise this tournament. You've got the Washington Invitational, you've got the Gray Ribbon Shootout, the TOC Shootout, and of course the National Classic, Gray Ribbon Showdown, pardon me, and then the Shootout Series. So don't want to conflate those two, but it is a massive undertaking. Everyone here at Washington Community High School does such a great job. The volunteers, a lot of blood, sweat, and tears go into this tournament, and it really is, guys, a year-round undertaking. I mean, this tournament will end on Saturday night, and come Sunday, I know a lot of people will already be thinking, hey, what can we do to continue to take a step forward in 2025?
Well, I think one of the things that's so key is, getting good local teams to come. But good local teams don't want to play each other at the beginning of the year. They're going to play each other probably 3 or 4 times as it is, schedule-wise and conferences and a regional matchup or a Christmas tournament matchup that you can't really control. But here, they do a great job of splitting those teams up and moving them to different places, and they don't play each other. So, really key.
That's a great point, because you want to play other people. You just want to be able to see other competition, and you're playing people that someday you're gonna be watching them on TV, and you're gonna say, I played against this guy in high school. I saw him here, and that's a credit to the Washington community and the committee that puts this thing together.
It is a lot of fun to be a part of. Clutch Sports Media now in its 4th year airing this great tournament, and we're off and running here in the second half of Washington and Romeoville. First time we've gotten a look at the Panthers and Spartans this season, and a kick to the wing, down low, and Porter knocks it through. Damian Porter Jr., a little quiet in the first half, guys, but a player named one of the 30 best at the TOC this year that can take off in a hurry.
Yeah, and that could not have worked out any better for Romeoville. Get a 3 to end the half, get a 2 to start the second half, and an 11-point game is now a 6-point game. So
and get a turnover.
Get a turnover.
Hasn't shown up just yet in the score column, maybe soon, but I have been so impressed, guys, with Romeoville's defense. Washington stepped out and hit a barrage of threes, but Romeoville has forced a lot of steals, and if they can just play a little bit better along the perimeter, as we've got an and one there, count the basket for Danny Thompson. But to finish my point, they shore up some of those threes, keep that pressure up, and could be looking at a different second half.
Well, a lot of times the threes that Washington got were good offensive sequences for them, but maybe just a little bit of carelessness on defense, losing guys, being a little more under control and not leaving guys, not getting beat off the dribble and that kind of thing. Those help situations are usually when those 3-point shooters find themselves standing wide open.
Yeah, and we mentioned that most of those threes have been catch and shoot.
Yeah,
make them put the ball down and see what they can do with the dribble or two, one direction or the other.
It's a 3-point game, just like that. 37-34, and a feed that wouldn't result in a 3, but Washington. Oh, and there's
another steal.
Oh, look out!
What a tremendous
opportunity.
pass.
One hand, and it won't go for Thompson, but a foul can make it a 1-point game. Pardon me.
Again, with 5 seconds to go in the first half, this was an 11-point game. Knocked down a 3, and momentum changed just like that.
Defensive pressure does. It's like you talked about earlier, where it's like you're not getting the results you want, but you stay with it because they come in bunches, just like the threes.
Off the back iron, Thompson will have to settle for the opportunity to make it a 2-point game. If you're just joining us, Washington's Will Martin has hit a handful of threes, has 14 points. James Johnson as well has 13 points, has been effective from beyond the arc. But a good start to the second half here for Damian Porter Jr. And it's a 2-point game here for Romeoville. We'll see if they can tack on yet another steal. It's Martin versus Porter, pardon me. And here's Duncan turning around. Mid-range wouldn't go.
See, that's a tough shot. That's not
Yeah.
probably what Washington wants to get.
Romeoville could take the lead on this possession. Here's Fears trying to split the lane, steps through, can't tie it. Johnson up to Lewis. Lewis going to try to drive through the lane, and his move successful. Andre Lewis, 2-score game. And it won't become a 1-point game. 3 would not go for Thompson. Johnson is ultimately going to haul on the rebound. Here's Pierce Martin, down low to Duncan. Duncan off the glass.
And again, I'm just seeing it from Porter right here, telling his teammates, slow down. That 3 they took last time was just too fast. That's really not their game.
On the last 2 baskets they've given up, the defensive discipline wasn't there. They're not getting back on defense, and they're giving up easy baskets there.
Yeah, you can't just play in spurts. You got to be consistent and do it every time down the floor.
Porter drives.
That's a good, strong move.
Porter scores and 1.
To me, that's their game.
Yeah.
Right there is their game.
This will be the second and 1 for Porter, I believe, Mike, if he can knock in the free throw. And you're right, that old-fashioned 3, he's done a good job of finishing with contact.
Well, in those, I think off dribble penetration, those kick-out threes off of dribble penetration sometimes are the most open looks that you get. And that's such I would think, a strength of them against this matchup for them.
Porter at the line, the senior, who is attracting a lot of college interest, gets it to fall, and he is up to 12 points. Was not long ago he had 4 points, starting to heat up, and there's a
That's just a silly foul.
hand check call on Johnson against, as Johnson was driving to the lane, pardon me, that's against Dalen Porter.
Yeah, that's.
Yeah, first of all, I'm not sure Johnson should be able to blow by him like that. You got to give him a little bit more room. And then secondly, don't put your hands out. 2 hands are going to be automatic.
Duncan gets the inbound from Johnson, gets it back. Dalen Porter playing off him a little bit. We've seen Johnson step out tonight. Duncan's in the corner. Johnson tries the spin move, spins and can't finish. Broke free at the rim. Craghead hits the floor. Porter is red hot right now. Johnson comes out to try and cool him down. Here's Thompson, has also had a good second half. Kick to the corner, 3 on the way, off. Will Martin the rebound. Panthers run it. Duncan to Craghead for 3, and it counts.
Good extra pass.
Once again, a catch and shoot.
And Washington not working quite as easily for the Panthers here in the third quarter, but their lead is back to 6.
Washington's a veteran, mature, very smart team.
Porter drives, steps through, and scores,
We may be
and
looking-
1. Oh, Mikey did it again.
Yeah.
And Jeff, that is halftime adjustments I think can sometimes be overrated, right? As a former coach, I mean, what do you really talk about in the halftime locker room?
Well,
but maybe Romeoville has made a halftime adjustment to get the ball to Porter down low, because it is really paying off here in the third.
There's been more than one time I think I was talking to myself in there in the locker room at halftime, but they definitely have changed their game. Panthers have almost kind of tried to give help or almost trap the ball screen, and he's done such a good job. He's just split the double team, taking it, and now all of a sudden, you're playing 4 on 3.
Timeout called by Washington as their lead is cut to 3. It's 44-41 with 4 minutes and 14 seconds left at Torry Gym, as you see on your screen. And this power-up timeout is brought to you by Enercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Enercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit EnerconPower.com and engineer your future with us. Also want to remind our listeners that OSF Healthcare proud to be on board throughout the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. OSF Healthcare doing great things to raise money and awareness for glioblastoma and actually fight to cure the disease. And Well, a lot of worry that comes with a new or potential cancer diagnosis, but rapid appointment scheduling process at OSF can shorten the time it takes to be diagnosed and begin treatment here. 44-41 is our score. Here's Andre Lewis. Lewis to Johnson, and a whistle.
Yeah, Panthers recognized a mismatch inside. They were going to go into the post to Duncan.
Yeah, Ivy should just hold his ground, hands up, because Duncan's only got 3 seconds in there. He's not going to be able to stay in there much longer. But as soon as you put your hands down, you're almost like a double forearm, I think, and that's going to be an automatic.
They do it on TV. Why can't I do it here?
That's right.
4 fouls against Washington. 1 more, and Romeoville's in the bonus the rest of the quarter. So we'll see how that storyline unfolds. Here's Lewis. Lewis to Martin. Oh, a deep 3. Oh, and a heat check. Couldn't knock it down. Hit a bunch of them in the first half. And can't resume where he left off. Here's Porter going to step back for 3. That one's short. Jeff, we've seen now a couple of deep 3s on back-to-back possessions. I don't know if either coach too thrilled with that.
Right.
I think that just that dribble up and throw up a 3 for Romeoville is just not part of what's going to get them a chance to win this thing.
And Martin couldn't hit anything there. Martin was red hot in the first half and has played a great game. Big things in store for the senior this year, but back-to-back misses on attempts from downtown. See if Romeoville tries its second consecutive 3, or if they go down to what's worked in the low post.
And who knows, maybe Porter's a little tired. He's kind of taking his game outside a little bit. But he's had 3 3-point plays this quarter.
I think you're right, yeah.
Fears you saw that line drive.
That's another good.
Bucket wouldn't go. Martin, and he gets his touch back from the corner. Will Martin for 3.
Martin has a short memory, doesn't he? He forgot all about that air ball. Shooters keep shooting.
Well, and you see the Panthers doing a great job of getting to spots. I mean, Duncan's caught the ball on the left wing both times, and as the defender runs to him, he knows there's a guy in the corner, and he's unguarded.
Martin for 3, and with that last 3, he's got 16 points now. But watch out, he's got 4 fouls with that last personal foul. And he's going to have to be very careful with still more than 10 minutes left to play.
Yeah, he's going to sit for a while, I would imagine. He's going to.
That's one thing shooters never like to do, is sit for very long.
No.
That's what great players do, though, guys, is they can shake off the misses. Don't let the highs get too high. Don't let the lows get too low. Maybe to borrow a cliche, off the mark on the first free throw from Ivy. And Martin had a great first half, and now 14 points. You know, as he checks out here, he'll go to the bench, and we'll bring in, or I should say Washington will bring in Luke Kaminsky. But that was an air ball on Martin's last attempt. You know, that can be a confidence shaker, especially in front of such a big crowd. Not the case here. Craghead couldn't haul that one in. Here's Duncan for 3. No. Johnson, no. Lewis the rebound. It's loose. And Romeoville, as they've done so well tonight, bringing in the loose ball.
They got numbers.
Porter.
Yep. Wow.
And he got it.
So much for Porter being tired. He sprinted the floor that time.
Thought he was going to draw some contact there and go to the line for another and 1, but he'll take the 2 points. It's a 3-point game. Lewis, he's been so good down low through traffic, and he gets another one to go. Romeoville trying to cut it back to 3.
That's a great move. Just got to finish that. He used the rim as part of the.
And another and 1.
Another second chance. It turns into a 3-point play. You know, the basket and the foul.
DJ Hampton that time could make it a 2-point game. And the third foul that will be called against James Johnson. So hold the phone, guys. Washington's in some foul trouble. And, Romeoville, that 11-point halftime deficit, they've not climbed over the hill yet, but they've gotten close. And, again, it's a one-possession game.
Yeah, they are. They're just kind of coming at Washington the way they didn't really do in the first half. And I think they, that's what they have to do. They're drawing fouls now. They're scoring around the basket.
Well, I think they've done a little better job on offense in this half. when they put it on the floor, they've got people that are moving. You're getting some, that last play, dribble drive to the lane, and you get a backdoor cut along the baseline, and a three-point play out of it. I mean, that's when you just stand around on the outside and watch somebody dribble it to the basket or somebody chuck up a three. That's hard offense to watch and coach.
Lewis gets a screen from Johnson. I wish I had a tally of how many and ones Romeoville has had tonight. I think that was their fourth one.
in this quarter.
Yeah, and so many of them have come from Porter. 3 won't go for Washington. Romeoville could take the lead with a 3 or tie it with a 2. Could also take the lead with one of those old-fashioned threes, the and one that they've gotten so often here in recent minutes.
Yep, that's
and
a bump.
Whistle and a foul.
You see, I think they're doing a little better job of dribble penetration. Not necessarily that I'm going to take it to the rim. He's going to the elbow there and looking for something on the perimeter or somebody cutting to the basket. I think they did talk about how we want to run our offense a little bit at halftime for sure.
Yeah, they're spacing the floor much better too. But every time that Romeoville has threatened to tie this or take the lead, the ball's gotten in Lewis's hands, and he's found a way to get a bucket. And that's what the senior leaders do.
Well, and we don't have a copy of the stats, but Romeoville's finished some three-point plays, but they've also left some points on the free throw line here today, too.
They really have.
And the second free throw does go after some hesitation from Christian Flowers. 1-point game. What a dandy this has been here. With one more game left after this on the first night of the TOC. Washington and Peoria Notre Dame's girls basketball team set to make a little history. Johnson for 3, deep 3, no. Oh, and Duncan couldn't save it. It was close. A good effort, but he can't keep it in.
Lewis made a good effort going to the boards and tipped it. Duncan had just gone out of bounds and tried to come back in. Didn't get his feet down before it came to him.
Chase Lott going to come in for Washington. Johnson comes out. Guys, I don't hate that decision. Johnson has 3 fouls.
Right.
Give him a minute to rest here and stay out of foul trouble late in the third.
He'll get this minute to rest, get that minute in between quarters.
And they switch to the zone defense. A little different lineup.
Flowers, good feed to the corner. Romeoville 3 to take the lead and count that one in the corner from Jacob Milloch.
Where did that kid come from? I haven't seen him on the floor yet. He buried it, didn't he?
I think he was getting ready to check in the first half, and Coach pulled him back after he sent him to the scores table. So I would imagine that is his specialty.
Because he showed no hesitation.
No, none at all.
Lewis can't
tie
it.
That's a big, big rebound.
Lots of putback. He's only been in the game a few seconds, and he ties it up at 51. So maybe one more possession in the third quarter for Romeoville. What a game this has turned into. And listen to this crowd. 8 seconds left. Here's Romeoville's Christian Flowers. Flowers sends it to the corner. 3 on the
shooter.
Way. Oh, and he knocks it down. Jacob Milloch for 3. And
you go in the game and
Romeoville.
stand in that corner. We'll throw it to you. You know what to do when you catch
and
it, right?
when you catch it, shoot it. No questions. Just
you know what to do, right? Yep, Coach.
Oh,
I got it.
by the way, make it.
Yeah, I got it, Coach.
A contested 3, and he had no problem with that. Man in his face, he knocked it down. We'll take a quick second to remind you that tonight's coverage is brought to you, of course, by OSF Healthcare. They offer comprehensive cancer care services, including access to clinical trials, radiation oncology, hematology, chemotherapy, immunotherapy, and surgical oncology. To request an appointment, visit the OSF Cancer Institute website or call 844-OSF-4HOPE. And of course, at the quarter break, this Power Up Timeout is brought to you by Enercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Enercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit EnerconPower.com and engineer your future with us at Enercon Power. Also want to let our viewers know we haven't had a charge yet, believe it or not, in this very physical game. When we do, it'll be brought to you by Jody Brown State Farm. Contact Jody Brown and her team for your auto, fire, and life insurance needs. And certainly we appreciate Jody Brown's support with everything we do at Clutch Sports Media. Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions here, playing out in Washington throughout the week. Guys, we talked about it at the start of the show. What a crowd on hand to watch what's going to be a thrilling fourth quarter.
Yeah, I couldn't ask for a better opening night of this tournament. Exciting, good basketball.
Well, you were in a situation where, like we were saying right before half, it was an 11-point lead, and you thought Washington might go in with a double-digit lead, and Romeoville gets the three from the corner to cut it just to under double digits. And like you said, sometimes that's so important for a team to know, hey, yeah, we're back in this, we got a chance.
Yeah, just psychologically, you look at the scoreboard, it's different.
Lewis.
Now let's see how Washington responds.
There's Duncan to the corner. And somehow keeping it is Craghead, who has played big minutes off the bench tonight. Down low to Duncan, and a foul.
C.J. Duncan seems so much stronger this year than he was last year. That all that time and work that you put in weight rooms in the off season, it's nice when you can see, just him being strong enough to make that cut and make that shot, get that shot off.
First free throw falls.
And he has struggled shooting the ball tonight, and he can shoot it. So he's going to make a big bucket somewhere between now and the end of this ball game.
On the other side of that coin, I have been impressed with the shooting of James Johnson, the 6'5" center. Power forward, probably more apt summation, but he has really stepped outside as he has down low and has had a great performance down there. 1-point game for Romeoville here. Here's a handoff to Ivy. Ivy back to Flowers, lost it. Lewis forced it loose. Flowers gets it back, throws it away.
They kind of panicked. He had 13 seconds on the shot clock, plenty of time. Just kind of panicked. And
that's one where
it.
I think not playing with the shot clock a lot, like we've talked about.
Yep.
You probably thought there was less than that left, and he had just scrambled for a loose ball.
That's 2 passes tonight I've counted to Roger Holzhauer. Almost a fast break opportunity there for Romeoville, but the way the ball bounces, they'll reset the offense. 1-point game, 54-53. Romeoville has the edge. Here's Porter, steps outside and can't knock it down. Flowers in the corner, gets the rebound down low to Ivy. No, foul. And I think that's on Lewis. Sorry, Jeff, but I think
it might be on Martin.
That's on Martin. My apologies. And Martin, with
that's
16
huge.
points, has fouled out. Washington's leading scorer tonight.
Yeah, when you get back in the game and you knew you were taken out because you had 4, you just anything around the basket, around the lane, boy, you better be giving them some extra room.
Romeoville looking across the way. They don't have anyone in foul trouble. 3 fouls for Danny Thompson. He'll have to be careful, but no one else on the floor for the Spartans has more than 2 fouls. And a learning experience here. Let's not forget, it is game 1 of the year for Washington. You get a look at Bradley head coach Brian Wardle getting ready to watch his daughter play coming up next. But it is game 1 of the season for Washington, and take some positives away for Will Martin. A lot of threes, and the negatives, you can't foul out with 7 minutes left to play.
Yeah, and sometimes, you said it earlier, Jeff, sometimes you develop some bad habits in practice.
Yeah.
And then when you come in the game and still do those things and you find out, hey, those are fouls.
Yeah.
You learn.
Well, and like you said, one of those fouls in the backcourt like Romeoville got there, I think they had 4 or 5 in the first half. They've eliminated that altogether here this half.
Yeah, you don't want to get the foolish fouls because you somewhere in the game you're going to get a foul or 2 that you probably didn't commit, and you're going to get that's a foul or 2. But if you have 1 or 2 that are 80 feet from the basket, now all of a sudden you're in foul trouble.
Those are the ones that get you out of the game more so than the.
Yeah, they want to blame the official for this bad call. Well, he didn't. He wasn't the one that grabbed 80 feet away.
Foul on the way up here, and we'll see if they call that on the floor or on the shot. Looks like it's on the shot, and it's going to be Romeoville's 3rd foul of the quarter, and it will send Duncan to the line. Could tie it up at 55 with a pair of makes.
And again, Duncan has struggled a little bit, but he's stepping up and making free throws and making plays still, and that's huge.
And finding ways to help your team even when your shots aren't going in. He's made a couple great passes out of the post, some good dribble penetration.
Right. Oh, he's been really a a positive factor for
Can
Washington.
Can I contribute when I'm not scoring baskets?
That's
Because if all you can do is score baskets, there'll be teams that'll neutralize you.
That's right. And he has. He hasn't let that affect his game at all.
Here's Porter, drives through, gets to the line. Yet again, we'll have 2 free throws on the way.
Yeah, he's a handful, Porter.
Yeah, once he turns the corner, I mean, he splits people. I mean, there were 4 Panthers around him. I don't know who the foul's on because it could have been on any of the 4.
And you had mentioned there's no charges. I'm not sure I'd step in front of him and draw a charge, to be honest.
Well, he stands at 6'4", and he fills out that frame nicely.
Yeah,
the
he
first
is.
Free throw falls.
He's a strong young man, isn't he?
He absolutely is, and he's got a lot of colleges.
And I don't know that he's made a lot of outside shots, but he looks like he can make an outside. I mean,
yeah,
he's got a nice-looking shot, so whether they just haven't fallen tonight or what, but when you have the ability to put it on the floor like he does.
He gets downhill so well. He gets to the line and has drawn multiple fouls tonight on his shots, couple and ones. Here's Craighead, passes intercepted, and look out, Spartans trying to run it.
That little Ivy is just, if you're playing against him, you're just saying, this kid's a pain in my rear.
Yeah.
But you want him on your team.
Yes, you do.
That shot didn't go, but what a job he did of following his shot and getting a rebound.
He got a timeout before the jump.
And Eric Schermerhorn gets the timeout in time. And it's an Enercon power-up timeout.
You know, Mike, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, for nearly 50 years, Enercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Power up your career. Visit EnerconPower.com and engineer your future with us. And go ahead, Jeff.
Mike, this is one of those things where I think in that third quarter, Romeoville knew what they had to do. They came out, they were really focused on offense, and they battled hard and they take the lead. Now all of a sudden it's like, okay, we've got the lead. What are we supposed to do now? You know, it's almost like
you're right.
They've shifted gears on offense. It's almost like now they're not sure what they're doing, and kind of, they've taken some good shots, but then they've also taken a couple and had a couple turnovers. So, it's hard. I mean, and you're talking about high school kids. So
that's right. And the point is, keep doing what you're doing. They got
look where
you
it got
there.
you.
But sometimes you need to get those games in. Look at film and you figure that out.
Great crowd on hand here tonight at Torry Gym, and great work from our camera operators, Ben Tapp and Teddy Ball, doing a fantastic job. Jonathan Michaels, our director. And James Johnson is off on that too. And John's been doing a fantastic job queuing up those shots.
Romeoville's done a little better job on him here in the second half, and he hasn't gotten the many clean looks like he did in the first half.
Yeah, I think when the game started, they didn't know what he was capable of doing, and they found that out. Now they're keying on him a little bit more.
Big possession here for the Spartans, looking to take a 2-possession lead. Porter going to pull a mid-range jumper, knocks it down.
That looked really good.
Watch out.
That was pure, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was smooth. I mean, that's just the thing I think kids need to learn, to pull up and take an open 15-footer or a contested layup, or, I don't know. I'm too old-fashioned, I guess.
Well, we saw James Johnson hit one earlier. Craighead off on the 3.
Well, there's Johnson, another offensive rebound. That's a really good pass there.
Craighead, 4-3, 1-point game. Colton Craighead knocks it down.
Kaminsky with a really, really heads-up pass there.
That's important too. Craig had just missed one, and the ball comes back to him. He didn't hesitate either. It's like, kick out.
Porter down low and responds. It's a 3-point game.
And Coach Schermerhorn's going to have to find an answer to that, because we're going to see a lot of that over the last 4 minutes.
Here's Johnson driving. Johnson up, almost an and one. He'll go to the line. I want to double back real quick, Jeff, to your point on Kaminsky. He has not played big minutes tonight, but he's in a big spot here late in a tight game and making big plays.
Well, and from having seen him play in the past, don't be surprised if he doesn't make a big shot down the stretch too.
So here's Johnson. Needs a pair of free throws to make it a 1-point game, and he got it. And in for Washington, Pierce Martin, and Kaminsky will come out. But we'll see if we don't perhaps see Kaminsky back the junior here down the stretch.
Yeah, he made big plays, good passes. Thinking maybe as Washington looking to get a little size just to combat Porter. Bringing in 6'2" instead of 5'10".
Yeah.
You'd almost say, well, do you try to zone? But when they went to the zone that time, they went right to the middle with Porter. So, not sure it matters.
60-59. Fierce pass deflected. Porter gets it back. I mentioned Kaminsky, the junior. Fierce at sophomore. That's great news for Romeoville fans. 3 on the way, fading away, knocking it down is Porter. And it's a 2-possession game, 4 points. Let's see what Washington does to respond.
If he's going to make those, that's going to make it that much tougher for Washington. That was well defended.
Lewis, handoff, Duncan.
Nice
open
play by
lane,
Duncan.
And he got it, and a foul, and 1 for Duncan.
Again, there's the improved strength from C.J. Duncan to be able to finish with that contact.
And I loved how he slowed down as he got closer to the basket. He didn't speed up, slowed down, knew what he was doing.
Mike, have you seen a game with this many and 1 opportunities?
No, this has been a lot.
Old-fashioned basketball here at Torrey Gym. And the free throw good for Duncan. A 1-point game with 3:16 to play. Romeoville a 1-point edge.
Mike, to your point earlier about the shot clock, this is where you would see some teams in the past. They would start holding the ball, make you come out and foul. Then it becomes a free throw contest. And, we're not going to see that. Teams are going to have to run their offense and still keep scoring.
And I like it. I like this. I like the shot clock forcing that.
Shot clock down to 5 here for Romeoville. Got to hurry. Here's Porter. Porter drives.
They got it to the right guy.
Can't score, pardon me, but he does get to the line yet again.
He caught that in the jump circle at 5.
Yeah.
I think the pass was made at 5, and he gets to the rim with the second. I mean, through the defense, it's
Coach Shermerhorn is not happy with the defense there.
That is a special player.
You saw Lane Langhoff, Peoria Notre Dame's girls coach, just a moment ago, counting down to his team's game against Washington. Washington's girls team in just a few minutes. And in front of Peoria Notre Dame student section, just off to our camera's right, free throw goes, and it's a 2-point game for Porter here. Porter had, I think, 4 points in the first half. He's up to 26 for the game to lead all scorers.
Just took him a while to get warmed up.
Yeah, he just has really taken over this game, which is what your senior star should be able to do.
See if Washington has anything left in the tank. 3-point game. Here's Johnson.
They just have to keep doing what they're doing.
Yeah. And you see Porter guarding Johnson here. I mean, that's
15 seconds on the shot clock. Here's Lewis. Lost it, foul called. And Lewis will go to the line. That's Romeoville's 6th foul. So 2 free throws for Lewis. Could make it a 1-point game. Quick housekeeping note if our viewers are just joining us. It's Washington in the home whites. Despite being the orange team on our scoreboard, Romeoville in the visiting orange uniforms. I think everyone had that straightened out, but if you are just joining us, maybe you're getting ready for the next game, or if you're tuning in from elsewhere in the country, maybe your team's going to play later this week at the TOC. Washington in the home whites here, trailing by 3 points after the missed free throw.
And again, a 3-point game, possibly 2-point game. A little over 2 minutes left, lots of time. No need for either team to change what they're doing.
I mean, you're talking 3 or 4 possessions here at minimum,
Oh, yeah.
So it's just good. It's good, solid defense. You don't want to gamble and create something, but they're going to have to find an answer for Porter here. I mean, Panthers will have to find a way, make him maybe give it up.
Or you know what? Somebody's guarding him who doesn't have a lot of fouls.
Yeah.
And if he makes that drive to the basket, foul him. You're not the bonus yet. Don't let him finish.
With the shot clock at 3.
Don't foul.
Don't foul the 3. You weren't talking about that foul.
No.
Nice step back move. I mean,
I think when he started making that drive to his left, that might be the time to do it. Now they got to start all over again. And
and hope for a miss.
Yeah, and you're just not going to let him go to the basket. And
I wish. Sometimes I miss watching game film. Sometimes I don't. But I would like to watch the game film because I think most of his dribble drives have been left in his moves. I mean, go left and pull up, go left and finish to the rim. I mean, most kids right-handed would prefer to go right, but he is very comfortable with that left hand.
Got the first, needs the second to make it a 2-possession game, and it is a 4-point lead for Romeoville with 1 minute and 40 seconds left to play in the fourth quarter. And now it hasn't updated, but I think that's 29 for Porter.
Oh, that's a bad foul.
Yes.
Washington gets
You're
the
up
rebound
4.
and will go to the line.
Let him get the rebound.
Yeah.
And hit the reset button on that defensive possession. Instead, guys, that's what we saw a lot from Romeoville in the early stages of the game.
I'm pretty sure that young man just came in the game, too, and it's like, that's not what coach put you in for.
Now you're going to get 2 shots, no time runs off the clock. They can set up the defense. You got all kinds of things that would not happen with just being a little bit more under control defensively.
You see at the now you don't see it at the very top left of your now you see it at the very top left of your screen, the shot clock. Guys, this is the kind of game it comes in to play in a really big way, and these are the kinds of situations where fans clamor for that shot clock. There you get a great look at it as we reach an Enercon power-up timeout. For nearly 50 years, Enercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit EnerconPower.com and engineer your future with Enercon Power. Still a free throw for Washington here in this possession. And that shot clock, 35 seconds. Washington is guaranteed at least a couple of more possessions on the offensive side of the ball.
Right. Yeah, this game is far from over.
Yeah. Well, and you wonder if Coach Shermorn's talking about maybe extending some pressure a little bit and that kind of thing. But yet at the same time, you do that, you might open yourself up to giving up an easy basket.
Exactly.
So, if you've got an answer on the half court, now would be the time to pull it out.
And I'd maybe run a second guy at Porter. When the clock's winding down and he's got the ball in his hands, run that second guy in and make him give that up, make somebody else make a decision or make a play.
And force him right. I mean, I know that sounds crazy. He's a right-handed player, but, don't let him go to the way he's comfortable,
That's a great point.
There's not an open seat available in Washington student section. You saw them a moment ago. They rise to their feet. And C.J. Duncan can look over his left shoulder and see them standing in this 3-point game. Washington starts its Thanksgiving break tomorrow. And in front of his classmates, Duncan hits a 3 that makes it a 2-point game with an eternity left on the scoreboard. Minute 39 as Romeoville inbounds it.
Panthers a little bit of zone defense just to mix things up a little bit. I wouldn't be surprised to see them maybe at some point during the shot clock switch back to their man-to-man.
I think that's just what I was thinking. Switch it up. They're looking to attack a zone now. Switch it up. Run somebody at Porter. Now, if he makes that, you know what? You tip your hat. That's Washington ball.
Touches it as it goes out of bounds. Probably not the shot Romeoville wanted, although Porter, that's what impact players do. Went for the 3, maybe the dagger. Instead, opens the door for Washington to take the lead on this possession with a make from downtown. 3 on the floor for Washington are in double scoring figures. Duncan to Craghead, back to Duncan, to Johnson, deep 3 for the lead. It's off. Duncan's rebound,
Boy, another big play by Duncan.
And he gets to the line, and he can tie it with 2 makes.
He's just made one big play after another.
And I'm sure he'll be disappointed in the way he shot the ball tonight, but like we've said, he's made the big plays when the Panthers have needed him.
Yeah, people that know what he's done for the team. Not always going to shoot it well. That's not always going to happen.
We always used to say, too, it's easy to do all the little things, to dive on the floor and make the extra pass when the shots are going in. And when they're not going in, you still have to continue to do them. He's
That's right.
Been a key player tonight for sure.
Got the first, second could tie it at 67, 45 and a half seconds to play. In regulation.
In regulation.
Comes with an asterisk. 35 on the shot clock, 45 for the game.
Oh.
Start them both. Free throw doesn't go. And let's see what Washington does. They could get
Don't
the
have
ball
to
back
foul.
with
Don't
10
have to
seconds
foul.
left. 35. Shot clock and game clock again about 10 seconds apart. Here's Ivy and a timeout called by Mark Howard. With 18 seconds on the shot clock and 28 and a half seconds left on the game clock. It's a big Enercon power-up timeout. For nearly 50 years, Enercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions and industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Power up your career by visiting EnerconPower.com.
Sure, Romeoville's drawing up some kind of set or some kind of play against the zone. I wouldn't be surprised to see the Panthers either go man, maybe even play a different zone. 1-3-1, I know Coach Schimmerhorn has used from time to time. I mean, you may see something like that here, just because you know what Romeoville's talking about.
Just to counter what he thinks is going to happen. I think no matter what they're going to look to run, the ball's going to end up in Porter's hands, and he's going to look to do something with it.
If you and I were coaching, it would end up in Porter's hands.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't need to coach, but
Yeah,
I agree. That would be my game. That would be my play too.
I've never been accused of being the best coach or the smartest coach, but I think I could do that one.
Yep.
Porter has 29 points tonight, and he's played a really clean game. Just one foul for the senior, who has attracted interest from a number of high-level colleges.
And he's played about every minute. I don't know if he's been out at all that I can remember.
Maybe a little bit in the first quarter, into the first quarter, it seems like he was out, but
I wouldn't take him out either.
Barring an offensive rebound, Washington's going to get a shot. 12 seconds left on the shot clock, now down to 10. Here's Porter off to the left. Downhill, doesn't get it. Duncan the rebound and a foul!
Wow. He had a good shot.
Yeah. He went left again, but didn't finish that one. C.J. Duncan there for a strong rebound on the weak side and draws the foul.
Talked about how Porter had just one foul. He's called for the infraction there. It's his second. Duncan's free throw to tie it. Got it! And we're tied at 67.
$13 seconds, going to be a lot of time for Romeoville.
Duncan gives Washington the lead.
Here we go.
Timeout Romeoville before potentially the game's final possession. What a game to kick it off here at the TOC. These teams' seasons, it's not the first game of the day. We saw two good ones earlier. And Washington, guys, let's see if they can batten down the hatches and get out of here with a win. They've got to defend for 13 seconds.
And get a rebound.
Well,
a lot of times it's that miss that gets tipped in.
It's a second chance.
That's right.
Yep.
It's an Enercon power-up timeout. For nearly 50 years, Enercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Power up your career. Visit EnerconPower.com. Enercon Power timeout late in this one. This gym's got plenty of energy. Raymond R. Torry Gym at Washington Community High School. And these fans are going to stick around for the nightcap. Washington's girls team versus Peoria Notre Dame. That game should be just as good, so don't go anywhere. You see the huddles. Washington breaking it out. Defensively, guys, how do you stop Porter?
Well, they really haven't had an answer. He's kind of stopped himself. He took a kind of a deep step back three from the top and missed the layup driving left last time, but I wouldn't count on him missing another one.
I think, again, you run somebody else at him. Make him give the ball up.
If you're going to get beat, make somebody else beat you. Absolutely.
Oh, he slipped almost. Almost could have been tragic. Now a timeout.
Well played by Mark Howard to get the advancement. It's an Intercon Engineering power-up timeout. Are you ready to power up your career? Visit EnterconPower.com and engineer your future with Intercon Power, powering communities with cutting-edge solutions for nearly 50 years.
You know, Mike, I think to your point, when he's driven to the basket, they've tried to rotate people to help him, on him, but I mean, it's like it's not coming early enough. It's not coming far enough away from the basket. He's been able to split. What you're talking about is out farther.
Before he starts to make that move, run somebody at him. Either, especially with 8 seconds to go, maybe he's got to back up his dribble. That takes less time, or maybe he's got to give up the ball. But if you wait until he starts dribbling, starts going to the basket, he's got the advantage. Be a good time to get our first charge for the night.
There you go.
If you're a Washington fan, right?
Jody Brown powering our charges throughout the TOC. Contact her team, auto, fire, and life insurance needs. Jody Brown, a fitting sponsor of our charges here at the TOC. You know, Kevin Brown, he liked that style of basketball, loved those charges, and charge could win the game for Washington as, you know, that Romeoville offense and Damian Porter Jr., they've tried to get downhill tonight.
Well, if you knew anything about Kevin as a coach or a player, the charge was a big part of the game.
Here we go, 1-point game. Romeoville on the wrong end of that. There are 8 seconds left, and it's Fears into Porter. Porter
He's going to pull up this time.
Porter drives. Porter, and a foul is called, and Porter can win it at the line.
Right.
They forced him right, but maybe the scouting report was don't let him go right, too. I mean, he made it a good, strong move there.
Damian Porter Jr., he's done that time and time again tonight. And how fitting it would be to get to the free throw line and win this thing for the player who's done that so often tonight. 29 points for number 23. Everyone's on their feet, and the free throw misses. The best he can do is tie it with 2.8 seconds left. Everybody's on their feet in Washington.
A lot of noise.
Remember the asterisk. The asterisk of finishing this thing on regulation.
Here's Porter at the line, silences the Washington crowd. PND crowd loves it. And here's Martin. Half-court prayer for the win is short. We're going to overtime. It was just short. Wow. Look at that Washington student section. I don't know if anyone in this gym can believe what they've seen. This game's gone back and forth and back again, and we've got 4 minutes left to play.
Extra basketball on the opening night. It'll be hard to beat this the rest of the day. You got 3 more nights, right?
I don't think this girls' game's going to start at 8:45.
I don't think so.
Heading toward 9 o'clock here in Washington. Going to be probably close to 9:30 by the time we get this thing sorted out and sweep the floors and do all that good stuff. There's Romeoville's huddle. If you're just joining us, Damian Porter Jr. has 30 points, 1 of 2 at the line a moment ago to tie it. He's lived at the line tonight, has drawn contact. He's been maybe the best player on the floor for either time, just 2 fouls against him. There's Washington's cheerleading team breaking and heading back to the baseline. For Washington, guys, it's been an overwhelmingly balanced scoring attack. 8 points, 13, 13, 16, and 0, the 5 on the floor. It was the player with 0, Pierce Martin, that almost won the game, but his half-court prayer fell just short.
Well, and you know the thing that the guys that were key early in the first half for Washington, you know, Martin and Johnson, they've been a little quiet here in the second half, but you just know at some point those kids step back up. You know, they're experienced players like we've talked about.
Craghead forces it loose, lets his offense get back. Now both sides have even numbers. Craghead to Pierce Martin, still looking for his first basket tonight. Johnson will drive, running downhill, and a foul.
Nope.
And
on the floor, but he's getting 2 free throws.
bonus does not reset for overtime. So both teams with 5 fouls to carry on through. Johnson is Washington's leading scorer with 16 points. 4 for Lewis. First free throw does not go. 13 for Duncan, who's rebounded nicely from a quiet start. And 8 points for Craghead, he was first off the bench for Washington tonight, and he's been very impactful.
Wow.
I'm glad I didn't put money on that. I would not have thought he'd have missed both of those.
Again, great game tonight, guys.
Yeah.
We can't forget first game of the season, early season jitters for both sides. And free throws, I think, are going to be a point of emphasis for both coaches Howard and Schermerhorn.
Well, we'll see what Romeoville does against this 2-3 zone. I mean, they didn't have to have an answer earlier when they had the lead. They could hold it a little bit. Now,
5 on the shot clock, driving through Fears, lost it, and
Oh,
contact.
that's a tough foul.
And 23 fouls, 23. And you feel there for Pierce Martin, kind of the wrong place, wrong time situation.
Yeah, I think Washington wanted to travel on the initial
kind of the lost
drive.
ball, lost bobble dribble there, but
Porter caught it, and by the time he caught it, Martin had his hand up, and they were kind of tying up for it. And so here is a free throw that gives Romeoville the lead from who other than Porter. Porter has 13. Porter has now 31, and a 2-point lead. Danny Thompson has 13 points. And let's see what Washington does. Down 2. Oh, it's Fears.
Almost.
Yeah.
Just great quickness.
Talked a little about Fears earlier, guys. His brothers have set the bar high, Jeremiah and Jeremy. But only a sophomore. Almost an over and back. Only a sophomore is Fears. He's got a high ceiling.
You never want to inbound it that close to the half-court line like that.
If you're going to be there, throw it in the backcourt.
Here's Duncan driving. Duncan, no. And a rebound for Romeoville. Mike, Jeff, I can't remember which one of you made the point earlier. I don't think Porter has come out. He's had the ball in his hands almost every possession for Romeoville.
Yeah, possibly early in the game. I think, Jeff, you said maybe the
first into the first quarter. Seems like I thought he'd rotated out, but
he's not only played a lot of minutes, he's done a lot for them.
Fears
like
would have
that.
made it a 5-point game, and Porter, you need all 5 guys to guard him.
Yeah.
I think maybe there's their answer against the zone. They put Porter in the middle at the high post, make a Panther come up and guard him there, and then he just was a man going after that rebound, and he just goes and gets it and draws a foul.
Your best offense might be shoot and miss and go get it.
Yeah, absolutely.
First free throw on the way for Porter, won't fall. In for Washington. It's the return of Luke Kaminsky, and he comes out for Pierce Martin.
I'm guessing this is an offense for defense substitution for Coach Schermerhorn.
Yep.
Second free throw on the way, won't fall.
Missed them both.
Porter couldn't knock it down. Season opener for both teams. It's going to come down to a few possessions at the very end. Johnson passes up the 3, almost lost it, gets it back, kick to the corner, Craghead, and now it's Kaminsky. Kaminsky had to be careful there, gets
That's
it to
the guy
Lewis.
they need to get the ball.
And Lewis, the mid-range jumper, wouldn't go. Both teams have had that in their arsenal tonight. Down low to Fears. Fears over Johnson. No, loose. Who's going to get it? Battle for the ball, playing out in front of the sideline, and a foul is called on Porter.
Yeah, that's a foul. It's a good hustle play, but
Guys, I'm glad they both kind of called off the dogs a little bit there. That was looking like a collision, and maybe that was going to carry into the first row of the bleachers.
could have been some collateral damage.
Yeah.
Played out right in front of Brian Wardle down there, Bradley's men's basketball coach. First free throw good for Lewis, and the second could give Washington a even tie at 70. Off the mark, it's a 1-point game.
A little fatigue showing, I think,
absolutely.
on both sides.
Sides, absolutely.
Yeah. Minute 15 here for overtime.
Dare we say the first overtime?
You're the one that mentioned it earlier, so.
You said it, not me. It's an Intercon power up timeout. Intercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Intercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Power up your career. Visit EnterconPower.com and engineer your future with Intercon Engineering. We had a game, was it last year or 2 years ago, between Peoria and Richwoods, hit 5 overtimes.
Yes.
Now we got to be up early.
That's right.
We got to be up early tomorrow. First game doesn't start until 9:45. It's actually the latest start of the 3 full days here at the TOC. You know, it was a thrilling game, though. You know, 2 sides of every coin. Pay for it in the morning, but might be worth it.
I was just
enjoy
thinking,
it while it's happening.
Yeah. I was just thinking these coaches are probably thinking, boy, you know, we're playing a top quality opponent. This is a great way to start our season. But if they're all going to be like this, it's going to be a long year.
It's a lot of minutes.
Yeah. A lot of sleepless nights, a lot of cold dinners when you get home.
Remember that Bradley-Cincinnati game at the Fieldhouse?
Absolutely.
7 overtimes.
Yep.
And every overtime was whoever got the tip held the ball until the last shot.
Can't do that with the shot clock.
Can't do that anymore.
In its 3rd season of implementation at the TOC, and it's going to add an interesting wrinkle here to this last 65 seconds. Here's Fears.
Panthers going to go back man-to-man here a little bit, maybe boxing one.
Calling it out. Here's a drive and a conversion. Count it for Porter.
That's a big shot.
Scratch what I said about making him go right, because he can go either way.
He can go right.
I think they were forcing him left earlier, but
72-69. Here's Lewis. And here is Duncan. Washington needs a 3 to tie it. Now under what a shot clock would be, as we're down to 30 seconds.
This is where defensively you don't want to foul.
Here's Duncan down low, draws contact, and gets to the line.
That's a tough foul, too.
Really going at Porter. Sorry to cut you off, Jeff, but that's now, I think, 4 on Porter, and he had, not long ago, just 1 foul to his name.
The good pass and good cut by C.J. Duncan, but, I mean, you know.
And Duncan, he got the first. It couldn't decide, and then decided it wanted to make it a 2-point game.
Shot clock's off here with 22.7 left.
Romeoville has 2 timeouts left. Washington can stop the clock once. 1-point game.
Going to come down to free throws.
Looking at the foul situation, reminder our viewers, both teams in the bonus. Intercon power-up timeouts brought to you by Intercon Engineering. Got a little ahead of myself there, but for nearly 50 years, Intercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Visit EnterconPower.com and engineer your future with Intercon Engineering. That's EnterconPower.com. But I was saying, guys, 5 fouls aside, double bonus the rest of the way. 1 timeout now for each coach. And looking at the 5 on the floor for either side, Romeoville has 2 players with 4 fouls. And those players are Sean Alexander and Damian Porter Jr. No, not Porter Jr., pardon me. I think that's Noah Harris has 4 fouls for Romeoville.
So for Romeoville to win, they got to get the ball in. They've done it. Get it across half court. Make free throws.
It is Porter with 4 fouls, my correction there, and a foul there for Washington.
Well, and that played to Washington's hand there because, they probably let the ball inbound to someone besides Porter, someone who hasn't taken many shots lately because he's taken all of them.
Right.
And make them step up and make some free throws.
And it's Fears at the line. It's a name that's been involved in a lot of big games around the states.
There you go.
Around the country, not Fears at the line, Thompson at the line, and he misses the first. Fears is on the floor, though, for Romeoville, but it's Danny Thompson, second leading scorer for Romeoville. Best he can do now is make it a 2-point game with 20 seconds left. Misses it. Duncan gets the rebound. Washington has a timeout. Will they use it?
Oh. Who'd that kick off of? Yeah.
Say it was last touched by Washington. 12.8.
I think he was wanting to get that ball across half court for that timeout. Just didn't get the opportunity to do so.
Karam's out of bounds, and Washington's defense. Do they foul immediately, guys, or do you spend any time at all trying to poke it loose, go for a steal?
I think you go for the steal, but it's going to be a foul.
Foul right in front of Washington student section. We'll send A.J. Ivey to the line. The junior in a big spot has played a nice game. Very complimentary of his teammates. It's been a nice option for Mark Howard in that Romeoville offense.
Well, like so many games and so many teams, if you're going to be a good team, you've got to have other players, that step up and do things. We talked about C.J. Duncan doing that. Romeoville's got them. They're going to have to take care of it. Get some free throws in here.
Yep, that's 3 straight free throws they've missed.
How important, Mike, for Washington to box out down low, Duncan and Johnson. Ivey, second free throw on the way. He got it. 2-point game. Washington has a timeout left. Johnson crosses midcourt. 5 seconds left. Johnson lost it, and a timeout. No, a foul is called.
Yep.
Thompson driving to the basket, calls it off before the free throws coming up.
Great play on defense.
It was. I don't know if he was planning on calling a timeout when they got past or just letting them play. Sometimes you call the timeout, the defense switches.
And it's Dalen Porter, the junior.
Still time left.
If he makes one, then Romeoville's got to think about fouling.
Yep.
Okay? If he makes 2, game's probably over.
Yep.
So let's assume a make and a miss. Washington, I guess, as we've got an Intercon Engineering power-up timeout. Power up your career. Visit EnterconPower.com and engineer your future with Intercon Engineering. 2 different situations I'll throw at you guys. Obviously, to your point, Mike, you make both free throws, game's probably over. You make the first, miss the second. Washington's probably got to call that timeout immediately. You miss the first, make the second. Does Washington try and inbound it to half court and get that advancement, or do you just play the 3 seconds out?
Well, I think in this situation, if you're down 4, and he used his last time out there, so they're talking about all the scenarios they're going to have. If we have to down 4 with 3 seconds and no timeouts, you'd have to get fouled shooting a 3. That'd really be your only chance. So I'm sure Romeoville's talking about that. Hey, give up a 2 if we're ahead by 4 points. We can't lose.
Yeah,
so,
give up a 3. Doesn't matter.
Yeah,
just
exactly. You stand still.
The clock doesn't stop on a make like it does in college.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You make them both. You might as well just walk back to the bench. Just get out of harm's way.
You don't have to inbound it. They can't stop the clock.
Yep.
You make one, your thought has got to be, do we foul? But have you practiced that?
But don't foul somebody who's rising up to shoot it. You have all those things that hopefully you've covered in practice, but
yeah, that's why you have to practice fouling.
In the game situations. Absolutely.
Missed the first. Here's the second from Dalen Porter. Off the mark. Rebound, Craighead. Johnson for the win. And it's just short. And Romeoville wins it 73-71 in overtime.
Wow.
Oh, man.
You know, I know this sounds kind of crazy, but missing the second one was probably
Their advantage.
better to their advantage, most definitely.
Washington passing up the timeout to play it out. I think that was the right call. It worked. An open shot for Johnson, certainly a deep one.
I don't think I'd have had him miss it on purpose, but
Yeah,
if you miss
but it
that
did
one,
work out.
you got
That's
3
right.
seconds and no way to stop the clock.
And we might not see a better game than that all week.
I
But
was going to say, either way, it was a great ball game.
Yeah.
absolutely. Great way for both teams to start their seasons. Guys, you know, I guess two buckets to fall in, moral victory, no moral victory, you know, however you want to see a loss. But certainly I think a lot of positives for Washington and even more for Romeoville. Going toe-to-toe against a good Washington team in a hostile environment here. Romeoville, I think Mark Howard should be very happy with the 15 or so he's got on the roster going into this season.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, that's it. Like we said at the beginning, these are the kinds of games you want in the beginning of the season, so that you can talk to kids about, hey, remember those, you know, when we practice free throws, you know why they're so important? This is why they're so important.
Right. And you find out about your team right now.
Yep.
And of course, for Washington, you never want to go down again. We talk moral victory or not, again, whatever your mentality on a loss is. But a lot of positives. You know, a couple plays break your way, you're looking at a different outcome, and you go toe-to-toe, again, with a very good Romeoville team. You know, we'll see what Washington can do
pay
later
off.
in the week.
That'll pay off down the road for you.
Exactly.
Both teams.
Absolutely.
That game helps both teams.
Looking at what's ahead for both these teams, tomorrow Washington will play Florence Wilson out of South Carolina, and Romeoville's got a very good St. Francis team out of Texas that some are saying could be they are among the very best at the Tournament of Champions, no question. The only question is, are they the best? St. John Bosco, St. Francis, you know, a couple teams in that conversation, and Wilson out of Florence, South Carolina. I don't mean to shortchange them. They've got a lot of big-time players. It's where Lawrence Timmons, Harry Carson, Justin Durant, number of high-profile athletes who've had very successful careers have attended down there in Wilson. Guys, we'll send it back to the studio here, but first, any final thoughts? How do you sum that one up?
Great high school basketball game. I mean, it was exactly what we thought we could get, and we got it. So, you know, hats off to both teams, and well played. And
I agree, and good luck to both teams, because, you know, we saw some good things out here, and, you know, both teams are going to carry this into their season, and it's interesting to be really interesting to see how they progress as the season goes on.
And as you said, and be ready to play tomorrow, because we got
to be ready. Yeah, you can't celebrate too hard, and you can't cry too much.
That's right.
You got another one.
Right back at it tomorrow. Got to prove it. And one more note, again, that St. Francis Romeoville game, about 12:45. Washington will play at 7 o'clock against Florence Wilson. The only thing that game didn't have was a charge. If there had been one, it would have been brought to you by Jody Brown. State Farm will send it back to our off-drink, Tournament Central, after a break, and that's coming up on ClutchSportsIL.com. Our coverage of the 19th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions continues.
The 2024 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. Coach Kevin Brown was a tough and gritty competitor both on and off the court in his battle with glioblastoma, a fast-growing form of brain cancer. OSF Healthcare Institute brings that same tenacity to the fight against glioblastoma and has teamed up with the KB Strong Foundation to bring the first clinical trials to the Peoria area. These trials will begin soon. By the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 19th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial TOC. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all Washington has to offer during your visit to the TOC. By Titan Industries, a family-owned steel fabrication shop. They provide high-quality steel fabrication services to clients large and small. Contact them to be a part of your next project. Visit titannd.us for additional information. And by Teamworks, proud to be an official partner of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions.
Welcome back to the Upstring Auto Group Tournament Central. Alongside Kristen Hartman, I'm Gavin Russell. Kristen, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you so much for having me.
Well, we just saw a thriller between Washington and Romeoville. Went to overtime, almost 2 overtimes. It's been a really good day of basketball so far.
Absolutely.
I know you've had the screen over there by the KB Strong booth, but what have you enjoyed so far?
It's been great being able to check it out from the merch booth and get to watch all the games. It's been wonderful.
It is certainly an incredible experience. We can't talk enough about how great this basketball is, but of course, as we mentioned, this is for more than basketball.
Yes.
The fight against glioblastoma. You have a very powerful story. Would you mind sharing with us?
Yeah, absolutely. So my dad was diagnosed with glio back in 2017, and he actually fought a 5.5-year fight with glio, which is pretty unusual, but he did very well throughout his fight with it. So we ended up losing him back in April of 23, but we have met so many people through glioblastoma, like Jody, and we wish we could have met Kevin, but Kevin was diagnosed just maybe year and a half after my father was, and it was nice to feel that there was somebody else that we could relate to in the area with the same thing. We didn't know anybody with glioblastoma before my dad was diagnosed.
Sure. And glioblastoma is one of those things that, again, it's probably new to a lot of our viewers. Even people that have been coming to this tournament may not really understand fully what it is. It's one of those things that all cancer is bad, right? You don't want to hear I've been diagnosed with cancer, but glioblastoma is perhaps the last thing you want to hear. It's just so devastating, as there's not quite the same treatments and things that other cancers might have.
Yes.
How much does it mean to see this all going on, to see the support to further the cause? Because, right, OSF Healthcare trying to include things to make it better. How big is this for you to see?
Oh, this is fantastic. I mean, there's just so much community support, and even schools from all across the nation. I mean, there's so much support here in Central Illinois for glioblastoma, especially with KB Strong. We're really growing the message, and that's really the important thing. So, having events like this and getting the word out and just saying, hey, support those people that have this awful disease, and also if maybe you're not feeling right, this may be your time to go to the doctor and just get checked out just to make sure you're healthy.
Right, and that sense of community, you say knowing other people, that community obviously started well. You mentioned you're from the Dunlap area. Of course, here in Washington, but as you mentioned, stretching across the nation.
Absolutely.
Coach from St. John Bosco, that's all the way in California. His dad was affected by glioblastoma. We found that out back in 2021, just completely unknowingly.
Incredible.
He was coming just to play basketball, right?
Yeah.
Kind of unknowingly. I feel like it just affects more people out there than you realize.
It does.
And I'm sure you may have even met people along the way that, hey, you've had somebody affected by that as well. I'm sure you've had some experiences.
I have, even through my workplace, finding out, people being affected by brain cancer, brain tumor, and glioblastoma. I mean, it's definitely, getting the awareness out there is probably the biggest piece. You really need to get the awareness out there for these cancers because they're not really talked about. And, something that Jody said is a lot of people just say brain cancer. Well, brain cancer is just one piece of it. Glioblastoma is a very specific kind of brain cancer, and unfortunately, the most deadly form of brain cancer.
Yeah, it's a little more vague, but of course this is something very specific that
It is.
hits home with a lot of people, and it's certainly something we can all support. Now, there's 4 days left of this tournament, a lot of basketball to be had. Tell our audience some ways that they can get involved, even if it's not buying anything or doing anything, but how can they get involved throughout the rest of this week?
So, if you can make it to the tournament, definitely make it to the tournament. It's a great celebration of both basketball and people fighting the fight against cancer. So, we'd love to get you involved that way, but also, just do your research and talk to people and, just support and frankly pray for those folks that have been affected and their families as well.
Yeah, it's just a devastating cause, but a lot of people are doing really good work. Of course, here in the multi-purpose room at Washington High School, they can come see. I don't know if you'll be working any of the rest of the week, but volunteers working the KB Strong booth.
Yeah.
Plenty of nice T-shirts and stuff over there. You guys have a lot of merch.
we've got all the merch, and there's more merch even coming tomorrow. So, yeah, definitely look out for that.
They sold out last year. I was trying to get a short sleeve T-shirt. I wanted to make sure everybody got their chance to pick first. I got a really nice long sleeve one, but a lot of people were buying it up, so good to hear there'll be more merch on the way. Now,
yes.
You said, of course, your history with basketball, again, coming from your dad. How about some positive memories, right? You know, we love talking about glioblastoma and how we can do that, but lots of positive memories. Bradley basketball definitely on the docket. I saw Bradley head coach Brian Wardle is in the house tonight. What has Bradley meant to you? And I know it hits home with a lot of our viewers as well.
Yeah, so Bradley University is close to our hearts. My sister graduated from Bradley University. My family, we grew up going to games. My brother was definitely in attendance with my dad quite a bit. And we all took turns going to see Bradley games. My mom loves the Bradley women's team, so it's been near and dear to our hearts for a while.
Sure, and we have Washington alum Claire McDougal's playing with the Washington girls team.
Yes.
So that community really, I mean, it just extends so far. I mean, even personally, I don't even have any family that even went to Bradley, but just growing up in the area and just that sense of community with Bradley basketball is really something special. So
absolutely, yes.
Very good to hear. So what's one thing maybe you're looking forward to the rest of the week, and then we'll let you get out of here?
Looking forward to Thanksgiving, family, community, and just getting together and celebrating health and, and love, really, just really this is a weekend that brings people together, whether it's here or whether it's for Thanksgiving, and I think that's what it's really all about.
Certainly. Well, we thank you so much for joining us.
Thank
it's
you.
fantastic to hear your story. There's a lot that you can do at home. Even if you're not even able to come to the tournament, just spread the awareness, as we were mentioning.
Absolutely.
Whether you're here in Central Illinois or in another state halfway across the country, you certainly can do your part, and we appreciate you tuning in so much. We got one more game coming up. It's a pretty groundbreaking game, that is. The first girls game. That's really special.
It really, really is. So wishing both teams all the best.
Yes, it's going to be exciting. We've got Peoria Notre Dame girls, defending state champions. They'll take on the Washington girls here on their home floor. So we will go to that in a few minutes. We'll head to a quick break, and we'll be right back here from the Uftring Tournament Central. Hey, Larry. With us here. We're figuring out day one as we go. We don't want to keep our there's a lot of busy folks out here trying to get to the merch table, so I didn't want to keep Kirsten too long.
Understandable.
Trying to help some clients over there. But thanks for jumping into this, Teddy. How you been?
I've been pretty good. It's first fun first day. Got to see a lot of good games. First game was a little, took a little bit of time to adjust and couldn't get the cameras figured out. I was on the call for that one, but eventually, second game was running smoothly. That's just how day one is. You got a lot of stuff jumping at us quickly, but we adapt and we roll into it.
Got to knock the rust off a little bit, right? We've been a long football season, but got to get into the hardwood groove now. But just saw a really good one. It was an overtime thriller. Washington coming up there with Romeoville. That has been a fantastic matchup that we've seen today. But I'm really looking forward to this girls game coming up. Of course, a groundbreaking first girls game. You talked to Lane Langhoff earlier, and what did you discuss with him? What is he looking for coming into an environment like this, technically really on the road? What's he expecting in this game?
I think the P&D team, they seem like they're very confident going into the game. Obviously, you're confident at any game, especially when you're a player like a team like that, a team that won a state championship a year ago. But P&D, they're going against a good team in Washington. I think they're just really excited. When I talked to Coach Langhoff, they seem like they're very excited to get into the groove of the game. And not only that, but it's like they're really excited for the record setting, like the record that they're setting, which is the first girls game in TOC history over 19 years.
Certainly, and they've got some really prolific players on both sides. Avery Tibbs, is obviously the Panther to watch. There's a lot we could go up and down. Avery Tibbs can shoot the ball like nobody's business. I mean, I would say Steph Curry would be a decent comparison for Central Illinois high school girls basketball. I don't know how one shoots the ball that well. She's just unstoppable. I mean, I don't know if you've seen her, but, she's just fantastic.
I got to see her a little bit last year, and she, from what I understand, she's still a junior, right?
Yeah,
she's
junior,
yeah, so she's young, and that's kind of what both these teams have been good at. Last year, P&D, although they won the state championship, they also stayed pretty young. Like, they have a lot of players returning, and Washington does as well. These are two programs that are every once in a while you'll see a team that's good for a year. You know, they kind of break out and good for a year, but to sustain that level of success over a multiple, time span is truly impressive, and that just comes down to coaching and players and the fundamentals that you put into it.
That's what both these programs bring, and then if we flip to the other side, sustaining that kind of family line, and we've talked about the Wardle family line. You talked with Lane Langhoff about it a little bit. Emmy Wardle kind of carrying on. She was with the team last year, but now kind of filling a bigger role for her sister, who is now playing at Eastern Kentucky. So really good one coming up, but we're going to kick it to a quick break. My words are all twisted up here. It's been a long day, folks, but glad you've stuck with us here on ClutchSportsOut.com. Teddy Ball, Gavin Russell, we've had some great interviews and stuff so far. We're going to kick it to a break, and we'll have the next game coming up shortly.
The 2024 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on ClutchSportsIL.com is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. They understand the worry that a new or potential cancer diagnosis can bring, but they help reduce this anxiety and stress through their rapid appointment scheduling process, which can shorten the amount of time it takes for patients to be diagnosed and begin treatment for cancer. You can either be referred by your doctor or contact them yourself. OSF Cancer Institute will always respond within 1 business day. Visit their website or give them a call at 844-OSF-4HOPE. Buy Uftring. Take advantage of outstanding year-end savings during the big 2024 clearance at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Find the new car or truck you've always wanted at the Uftring dealer closest to you in Peoria, East Peoria, Washington, or North Pekin, or shop online at UfteringAutoGroup.com. By your hometown community banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank, local people, local decisions, local success, everything you want in a community bank, member FDIC. And by Countryside Banquet and Catering, the official banquet facility of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and home of the tournament's annual Thanksgiving dinner.
And welcome inside Torry Gymnasium, a long-awaited nightcap and a historical game about to tip off the first ever girls basketball game in Washington Tournament of Champions history. It's the Peoria Notre Dame Irish against the Washington Panthers, two of the best girls basketball teams, bar none, in Central Illinois. Jonathan Michael here alongside Jeff Little and Jim Lynch. Guys, I just feel so honored to be part of history, be part of this game. This is going to be top-notch basketball here.
Well, and from my time here working with Coach Barth and Kevin when he was here, Kevin was one of the biggest supporters of girls basketball. He was always willing to talk to us, help us, do whatever. And I'm sure he's proud of the fact that there's a girls game in the Kevin Brown Memorial TOC.
Talking 19 years. 19. Here I am, guys. I think they finally got me turned up here. But I think this is the first girls game that we've had in 19 years, they said.
Yep.
And you couldn't have two better programs representing the kickoff in 2024. What an epic opportunity for these programs. Both undefeated, so somebody's going to go home tonight with their season altered right away. But, great coaches, great young ladies playing for both these programs. We're in for a real treat tonight, coming off of what was just probably the highlight of the night so far with this Washington Romeoville game. We're definitely going to get that top tier. I'm predicting that right now.
Well, as we said during that game, it's like these are the kinds of games you want to play early in the year. Some coaches want to be undefeated, blah, blah, blah. But, you find out more about yourselves, your team, the kids on the bench, the starters, in these games than you do beating somebody, 80-4.
Without a doubt, wins and lessons.
Definitely, you either win or you lose. You either win or you learn. That's what the saying is. And again, both these teams, they don't lose very often.
No.
Again, these are two teams that, Washington hasn't lost many games. P&D has not lost more than 5 games in a couple years. So, two again very strong teams. P&D reigning state champions in 2A. Washington going to be a highly ranked team. I think many would believe in 3A. A little bit of backstory again about this game. I know you mentioned Kevin Brown. You wanted to have this game, but game got kind of pushed on the back burner for a little bit when he got sick. But now we're able to finally get this game, and what a better way to kick it off with Irish and the Panthers. P&D starting lineup being announced
right now. It is number 32, Cora Hines, rounding it out. Joining her tonight will be Allie Stickelmeyer, a 6-foot senior forward. Julia Mingus, a 5'6" senior guard. Emmy Wardle, the super sophomore, number 22, a 5'9" guard. And also Lexi Bear, the Division I bound 6'1" junior forward. And for Washington tonight, it'll be Avery Tibbs leading the way, followed by Becca McDougall. Adrian Donald gets the start alongside Maisie O'Brien and Danny Gaudet. This Washington group is a team that has played together for a long, long time, and Kim Barr says that they have great chemistry. It feels like the starting group has been together for more than, they're just juniors. It's hard to believe because they've been starting together since their freshman year.
You've heard those names for so many years that you almost don't even have to look at the roster. You recognize numbers, you recognize names as they come running out, so you're absolutely right, Jonathan.
I think the thing that the girls have an advantage over the boys tonight is the fact that both these teams have already played games. The boys, that was the first time out, and I don't care, we said whether you're a junior, senior, sophomore, doesn't matter. It's still your first game and you're nervous. Those nerves, they played through that 2, 3 times, 4 times, whatever it is. They just know, hey, we're in for battle. We're playing a top quality opponent.
Absolutely.
Certainly going to be these teams' toughest test so far. P&D is 4-0. They already won the Prairie Central Turkey Tip-Off Tournament. A lot of similar scores. They blew out St. Bede 74-28. They beat Pontiac 72-28. And they beat Limestone 59-46 and Ottawa 57-44. Washington took 3 wins against Glenwood, Springfield, and Galesburg. So some good wins there for the Panthers. And we are ready to go from Torrey Gymnasium. P&D wins the tip-off. And Stickelmeyer corrals it in the backcourt, and Mingus will bring it up. Mingus, the University of Illinois Springfield commit. At point guard, 3-ball on the way from Lexi Bear. Rattles around, and Gaudet brings in the board.
So a quick shot from Lexi Bear doing what she does best, and that's that long ball. Off the mark, and that's not going to be the only 3 we're going to see tonight.
Bear, a very strong shooter. That's sort of her calling card, one of her many talents. Here's Gaudet on the side, guarded by Bear. Nice dump low to Becca McDougall, and she knocks it in for 2.
Good dribble penetration, and you get a cutter to the basket when you have to help off the drive.
And again, Cora Hines took her eyes off of McDougall for 1 second.
Nice pass down low, and Hines finishes it off.
Hines answers just as quickly. Hines only a sophomore on this P&D team, and she is probably one of the toughest sophomores we're going to see this year.
Also one of the fewer new faces on the P&D starting lineup. Is a 3-ball on the way from O'Brien's no good, and we get a jump ball called. Arrow favors P&D, but again, this Irish team brings a lot back from that state title team. They only lost at Maya Wardle, who's now in Eastern Kentucky, and Caitlin Cassidy, who was unfortunately out for the season with an ACL injury.
Absolutely. And two significant losses off of last year's championship team. But again, you're seeing right here, a lot of girls stepping up. We talked about Cora Hines. And again, you see checking in Ada Maloney for the Irish. Another strong junior member for this team.
Got some playing time last year. Tibbs' 3-ball was short. And here comes Bear in her pink shoes. Crosses over back to the left. Whistled off, and we get a foul here. I believe that was on the floor. First foul of the game gets called on McDougall. Mid-Illini first team all-conference selection last year. Nice read there by Tibbs. Wide open breakaway. No, she got fouled by Mingus. Good pursuit by Mingus to make her earn these 2 shots here at the line.
Nice move by Tibbs to adjust her speed there as she approached the hoop. Almost letting Mingus to catch up and be like, all right, you can foul me at this point.
But you better foul me good, because there might be 3 if you don't.
Exactly.
And we already saw plenty of and ones in the last game.
Was it Porter Jr. who, I mean, he had 3 or 4. Was that his last name? I tried to hear it over the, he had 3, I think, in a row.
Third quarter. He had 3 in the third quarter.
I suspect we could see a lot of that in this game as well.
Well, the way both these teams can shoot, that'll open up driving lanes to the basket, and then, those help situations tend to create foul situations.
And there's no shortage of height and strength on both of these teams.
And yet G'day, she's got some height guarding Hines out on the perimeter. Now here's Maloney on the drive, driving in. Good defense by G'day, just stuffed her without fouling.
I tell you, we talked about this a little bit before we turned on the microphones here. Really was looking forward to watching G'day play. And in the first, 2 minutes here, haven't been disappointed in Danny G'day's play.
While these two teams aren't in the same conference, Coach Langloff being a longtime Canton coach before he went to Notre Dame, there's no secrets. I mean, both these teams will know what the other one's going to try to do, and well scouted. And
Mingus turns around, finds Bear, has trouble with the dribble. Now goes around the screen. 3-ball on the way. That's Stickelmeyer, and it's short, brought in by O'Brien, and she finds G'day. Last time these two teams faced off was December 26th of 2019 at the Manual Holiday Tournament. 3-ball's no good from Washington.
So was that last time they faced off in the regular season?
Just period.
Because I thought they had played in regional final play.
Yeah.
I think their last two times they played might have been regional final play. Lexi Bear with a nice little kiss off the glass there.
That's the lesson for me, not to trust Max Preps all the time. There's always a couple games missing here or there. Tibbs' floater just a bit short, and Bear brings it in. She's been active so far.
Yeah, I do believe that the last time they faced each other was the last time P&D was in 3A.
It is different now seeing P&D down in 2A. And one thing to keep in mind, if P&D, I believe, if they make it back to state as Emmy Wardle checks back in for the Irish, they make it to state this year, they'll be back up to 3A next year because the IHSA success factor for private schools. Shot by Hines, no good. McDougal, no numbers, will slow things down, turns it around.
Way to control it.
And she got fouled. Ooh. Good control again there by McDougal.
I don't think Allie Stickelmeyer agreed with that call whatsoever.
And so it will be McDougal to shoot.
We mentioned this in the boys' game last time. I mean, she had nice patience there. I mean, it wasn't like she made the good spin move, kind of lost control a little bit, but didn't panic and didn't rush the shot and drew the foul.
And McDougal's first bounces out. So still early in the season, maybe free throws not all falling just yet. That'll go as the season comes along. And here's McDougal to tie. That one rattles home.
So many times in practice you shoot them, you'll shoot 25 in a row or something, but you get out here in a game and you run up and down the court 5 or 6 times, and now I got to shoot 2, and I'm out of breath, and they're a lot harder.
You've got the noise, the fans, you've got cameras at you from just about every angle underneath the basket. It's a little different atmosphere than a Tuesday after school.
Yeah.
No kidding.
This is supposed to be a practice day.
Right.
3-ball on the way from Bear is no good. And like I said, at least for Washington, this was a school day for them. We got here, I was still going on. Tibbs' 3 is no good. McDougal, the offensive board. Bear, good defense, finds G'day. And Washington will reset it out. Shot clock at 24, so plenty of time for Washington to set something up. 4-4 here, about halfway through the first quarter. Low-scoring game. G'day in trouble. Here goes Wardle with the steal.
Again, there's that
nice
patented
stop
Wardle
and
defense.
That
but came back the other way, yeah. I mean, just great G'day defense right back at you.
High-level play on both sides. Donald's shot, no good. Bear altered it. Now she runs the floor. Back and forth we go. Drive and kick. Stickelmeyer from the corner. Got it to go. Big 3 from the sophomore, the senior.
That's what you expect to see out of these teams.
Yeah.
They're too good at shooting teams to be this low scoring for very long.
Well, remember that Stickelmeyer is a D1 soccer commit at Drake University. Decided to play basketball her final year. Oh, we got a 3 coming back the other way. A lot of call and answer right now from both teams.
Most definitely. Tibbs knocking down a 3-ball. It's become a very common sight. This Washington team set a school record for 3-balls back against Glenwood. Their first game of the season, they came out and knocked down 13 threes.
13
school
threes.
record.
That is incredible.
Talk about shaking off the rust. Bear on the drive, double teamed. Who's open? Right now it's Wardle. Now O'Brien goes back to defend.
Great defense there. I believe that was number 21.
Nice
Maggie
double
O'Brien.
team by
Yep.
O'Donnell coming up and forcing the steal. Tibbs going to dial up another one. No. Got it to go!
You know, they talked about it in the pregame that Avery Tibbs is one of the most natural shooters you'll see from behind the arc, and she is certainly living up to that description.
Well, and like that shot there, I mean, it's just in transition, and, you know, your defense, you're talking about, hey, get back, get back, get back. With her on the court, it's really got to be get to her, make her put it on the floor.
I will say Tibbs is a great shooter, but her game has come a long way since her freshman year. Kim Barth said her freshman year, she was just kind of just stand in the corner and knock down threes. Obviously, you had Claire McDougal to do a lot of the work then, but now she's just more of a complete player, guards the other team's best player, and is so much more for this Washington team.
She's gotten so much better at putting the ball on the floor and being able to finish or create off the dribble.
That three ball no good from Bear. Now here's Tibbs. In action, kicks it out. G'day thought about it. Step back three. Almost went down. The roof would have came off this place if that went down.
It absolutely would have been insanity in here. I think if she had pulled the trigger right away, she might have had a better.
That step back's a tough shot.
Yeah.
Bear open three, just off the mark and goes out of bounds. 1:50 to play. Panthers lead at 10-7 in the first girls game in TOC history.
Well, and I wonder if either of these teams use the shot clock in their other tournaments. In the Galesburg tournament, I don't remember them Washington using it here Tuesday night against Chatham. I don't know if Coach Langloff's Irish faced it up in Pontiac or.
I don't know.
That pass by G'day, knocked off by P&D, but yeah, again, you know, both of these teams not quite sure how often they've used the shot clock, but again, really it doesn't come into play. I know we talk about a lot up here in the booth, but it doesn't really come into play as often as maybe we make it seem like sometimes.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, it's really showcases and tournaments is where you'll see it. I know some coaches are starting to put it into some practices to get them ready. We're only 2 years away from it.
Shot clock is now down to 5. P&D playing good defense here. Panthers got to shoot down to 2, down to 1. Tibbs gets it off. It's not going to hit the rim. That is a shot clock violation, so right on cue, Johnny on the spot. P&D defense locks down Washington.
You know, I think the key for teams as they play with this, one, you know, defensively in that situation, the offense is going to panic. You can't panic as the last thing you want to do is foul a wild drive or a wild shot. And they didn't right there. That was great defense.
Jeff, you're absolutely right. Stay the course with what you're doing. It's worked for 28 seconds. Why go? Why make a mistake in the last 2?
Under a minute to play. Jenna Spezio.
I should say 33 seconds. I forget it's 35. I'm already stealing 5 seconds from him. God, that's a
nice
great
move by G'day.
That's G'day's first bucket. Jenna Spezio in the game for Washington now, number 3 in orange. Irish. Probably going to be their last possession. Mingus, nice cut, and lays it in for the easy bucket, her first of the game.
Smart play. You get the overplay on the perimeter pass and go back door. Get a wide open look.
Washington can hold for the last shot if they choose. G'day chooses not to. Ball goes off of the knee of Maloney, and this, I think, is going to stay. I didn't see the call. I believe he's going to stay with the Panthers here.
She might have got bumped a little bit there, too. Might have created that to come off her knee, but.
And this is a shootout game in the TOC, so this is the only game these two teams will play in this year's tournament. Tibbs, corner 3, just a bit too strong.
Didn't miss by much.
Bodies on the floor for the rebound, comes up for P&D.
Numbers for the Irish.
Bear, nice jump, loud low to Stickelmeyer.
Just a great assist there by Bear. Get herself set, find her person.
Tibbs chucks it up, had the length on it, but just a bit off. Fun first quarter of play. Washington leads at 12-11. Lots of back and forth, lots of monkey see, monkey do.
Well, I think you'll see both these teams settle down here in the second quarter. I think, you know, the excitement of it being not our first game of the season, but the first girls game ever in the TOC, and we want to put on a good show, and these are two quality teams. I think we'll see the level of play pick up even more here.
Certainly, and while we have a quick break, I want to thank all of our sponsors today, starting with Enercon. This Power Up Timeout brought to you by Enercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, Enercon has powered communities with cutting-edge solutions and industrial control panels low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit EntercomPower.com and engineer your future with us. And by Kep's Sports Bar and Grill. Come to Kep's Sports Bar during the TOC. Check out our menu on our website. We also feature trivia every other Wednesday night at 7 p.m. We feature Texas Hold'em at 6 p.m. every Sunday night. Follow and like us on Facebook for more information. And Culver's, they're proud to sponsor this year's KBM TOC and the official pre- and post-game stop for Butter Burgers and fresh frozen custard. They started to make a difference in their community and is giving back in a big way with $1 for every concrete mixer purchased this week will be donated back to the fight against glioblastoma. Stop at one of their 5 locations in Washington, East Peoria, Morton, Peoria, and let Scoopy know we sent you. And also by PJ Hare as well, since 1914. Glad they're on board for this year's TOC.
Yeah, going back to that Culver's ad, why does it have to just be pre- and post-game burgers?
That's true.
You know, why limit yourself? We're going to get a quick foul here, it looks like.
Foul going on Tibbs, I believe.
Nice move by Wardle.
Kick out to Maloney. Now Hines banging bodies in the post. Turnaround is no good and brought in by O'Brien.
Again, keep an eye on number 32 for the Irish. She's going to be a lot to handle as this game progresses. She has a great motor and a ton of strength.
Turnaround from McDougal is good. She's up to 5 points.
Good left-handed finish into post.
And McDougal, Justin Jr., first-team all-conference player last year and a team captain. Nice cut. Maloney kicks it back out, but off the hands of McDougal, who's there on defense.
I bet she's looking forward to playing with her sister next year. Becca will have a younger sister joining the ranks.
A lot of McDougals in the Washington girls basketball lineage. Here's Emmy Wardle now. Hasn't scored at all yet. We'll see if that changes. But again, she's a big facilitator for this Irish team as we get a foul here on the Panthers. That one going on McDougal. I believe that's her second.
Yeah, that's an unfortunate one. I mean, she rotated across to help, but you don't want to draw a foul there. Make them shoot it over you, get a rebound if they miss, then make it, say good shot, and run back.
Absolutely.
First one's good from Lexi Bear. Mingus, I believe, back into the game for P&D, and G'day back in for Washington. A fun first day of action here at the TOC. Glad you're with us here on Clutch Sports Media. Offensive board by the Irish.
That's a big board for the Irish. They got to create here.
McIntyre take the lead. Wardle and one.
We talked about it after the last game that we were going to see some of these and ones continue into this game due to the size and strength of these players.
And we talked about it in the earlier game today too. You know, second chance opportunities. So many times, you know, they lead to a basket or a basket and a foul, and here it's the basket and a foul. They had the and one opportunity here. I mean, that's just, and off a free throw, those are the ones that coaches just absolutely. We got 4 rebounders to their 3, and we can't get it.
Right.
Wardle's shot for the lead is no good. Good box out there by Tibbs. Drives it down. Worth noting, O'Brien and McDougal both with 2 fouls for Washington, and we still got 6 minutes left to play here in the second quarter. Spezio feeds G'day. Going to work in the post.
Nice move.
And no good, but there you saw G'day's footwork, which Kim Barr says is the best that she's seen since she's been at Washington. You saw why right there. And they're going to travel going back to the Panthers here.
So many kids catch that ball in the wing like that, and they think they've got an advantage, and they just can't get it on the ground fast enough for their feet to stay down and not get the travel.
It's I feel like we see more of those calls now than we've seen ever. I don't know if people have gotten, kids have gotten faster.
Well, and you'll hear a lot of coaches say too. A lot of coaches will say, "You anticipated that call."
What a move
nice
from
move
G'day, who got open, created her own shot with that footwork, and Washington back in front.
Again, just on the heels of what you're saying, Jonathan, about Coach Barth's comments. I mean, her footwork is impeccable.
And the patience. I mean, most kids would, make one move. She makes a move to the counter. And, you know, it's tough defense to stop that.
Fourth foul on Washington here in this quarter, so that one going on Tibbs. That's her second. P&D will be shooting now the rest of the way until halftime. 16-14, Washington ahead.
Well, and the fouls are starting to mount for the Panthers, especially to some key players. So it's going to be, you know, you're going to probably see a lot more, could see a lot more dribble penetration from the Irish trying to draw more.
And you see double side pick there. Wardle driving in. Good D from Spezio. Kick out. Wide open. Bear is just off the mark.
Bear's getting some good looks. They're just not falling for her right now. But, hey, as a coach, you would tell her to keep shooting it, and they will eventually go. They'll absolutely eventually go.
First points of the game for Olivia Osborne, 5'10 guard. Knocks down a tough baseline floor. That's a tough shot to make because you don't have that backboard as depth perception.
Right. Well, nice pass from Spezio. She draws the help and kicks it off, and Olivia makes a shot along the baseline.
2-possession lead now for Washington. Bear going to work. Now Wardle, yeah, there's that dribble penetration, and still knocked it in.
Off the glass. Just a strong move for a sophomore basketball player. Which, again, she plays much older than she is, but just a great take through the lane.
Good day. Saw the lane and took it.
Just a beautiful left, using that explosiveness from the perimeter.
20-16. Now it's Sticklemeyer, who's got some range. Here's Bear for a three. That one is no good. Will be a really nice for Lane Langhoff this season as his forwards, Bear and Sticklemeyer and Cora Hines, can all knock down the three ball. So he's going to be a tough team to guard in case you need another reason why already. Deep three from Tibbs.
Wow.
Oh, from the volleyball line. You can't be serious.
Unbelievable.
Wow, what a shot from Avery Tibbs, and that prompts a timeout. 23-16 Washington.
Those are the Matt Roth, Ethan Mounts range. I mean, why would you as a coach tell, hey, you got to get out and guard her at the volleyball line?
It's going to completely change how P&D attacks the defense approach to it. You have to have somebody on her tightly now, because now the lead is 7 points at 23-16. It's changed it all. So
it's timeout brought to you by Enercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, they've powered communities with cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. If you're ready to power up your career, visit EnerconPower.com and engineer your future with us. What a shot from Avery Tibbs. She might hold the tournament record, at least so far this tournament, for the longest shot made. We had a couple half-court heaves that nearly went down in the last game. Here's Wardle driving, baseline floater rattles out.
You saw her clear the post players out. Get out of the way. I think I got this. And she almost did, halfway down before it spun out.
Going to get an offensive.
I think that's an illegal screen if I saw correctly on P&D. Back to Wardle. She had a number change this year. Wore number 23 last year. Her sister Maya was number 22. And now Emmy's wearing 22 this year because it's a family connection. Her dad wore, Brian Wardle wore 22 at Marquette. Her mom, Alicia, wore 22 as her soccer number when she also was at Marquette as well. So it's kind of passing down the number 22, and it's probably going to stay that way for another 3 years.
Nice move by Maloney.
On the drive. Sticklemeyer, nice feed down low, wide open Hines as she finishes.
Nice work. I feel like that's the first, possession by the Irish that they showed a little bit of patience and move the ball around a little bit.
Absolutely. Well, and the dribble penetration, you get help, so you don't force something. You don't force a bad shot. You just wait for the help to come and see who's open.
Osborne corralled the offensive board, but over past Johnell. That ball rolling out near the far corner. P&D will take it back over. Bucket could get them back within a score. Guys, I got a feeling this one probably going to be decided in the final 2 or 3 minutes. I don't see either team extending a huge lead in this one.
Absolutely. I mean, this will be a game of run. Both these teams are so good and talented offensively. You could see 7-0, 8-0 runs just like, the drop of a hat, and the other team will respond, and it will come down to the final few minutes for sure.
All right, another great move to
Big
the lane
shot
by Wardle.
Wardle's degree of difficulty on her shots has just been off the charts tonight. She's got 6 of P&D's 20.
Her strength and athleticism are probably a little underrated too. I mean, that's a tough shot where she's getting some contact.
G'day's 3 swishes home.
And again, that was set up beautifully by Avery Tibbs' screen.
Yeah.
I got caught up watching Tibbs just to see what she was doing that, and she just created a great lane for G'day to get that shot off.
Well, we've talked about how good G'day's footwork has been, and then she steps out and makes a 3. I mean,
It's timeout. Again, brought to you by Enercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, they've powered communities with cutting-edge solutions and industrial control panels. Visit EnerconPower.com and engineer your future with us. 26-20 your score, 2:01 to go here in the second quarter.
Well, this is certainly living up to the hype that we knew it would. I think as the organizers of the tournament or of the showcase of the TOC put this together, they knew exactly what they were doing when they reached out to Notre Dame and said, it's time to get the first girls game on the docket.
Well, and like we've said, though, there are some coaches who wouldn't take it, too.
Right.
And I give credit to Coach Langloff because he knows this game helps his team be better.
Most certainly. And both these teams will have more tests throughout the season, but you could argue this is probably going to be each team's strongest test, potentially until the playoffs. Mingus drives in, tried to feed it to Sicklemeyer before it was taken away by Tibbs.
Good rotation. You help the helper.
That is a sign on the Washington boys locker room. And G'day, more good footwork.
I tell you, she is, right about now, she has got the confidence of the world. She's
gone left 2 times in a row in the post, so now you start playing the left and she spins back to you on the right.
Shot off the mark for Sticklemeyer.
G'day's got 11 to lead all scorers so far. Tibbs has got 10. She's got the ball now, kicks it back. G'day driving in with the left. With the left hand, she's got it. And boy, you said it, all the confidence in the world for Danny G'day, and Lane Langhoff needs to talk things over and find a solution to guard the Washington junior forward.
I don't know, I know how good our team is here with Clutch Sports, but I would love to be able to have a stat that would show time of possession for Notre Dame when they show the patience, what the results are. Because, again, we had another opportunity where we had 1-2 passes and a 3-ball shot off the mark versus coming down and you see Washington taking patience, passing it around, coming off a screen, getting the ball into the post, letting G'day go to work or kick it back out to Tibbs for a long 3. The time of possession right now has really got to be in favor of the Panthers and letting it soak a little bit and then getting a good shot versus rush, which has not been favoring the Irish at all.
And this timeout brought to you again by Enercon. And stay tuned for halftime. We'll have our Uftring Auto Group Tournament Central, have a studio guest lined up as the Irish will inbound things. Leading scorer for them so far has been Wardle with 6. I think for P&D on offense, not only do you want to slow things down a little bit, I want to get Lexi Bayer probably more involved. She's got 3 so far.
She's got some good looks too, and I mean those are shots that go in the second half. I mean they just do. They may go in before the half's over too. I don't mean that.
Yeah.
They certainly could. Drive here, Wardle turns around, shoots, just rolls off. Sicklemeyer
Great
there.
effort by
It just
Sicklemeyer.
rims out.
And we've seen about 5 or 6 of those for the Irish that have been, about a third of the way down, rattle out.
Yeah.
Then some tough breaks for the Irish. A little bit more luck on their side, no pun intended. 13-12, shot clock is off. Washington will try and work an open look here for the last shot, down to 5. Tibbs, step back 3, Mingus got part of her arm, and she doesn't believe it. Neither does the PND bench. Good closeout, but maybe just a hair too aggressive, and Washington has a chance to stretch this to 13 very quickly before the half.
We talked about that in the boys' game earlier. Just to get it under double digits. You something psychologically about going in.
Just a small victory there. Yeah.
And now they got a chance here to stretch it. She missed the first, but it stretch it to 12.
First two miss for Tibbs.
She must be too close.
That's exactly what I was thinking. They won't let her shoot it from behind the arc, right?
She's like, what is this area called inside this?
Her final one is good. She's up to 11. Down to 2, down to 1. Wardle at the horn, got it off.
Wow.
Just off to the left, but a good look. First half is in the books, and Washington showing out for their home crowd. 31-20 their lead, and look at how especially what the Panthers are doing. Irish doing some good things as well, some things to change, but overall, pretty high quality first half of action.
Absolutely.
Well, I think Coach Barth's got to be happy with the way this has gone. We had a great half from Danny Gaudet and Avery Tibbs, but you've had O'Brien and McDougal on the bench a lot with 2 fouls, and they'll come out hungry here in the second half, and sure, Coach Langloff will have some answers there in the locker room as well.
Without a doubt. Irish not shooting the ball as well as we know they can. That will not continue in the second half. They're too good of a shooting team. You've got to be careful for that. The second half will live up to the hype. It's going to be great.
And if you're Washington, you can't underestimate P&D. You'll say, hey, we're up 11.
No.
You're not up 11 against a normal team. This is a reigning state champion. They're going to come out with some fire in that second half. But should be a good one again. Coming up next, we'll send it down to the Upstream Auto Group Tournament Central. But before that, take a quick word for our sponsors and come back here. You're watching the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on Clutch Sports Media.
The 2024 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on ClutchSportsIL.com is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. They understand the worry that a new or potential cancer diagnosis can bring, but through their rapid appointment scheduling process, they can shorten the time it takes to be diagnosed and begin treatment. Give them a call at 844-OSF for hope. Buy Uftring. Take advantage of outstanding year-end savings during the big 2024 clearance at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Find the new car or truck you've always wanted at the Uftring dealer closest to you in Peoria, East Peoria, Washington, or North Beacon, or shop online at UfteringAutoGroup.com. By your hometown community banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank, local people, local decisions, local success, everything you want in a community bank. Member FDIC. And by Countryside Banquet and Catering, the official banquet facility of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and home of the tournament's annual Thanksgiving dinner.
Welcome back to the Uftring Auto Group Tournament Central alongside Charlie Schimmerhorn. I'm Gavin Russell. Charlie, thanks for joining us.
Sure, it's a pleasure to be here, Gavin.
You've been kind of behind the scenes throughout this first few games of the tournament. We got the new production truck, so we got a different setup this year. Not in the gym necessarily, but getting to take in all the games. Washington played a really close one, just falling short to a very good Romeoville team. We're seeing some really good shooting from this girls' game, though. It's just been an entertaining first day of basketball. What's your thoughts?
Sure. I mean, there's a lot of high-level play here. Certainly different teams. Obviously lots of D1 athletes. Certainly probably a couple NBA athletes, if not WNBA, just playing in this Notre Dame-Washington game. So certainly it's super high-level competition. It's super fun to watch. Just another reason why if you're on the line of whether you should come and watch the games in person, it's such a great opportunity to get out and watch them.
Certainly it is. A lot of people come out for this too. We saw Bradley head coach Brian Wardle here watching his daughter, Emmy Wardle. We're trying to effort him into the studio. We'll see if we're able to track him down for an interview here at halftime. But nevertheless, we'll recap a little bit what's going on. We've got great games coming up starting tomorrow, starting at 9:45. Bright and early, but honestly, I feel like some of those earlier games are the best because it's a little bit calmer in the gym.
Yeah.
You're able to just sit back, take in, and relax with the basketball.
Yeah, I mean, the early games are certainly fun. I'll still probably wake up at 6 or 7 because, I'm like that. And we got to get here bright and early and get set up. But, no, what you're saying, though, it's 100% true. Early games, they're relaxed, they're fun. It's still high-level competition. So it's not like it's just simple. It's great. It's great basketball. It's easy. But certainly, though, the loud environments can be just as entertaining also, if not more.
Certainly, and you've played basketball yourself. I don't know if it's in view, but you have a broken foot from basketball.
Yeah.
Not the best of things, but being a basketball player, obviously having early mornings with practice, stuff like that, also probably playing some late night games. Just kind of describe to the audience what kind of a grind it's like being one of these players, going and playing at different times throughout the week. How much of a grind is on their body and how special of athletes these guys really are.
Certainly, especially if you make it into the tournament, the champion stuff too, you're playing at 4 or 5 games. So certainly it's a lot of basketball, right? But you can see if you're here, what is it, 9:30 right now? There's athletes here. And they're going to get here tomorrow, 7, 8 in the morning, practicing, warming up. So certainly, it's just kudos to all the athletes out there, all the basketball players, because it is a grind, like you mentioned. And it's something that I think maybe we take for granted because we don't have to be here bright and early and leave late at night.
Sure.
But, that's why sleep is important. So nice little sleep plug and drink some water, too.
Get your sleep. We know it's kind of running late with the game. So once the second half ends, maybe get to sleep a little bit and rest up for tomorrow. But first-class hospitality here. Can't say enough about Washington. We'll just continue to commend the volunteers, the workers, the staff here at Washington Community High School all week, even down to the janitors and things, really making stuff happen here. I know we've interviewed a number of different people who worked throughout this tournament. Of course, your dad is Eric Schermerhorn, head basketball coach. A lot goes into planning. Maybe you're not directly involved, but just how much do you observe throughout the year that goes into planning an event like this?
It's funny you mentioned that because the week after this tournament's done, I know from a standpoint that my dad gets phone calls right away, and he's calling teams, recruiting them, getting stuff set up. So I mean, it's all year round. It's nonstop, and it's not him though either. It's a whole committee. It's a whole KBMTOC foundation. It's everybody, right? Everybody has to play their part. Everybody has to do their role to the best that they can, and that's why we get this great tournament is because there's so many people. So many people. You can look at, like you said, the janitors, hospitality people, concession stands. I mean, you name it. There are so many key parts going into this tournament that nobody can be unaccounted for.
No, certainly, and you mentioned it to get started right away. I'm sure teams coming for next year, are going to probably already be in the works right now. I mean, the teams that'll be playing maybe even 2 years from now are already getting worked on. So it's definitely a process that really never stops. And the tireless efforts, we cannot thank you enough. We help put it together during the week of, but there's another 11 months out of the year that things happen like that. Entertaining basketball season though coming up. Of course, we watch a lot of Mid-Illini Conference basketball, and we'll kind of focus on the regular season, but just way of a quick preview. There's some good teams out in the Mid-Illini, as there always is. Washington, consistently competitive. Metamora has their guys, Zobrist, so on and so forth. I feel like there's quite a few teams throughout the Mid-Illini, though, that have that kind of sneaky competitiveness.
I agree.
Dunlap with a new coach this year. East Peoria has some young guys. What do you look for out of the Mid-Illini this season?
I think it's going to be competitive basketball no matter what. I mean, you mentioned Dunlap. Dunlap has so much talent just all around, right? They got shooting, defense, passing. They can pretty much do it all. But, I mean, you look around, Washington, what are they known for? Defense, toughness, stuff like that. But, a thing that I want to mention, too, is I thought that they scored well, too, tonight. But not just that. I mean, you look at Metamora, right? Obviously, you mentioned Zobrist. Definitely one of the best athletes that I've ever seen walk in this gym, right? And there's been people like Anthony Davis, Walker Kessler, people like that. And Zobrist is just, he's so talented, right? But the whole Mid-Illini is going to be so competitive. I think it's going to be super fun to watch.
Really is. Well, we've got another fun half of basketball to watch in Torry Gym. Second half, last half of Tuesday. Charlie Schermerhorn, Gavin Russell will send it back after a quick break.
The 2024 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. Coach Kevin Brown was a tough and gritty competitor both on and off the court in his battle with glioblastoma, a fast-growing form of brain cancer. OSF Healthcare Institute brings that same tenacity to the fight against glioblastoma and has teamed up with the KB Strong Foundation to bring the first clinical trials to the Peoria area. These trials will begin soon. By the City of Washington, which welcomes you to the 19th Annual Kevin Brown Memorial TOC. Washington is a growing city known for its strong quality of life and a diverse mix of businesses and restaurants. Check out all Washington has to offer during your visit to the TOC. By Titan Industries, a family-owned steel fabrication shop. They provide high-quality steel fabrication services to clients large and small. Contact them to be a part of your next project. Visit titannd.us for additional information. And by Teamworks, proud to be an official partner of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions.
Late night hoops here in Torry Gymnasium. First ever girls basketball game at the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions. Jonathan Michael here alongside Jim Lynch and Jeff Little. You guys, it's been a great first half of action, but even though Peony's down 11, there is still more than enough time to come back in this game. I wouldn't be worried if I was an Irish fan. If you're Washington, though, you still got to feel pretty decent about yourself. That was a strong first half from the hosts, and they'll start with the ball here in the third quarter.
Absolutely. I think, Coach Barth has got to be very happy with, whatever the script, however they wrote it for the pregame. I bet they stuck to it pretty closely. The Irish, I think they were hoping for more shots to drop, and we'll see how this second half gets started.
We were talking in between the halftime break. I think key for Washington as O'Brien's layup is no good. Rebounded there by McDougal. Now a three ball from the corner is off, and the long arms of Lexi Bayer bring it in. But big key for the Irish is just, again, slowing down, not playing a rush, and just settling down, playing P&D basketball.
Well, those are things, McDougal comes up with that offensive rebound in the midst of three Irish.
And Mingus drives in. It's going to be a jump ball. It favors P&D. Mingus with just 2 points so far.
Yeah, both Mingus and Bayer are going to have to get more involved on the scoring side for Notre Dame to be successful. The team has so many weapons, but the two of them for sure have got to get a little higher in that column. Nice hustle there by Mingus just to come up with that ball. Nice jumper there for Hines.
Scramble off the loose ball and you get an open look.
Closes that gap to 9, 31-22.
Hines has had a solid game. Washington swings it around the perimeter. Now Gaudet sets up shop. Mingus fronts her. O'Brien driving in. Now she gets on Mingus, throws out the elbow. No call and lays it in. Daisy O'Brien, a tough bucket for her first of the game.
She's been quiet this game, but hasn't had to do a great deal on the scoring side. Nice hustle by Hines there.
Had a little bit of the foul trouble in the first half. Hines, nice move along the baseline.
What a
block
block
by
from
McDougal.
McDougal. That was clean all the way. Tibbs dials up another deep one. Got it to go.
Just unbelievable from just about anywhere on this floor.
It's just one of those things. I mean, you're in transition and you're taught, coach saying, get back, get back, get back. With her, you can't. I mean, you got to get to her. We talked about that a little bit in the boys' game. It's just such a change in the game, that three-point line.
Shot is off. 36-22 your score right now. Washington rebounds that. Gaudet now in the post. Up and under is a bit short. Bats it out. Nice hustle by the big junior forward. Steal there. 2-on-2. Bayer spins. Nice layup off the window.
Like that move by Bayer.
And maybe that's the kind of basket that gets her going here a little bit offensively, I would think.
36-24, Washington leads with 5:36 to go here in the third quarter. This timeout brought to you by one of our title sponsors, Enercon. Power Up Timeout brought to you by Enercon Energy. For nearly 50 years, they've been powering communities with cutting-edge solutions in industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. Ready to power up your career? Visit EnerconPower.com and engineer your future with us. So it was 31-20 at halftime. Washington has stretched that out by just 1 point since then. Oh boy, that bucket from Avery Tibbs just gives your team all sorts of momentum and gives Tibbs all sorts of confidence. She's probably going to pull it from wherever she even has an ounce of room, probably the rest of the game, if I were to guess.
I think she has 4 threes, all of them at least 2 feet behind that three-point line.
When you see Notre Dame here, they're going to extend their pressure and try to turn this into, we talked about this. This is where, you know, even if you don't get steals, you force the Panthers to maybe take 5 or 6 seconds off that shot clock and maybe get them to take a shot they don't want to take.
And if possible, just give them a little, get them a little bit tireder, a little more tired.
Nice lob pass inside to McDougal.
She did a great job of using her body there to seal
Gets her
Hines.
defender pinned on the high side. Nice pass, leads her to the basket.
Open three from Sticklemeyer. She drains it. That's a big shot that P&D needed in response. It's back to 11.
Sticklemeyer's got 2 threes on the night.
Now Gaudet turning around and fouled by Mingus.
Yeah, if that's the matchup, I think the Panthers will try to exploit that with Mingus on Gaudet.
Yeah.
And that is Mingus's third. It's been a couple times Mingus has kind of been caught down near the post. She's not the biggest player on the floor, can play bigger than her 5'6" frame, but Danny Gaudet has been a force for Washington tonight. She knocks down her free throw up to 14 on the night.
Well, I think Emmy Wardle's drawn the assignment here in the second half on Tibbs, but I mean, you know, as good as she is on the offensive end, you know, how much energy is she expending on the defensive end, and that's tough to ask a player to do. I'm sure her dad would not agree with me, but
40-27, Washington leads.
That's a 13-point gap here now. The Irish really can't have.
Mingus gets the and one. What a bucket through contact.
It's a big take by Julia Mingus. Julia Mingus just muscled through that contact and got her basket.
Her body was at about a 45-degree angle when she shot that.
I don't know what Coach Langloff said to her over on the sideline, but it worked.
it certainly resonated.
Well, we're talking about Lane Langloff is, again, 8th season with P&D. One thing I like about him, not just a great guy, but also one of the best dressed head coaches. Not enough coaches wear suits and ties on the sideline anymore, and Lane Langloff still does.
He's committed to that sport code, absolutely. He is.
He has some stylish ones, too.
Yeah. Ooh.
Gaudet now being hounded by Wardle. Good defense by Wardle.
That footwork.
Jump ball, and Hines comes down with it. Chance for P&D to cut this back to single digits. Sticklemeyer open three, too strong.
That would have been a big one.
Yeah.
How about the pressure from Sticklemeyer? Nearly took it away from O'Brien. Tibbs will slow things down halfway through the third quarter. Here's the drive from McDougal. Back out, O'Brien. Her three ball is good.
And again, both teams, any one of those 10 players can knock down a three.
Absolutely, and that, you know, I mean, as a defensive team, you have to give something up. You know, I mean, when you help, okay, who are we going to leave to help? I mean, and good offensive schemes get the right players in that situation, knock down an open shot.
Foul went on Spezio, I believe, for Washington. So Washington just gets a three. We'll see how P&D can respond. Again, it's been a game where there's been a lot of back and forth. One team does one thing, and the other team comes back and does the same thing on the other end.
Hayden Maloney is checked in for the Irish.
Mingus finds it open. A nice teardrop shot. Wow, what a floater.
Just a beautiful floater right there.
You know, so many kids think, oh, I've got to get all the way to the rim. She just stopped, shot it when she was open, up over the defense.
Oh.
A whistle here.
Wardle showing a little too much affection on that play. I think she was losing her balance and wanted to stay upright.
grabbed the first thing she could find, which happened to be a Panther.
Yep.
That's Wardle's just her first foul. McDougal, nice defense there from Lexi Bear. And now here comes Wardle. Again, a chance to cut it to single digits. Maloney off the window and in.
Great pass from Wardle.
Good job looking up the court. Exactly right.
Exactly. Chin up the whole way, and good job by Maloney not wasting any time, just getting the ball in.
You want to talk about down court passes. Boy, Maya Wardle, her sister, was just the master of that. She was almost a quarterback as we did jump ball.
That's a tough jump ball call. I can see why the Irish would be upset.
And you see Elaine Langhoff a little animated after that one.
Yeah.
And rightfully so. I mean, it's still a loose ball, and Notre Dame's pulling it out of there. And I understand trying to protect players, but that wasn't that situation.
Yeah, that was not that. Absolutely. I appreciate the frustration, but you know what? You got to move on, and there it is. You got it back. And now you own the possession.
Yeah.
And a chance to cut it to as little as 6. So again, Irish have slowly chipped away at this lead. A little over 2 to go here. Wardle will now slow things down. Floor general for the Irish driving in. Her layup bounces off the brick and comes in to Tibbs. Now down to Donald, back to O'Brien through contact. And Hines just reaches up. She's 6 feet tall, didn't need to jump for that one.
And her arms have to be, it looks like +3. You know, she can just reach up above everybody there.
It's that Victor Wembanyama wingspan.
Tough shot from Bear off the side of the backboard. Probably not the shot that P&D wanted there.
Pretty good defense there by Donald, and forced a tough shot.
Tibbs working on Mingus. Now they feed to McDougal at the elbow. Back to Tibbs, give and go. Rare miss for her. Offensive board, G'day. Another rare miss for her. It will stay with the Panthers, though.
Panthers haven't got one in here for a while. That's it.
Don't want to be stuck on a number.
Right. Sticklemeyer checks back in for the Irish. I believe that's Spezio checking back in for the Panthers.
He's got the ball now.
Legs, yep.
G'day working in the post. Hines on her, and G'day wins the battle.
Nice patience.
And again, the speed at which she can move there with the footwork, speedy footwork, and the patience. I don't know how you can combine those two, but
you talk a lot about as a player or a coach. You talk about, hey, take what the defense gives you,
right?
And you don't realize post players have to do that. She makes a spin move, the defense takes it away. Okay, I'll give you what you give me. I'll go the other way.
Right.
So.
G'day getting some college interest from Chicago State and Drexel. Probably some more colleges are probably going to be hitting her phone throughout this season. I was going to say, she's going to be an underrated gem for some college coach out there, but I think by the time she's done with her senior year, she probably won't be an underrated player much more.
Absolutely. As only a junior, I have a feeling that the line's going to start here.
Mingus ducks down 2 free throws as a stoppage here. Again, back to single digits.
What was the cause of the stoppage? I missed that.
I am not quite sure, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I missed that.
The Bear comes in for Mingus.
But the Irish are just hovering just below that 10 mark. We're 45-36 here.
Get a stop and a basket here. I mean.
Tibbs sidestep mid-range is no good. We get a foul on Washington. It looked like that might have gone on O'Brien, or rather G'day, who was a bit befuddled by that call.
I think I am too.
Yeah, Tibbs kind of made a nice flare cut off the screen, and she shot it, and there just happened to be 2 Panthers there. Maybe there was an Irish in the way. They got shoved out of the way. I'm not sure, but
and again, I was ball chasing a little bit, so my eyes may not have been right where the contact was, but
The foul went on Donald rather than G'day.
Okay, then maybe I missed that completely.
Drive by Wardle, it's a turnover. And Washington can't hold for the last shot, but they got numbers. Tibbs over to Donald, now back to McDougal.
I tell you, nice defense from Lexi Bear to shut that down on the interior.
Corner 3 is no good, so P&D will get the chance for the last word here in the third.
Could be big, wide open.
Sticklemeyer No good. Foul on the rebound on Washington.
Again, to me, it looked like she had position.
I
wish I had another look at that. I'll take a look at it later.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna watch the YouTube stream.
You bet I'm going to. With the volume down, no doubt.
As I will, I was about to say watch YouTube stream in your hotel room. I will be back in the hotel room after this. You guys will be back home.
I will be back home, without a doubt.
Bears free throw is good. Cuts it down to 8. I want to shout out the TOC for putting up the Clutch Sports Media crew at the Embassy Suites in East Peoria. It won't get much better than that around here. Bears' second one is good, and now it's back down to 7. Can't let Tibbs shoot here if you're P&D.
Yep.
And here she does, and misses. Still chance Maloney, and she got fouled.
Can't do that.
And that's going to put Maloney at the line.
Yep. Now it's
a chance to make this 5 going into the fourth quarter. That's what I mean. We talked about this psychologically. You know, hey, we're in this thing, man.
And again, from what I could see there, Maloney did a good job sealing her defender, keeping a hand on the ball, and gets her an opportunity to shoot 2 free throws here. Good job, Aiden Maloney.
Knocks down her first. Yeah, we look back at this, and if comeback still very much in the works for P&D. If they are able to pull it off, you're going to look back at that play and say, hey, maybe that, as small as
violation,
it seemed,
going to get a chance to shoot it again.
Second chance for Maloney, but again, small as it seemed, that could be a play that really changes the momentum and potentially the outcome in this one. Try number 2 is also no good, so Maloney goes 1 for 2 at the stripe. And that's where we'll leave the end of the third quarter. Irish cut into the deficit. It's now down to 6. One more quarter to play here from Torry Gymnasium. And while we have a quick break, again, I want to thank Enercon. This power-up timeout is brought to you by Enercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, they have powered communities with cutting-edge solutions and industrial control panels, low and medium voltage switchgear, and genset packaging. If you're ready to power up your career, visit EnerconPower.com and engineer your future with us. And again, we haven't had any charges in this game, but want to shout out, again, Jody Brown State Farm, sponsor of all of our charges. We're in order to support the KB Strong Foundation in the charge against glioblastoma.
Well, knowing how much Jody Brown knows about the game of basketball, I would bet she could point out to several of the coaches opportunities where charges could have been taken tonight. She would,
no doubt.
And she would know them.
Without a doubt.
Fantastic lady that does so much in her husband's memory, and a testament to her and the whole committee that put this together. I mean, this is fantastic. These girls I know are just relishing in this opportunity to be the ones that break the ice, so to speak, for girls in the tournament, and hopefully it can continue to grow.
I hope so too. I hope this is something that is a seed that grows.
Yeah.
I really do.
Kim Barth said, we talked with her before the season. She said that when the official news broke that it is confirmed there will be a girls' team, she said that she was in tears because she was so excited. Yeah. And said that this opportunity is something that they have earned, and they have more than earned this opportunity to play in front of a big crowd here at Torry Gym. Mingus's floater is off the mark. Hines kept it alive, but back into the hands of Maisie O'Brien.
I would think at some point we're going to see some of that Irish pressure on the full court, even off the missed shots here.
That was their bread and butter last year. That press that they had was so crucial in that state title run that they had.
And again, one of the biggest keys of that
Gaday's 3 is short.
Was Emmy Wardle. And again, who will fill that role? And everybody expects it to be Maya, and it may be, but I think they're just still trying to feel that out.
Well, but you know what?
A foul. I thought that would be a foul called. Donald just dragged her defender down.
That could have been the foul that they've been calling.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know.
I don't know what. It seemed very obvious from our viewpoint that
we had a good angle.
Yeah,
we had a good angle.
Yeah, we did. And again, there are many angles on the court, and we can't expect the 3 referees on the court to get it all.
You know, the most frustrating thing I ever had an official tell me is that's not my call.
Yeah.
And it's like, well, it's got to be somebody's.
Good day here, driving baseline. Irish, their man defense. Tibbs guarded by Mingus, turns around. Good defense from Mingus. O'Brien thought about the step back, now will feed G'day, and she gets hacked. And she'll head to the line for a well-earned 2 free
Great
throws.
inside pass, shot clock running down to 2, and, you know, we talked about this. I think this is where high schools athletes not having much of an experience with shot clock. You know, we've got a lead in a normal game. You're going to be patient. You don't care if you take 2 minutes to get a shot or, you know, what. But now you can't do that. So it's a question, do I take that shot 6 seconds into the shot clock? I've taken the first 3 quarters of the game.
Right.
Or do we hold this and see, then we might have to force up a bad shot.
And G'day sinks the free throw. Up to 17 now. It's, again, game high so far.
But at 46-39 here in the fourth quarter, the Irish are going to have to start to create, because at 6 minutes and 25 seconds to go now, the game is dwindling.
Wardle will try and create something here.
Good spin
Double
move, good help.
teamed, and a late foul call there. A couple Washington fans upset about that one. They're clamoring for a jump ball. Kim Barth is clamoring for a jump ball, but there'll be 2 free throws for Wardle.
From our viewpoint, it's tough. You know.
Well, I think you're right. It's a late call. If it's a foul, call it right away.
Yeah, what's the hesitation?
Yeah.
Especially from we were, I would call it jump ball.
Yeah.
From where the young ref is across the court, how do you not call that quickly if you're sure of it?
And I'm sure Coach Barth says, you called that right in front of Coach Langlois. I know why you called that.
Yeah. Yeah.
He called that for you.
Yeah. He sold it.
Yeah.
You bought it.
And here's the pressure.
There's a good 3 that Wardle just had in that last possession.
Yeah.
It was an open one and a good look. Again, just didn't drop. That's been the story for P&D so far. If he's got 1 or 2 of those more to drop, we could be looking at a tie ball game or even a P&D lead. McDougal in the high post. Now it's Tibbs. They've tightened up the defense on her in the second half. Now Donald driving in. He's got an open lane. Good defense from Hines. It'll stay on Washington's end with 12 to shoot.
Good defense there. I mean, good drive to the basket. Blocked the shot without fouling.
Hines had 15 points and 12 boards in a win against Limestone. Again, back at their tournament at Prairie Central.
Good move by
the
McDougal.
Drive, and she gets fouled from behind by Alexi Bear. She'll head to the line for 2.
Again, McDougal just got a step on her and was able to just get her hip around, and you know, Bear could have let her have the 2 or
make her
earn the 2, and she's making him earn her. I think that's a smart move defensively.
At this point in the game, I think you have to. But, you know, I mean, you talk about how much the game of girls basketball has changed. They're such better athletes. They're stronger. They're quicker. I mean, you know, years ago that would not have been even a drive to the basket, probably.
Right. The speed on that first step, you know, we've seen it from, you know, Lexi Bear, Danny Goudet. We just saw it from Becca McDougal. Their first steps are so quick. Here, we just saw it from Stickelmeyer.
Well, it's like you talked about the shooting earlier. You see it from all 10 people that are on the court.
Goudet on the drive, kicks it out. Donald in the corner is off the mark.
That's one Coach Barth probably wanted more time off the clock.
Yeah, if you're watching, you can afford to be patient with your possessions. Maloney will get set to check in at the next dead ball for P&D. World trying to find space. Now Mingus around the world. Over now to Stickelmeyer. P&D trying to find just an open shot. They got 13 to shoot. Drive in by Wardle. Can't finish.
Wow. She makes that 99 times out of 100.
And she has made she made those multiple tough shots back in that first half.
Yeah.
Through some contact. Now we'll see if Washington has more patient possession. G'day had an open O'Brien in the corner. Now she's got her. And that's going to be a 3-second call.
No, Kim Barth is not happy with the contact in the lane. She is frustrated.
Yeah.
So 48-39. and two of the best head coaches in the area as well, with Kim Barth in her 9th season, has taken Washington to 3 regional titles in a row. They're hoping for a little bit more than just a regional title this year. Said they're playing for March, and it's certainly a team that can make it that deep. Kick out, Maloney from the corner is too strong. Sickelmeyer had a hand on it. Up now to Donald, and she blew the way in.
Well, I
Great
tell you,
pass by O'Brien.
They caught the Irish napping in transition. The Irish were not ready to get back down court.
And then you foul.
Bear in the and one
Bear
on the
with
other
the and
end.
one.
This game is not over, folks. Far from it. And that and one from Lexi Bear. You know, we're used to seeing her knock down the shots from behind the arc, but still an opportunity to pick up 3 points the old-fashioned way. And we will get a timeout called here about halfway through the 4th quarter. We'll lovingly call it our media timeout. As again, I want to shout out Enercon. This power-up timeout is brought to you by Enercon Engineering. For nearly 50 years, they've powered communities with cutting-edge solutions. Ready to power up your career? Visit EnerconPower.com and engineer your future with us. Again, I want to thank our other sponsors as well that we mentioned earlier. Again, real quick, Keps Culvers, PJ Hair as well, and all the rest of our sponsors that help make this tournament and our broadcast possible. So Bear will shoot one out of the timeout. If you're P&D here, are you going to be guys going to be, if you guys are, say you guys are down the sidelines, are you guys bringing pressure the rest of the game if you're the Irish on every possession, or are you kind of playing it by ear?
I think you're talking about it. I mean, you're definitely going to want to try to turn up the pressure because you know Washington's going to try to be patient, but there's a fine line. You can't gamble so much that you're out of control because they're going to score an easy basket. They're going to send somebody back door or get a dribble drive kick out to a wide open shooter. So, you know, it's really important that you have composure but still play aggressively. I would think you were going to see some pressure here from the Irish.
Yeah, I think with this, if it's a made free throw, you've got a 6-point difference. I think you give them maybe a possession, but as you start to get to that 3-minute mark, it's not panic, but it's certainly a rush situation. But no, here we go.
P&D does have fouls to give. 2 fouls on this in each team this quarter.
Yeah, it was kind of a 5-point swing. The missed layup on the other end by the Panthers, and then a 3-point play for the Irish.
It's too much room.
That shot no good. Maloney brings him the board. P&D can cut it down to a possession with a 3, but you don't need one here.
I wouldn't leave Mazzy Perry open like that. Mazzy O'Brien.
Yeah, that's a shot she makes a lot of times.
Yeah.
I mean,
Ryan noted as a very strong shooter. We've seen it throughout her career. Bear now. This is the time for P&D. You figure out, okay, who is going to step up in crunch time?
I think she's got the ball.
I think you
now.
could give it to her in the lane with this Fizio on her. She's got a big mismatch size-wise.
That's a great call.
And she doesn't convert. Ball fought for, and Washington comes away with it. A push called on Stickelmeyer.
Those are tough fouls. I mean, that's just somebody going after a ball, and
I
don't think you're gaining an advantage. So.
And again, you've got some fouls to give, and maybe not a bad foul if the game's going to be tight.
This is where the shot clock again really comes into play.
Sure.
Washington can't. Maybe games of years past or games without a shot clock, not in the tournament, they can just kind of pass around and try and run some clock. They got to shoot within 20 seconds now. Offensive board, McDougal the and one.
We've said it a bunch of times tonight already. That second shot, basket foul opportunity. I mean, they're killers.
Especially when you're down 6, now 8 in the 4th quarter. Now P&D is going to have to make a big shot just to get back to where they were.
And consistent pressure. I mean, it's getting to the point where every possession has to be fruitful.
Can't waste much. With under 3 minutes to play, McDougal finishes off the hoop and the harm. It's 9 points now. Again, I don't think P&D has got much closer than 5 or 6 in this second half. Wardle double teamed.
Yep.
Sickelmeyer thought she would pull the 3 there. Nice hands by Gaudet, and it'll reset. 16 to shoot. Mingus triggered the inbound, now over to Wardle. Gets a screen from Hines. She'll dial up a long ball. Too strong. Offensive board by Sticklemeyer. Thought about it.
Yeah, I think she's passed up a couple that I've seen her make.
Bear, an aggressive drive. Too
Blocked
strong.
by Donald. Good defense by Donald.
Bear just looked a little bit too fast on that one. I think she slowed down a bit.
I think she found herself when she realized it behind the backboard and just.
Well, I think that's when if she would have jumped it back into play, she probably draws a foul.
Gaday's drive, and she'll head to the line. Washington, by the way, for what it's worth, is going to be in the bonus the rest of this game. That's P&D's 5th foul.
And just a strong move. Again, as we talk about Gaday, using her body on that drive to create separation, and ultimately she drew the foul because of it.
And the defender's got to go through you to get to the ball to try to block the shot. I mean, it's.
All right, so 1:55 left, 9-point game. Classic broadcaster question. If you're P&D, do you go for do you need a score here? It's 52-42 now after that free throw. 10-point deficit with 1:55 to go. Go for a quick basket if you can get one, or you try and get the three?
Yeah, when you're down 10, you need baskets. There's no sense. You can dial up maybe a set that gets you a look from a certain place, but it's definitely not. If you can get a drive to the basket, you certainly want points.
Yeah. You try to get a quick one, get a quick basket, give some pressure, but I think you take what they give you.
Yeah.
Which right now has not been a lot. I think if you look at the last 2-3 possessions, they have not been pretty opportunities.
Yeah. For P&D, here's what's at stake. They have a 16-game win streak dating back to last season. Their last loss came on January 20th of this year against Lincoln, that game that was played at Renaissance Coliseum. And again, shout out Entercon, all our timeouts sponsored by them. But we were at that game. That game felt like quite a long time ago.
Yeah.
Well, and I'm thrilled that you guys took that game, because there's going to be a whole lot of work to get another group set up, and then for some other people to have to call it. When I heard that Clutch Sports was calling it, I'm like, I get to watch it from the comfort of home.
There you go. We were glad to help.
That was a great girls high school basketball game.
It was a great game and a great call on it by Clutch Sports Media.
And anytime there's high school games at Renaissance Coliseum, you get great venue for high school basketball. Brian Ward did a good job of connecting P&D with Bradley in their facilities, getting that game going. There's a foul on Washington. Not a bad foul. They have a couple to give, so they can afford to play aggressive. Looking just ahead real quick for both teams. P&D's next game, believe that comes on next Monday at Champaign Central. Washington takes on SHG and Manuka on Friday. Irish need a bucket here. And they need one quickly. Wardle gonna drive in. Kick out. Sicklemeyer for three. Got it to go.
That's a big three.
Those are the ones she's been passing up.
That has to be intense pressure here.
Now you notice the Panthers they wanted to inbound the ball right there real quick too.
O'Brien nearly traveled with it.
Yeah, I thought that could have gone either way.
Want the ball here in Tibbs' hands, because if you force the Irish to foul, you don't have to, obviously, with the shot clock, but they can't let time run off the clock. They got to make something happen here.
O'Brien on the drive. Tough look. Rebounded, tipped around.
And there's
fun around for P&D, comes away with it.
Danny Gaday, and they're battling for that.
Wardle, take it away. No, thought by McDougal, but Baird comes back with it. Under a minute to play. Baird's got to kick it out. Wardle has an open three. Shot fakes. High posts. Hines. Baird, top of the key. No good. Offensive board. Hines puts it back
rebound
in.
by Hines. Just great wherewithal to find yourself under the basket and get that ball.
5-point game with 39.7 to go, and again, it shows you how quick P&D can come back in. They were just down 10. They've cut it in half. It's 52-47 again, but even with the shot clock, you're going to need to foul and come away with a turnover at some point soon.
You're going to have to turn up the pressure here, and if you foul, you're okay with that. You've got to get the clock stopped. You've got to get the ball back.
Absolutely.
And if you're P&D looking at, okay, who are you going to foul? You got Tibbs, O'Brien, McDougal, Donald, and Gaday. All Washington starters on the floor. I would probably try and foul Adrian Donald. I don't think she's shot much in this game. It's, I think, about a minute since her last shot.
So, yeah, she may be the one you want to get after.
When you've got Tibbs taking the ball out of bounds, you got to be careful that they don't inbound it and get it right back to her, because I'm sure Coach Barth is wanting the ball in her hands for her to get fouled.
Tibbs will inbound it to McDougal. Here comes the double team in the corner. Up to Gaudet. Now over to Tibbs. P&D is just going to foul him with Wardle. Probably not the best case scenario there.
I think you had chances to foul some other people before she got it.
There was some communication breakdown there of some sort.
And Tibbs
she did miss 2 out of 3.
She did. She did.
She has missed a couple, but knocks out
I was here to see it. That's the only. I wouldn't believe it if someone told me and I hadn't seen it.
Yeah, we were witness to that.
Yeah.
A rarity that Tibbs would miss, and she knocks that one down. And knocks that one down again.
I think she just said, see, that was a fluke. 2 big shots right there. I think the Irish have got to go quick here.
They need a bucket and fast. Under 30 to play. Mingus has been quiet in this one. Now Wardle, top of the key. Under 20 to go. Peony needs to shoot sometime. Wardle kicks it out. Mingus from the corner. Off the mark. Washington looks like they're going to hang on and take down the mighty Irish.
Again, Tibbs with the rebound, and they come foul her.
This is going to be the icing on the cake for Avery Tibbs and the Washington Panthers. What a game the hosts played here tonight.
Without a doubt, just a wonderful job of executing, in particularly for my player of the game, Danny Gaudet. She just was as solid as they come. You can't take away anything from the young lady at the free throw line.
No.
Avery Tibbs was just lights out from beyond the arc. But
absolutely,
the anchor on the inside, Gaudet, was something else today. Defensively as well. She just...
Well, I think both of these teams have to, be proud of the fact, being in this game and this prestigious tournament. And, I'm sure the Irish and the Panthers both learned some things about themselves and will be better for it.
Definitely. It's been a while since P&D has lost. And again, you don't never want to lose, obviously, if you're P&D. It's a team that's accustomed to winning. But if you're going to lose a game, or get tested against a team like Washington, have it come early in the season, you learn the lesson. P&D will be much better off for it. And Washington, I think it speaks more about the performance that they put on tonight. Everyone was on point. Tibbs, Gaudet, McDougal had some big plays. Donald has some big plays. Just a real true team effort, and credit to Kim Barth for having her girls ready to play. And can't wait to see what either of these teams, both of these teams do later on in the season. I don't think we're going to see these teams lose much, if at all, before the postseason rolls around in late February.
But truth be told, they both have tough schedules. They're going to be challenged, so it's going to be fun to watch them.
But that speaks to the character of both coaches,
without
because
a doubt.
they won.
Yeah,
I want to be challenged. I don't want to beat everybody by 50 and then have to play a close game.
Without a doubt. I mean, Middle Illini is no cakewalk for anybody.
No.
And then I think P&D is going to be playing, I think it's Incarnate Word, who's got 130-some-odd game winning streak.
Oh,
It's like, how do you find the most unique, hard team to play this year?
Yeah.
And sure enough, they find them.
And both teams will have a little medal ceremony here. And out by Sean Powell, our tournament director. As Lexi Bear will get a medal here. Again, this game part of a shootout series, so this is the only game that they'll play. And again, they honor a couple players from both teams after this one. Again, unofficial stats, Danny Gaudet, I believe, had 17 for Washington. Avery Tibbs, I think, had 17 for Washington as well. Mecca McDougal with 12. And P&D was led by 11 points from Allie Stickelmeyer. Lexi Bear had 10. Emmy Wardle had 6. Cora Hines had 6. Julia Mingus with 8. Again, all those unofficial counts. But boy, what a great day from the first day of the KBM TOC 19th annual one here in 2024. Again, presented by OSF Healthcare. Really looking forward to tomorrow's action. We're going to send things off here. We're going to take a quick break for our sponsors and come back and wrap things up here from Torry Gym. Here in just a second, we'll step aside after these messages.
The 2024 OSF Healthcare Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions on ClutchSportsIL.com is brought to you by OSF Healthcare Cancer Institute. They understand the worry that a new or potential cancer diagnosis can bring, but through their rapid appointment scheduling process, they can shorten the time it takes to be diagnosed and begin treatment. Give them a call at 844-OSF for hope. Buy Uftring. Take advantage of outstanding year-end savings during the big 2024 clearance at every Uftring Auto Group dealer. Find the new car or truck you've always wanted at the Uftring dealer closest to you in Peoria, East Peoria, Washington, or North Beacon, or shop online at UfteringAutoGroup.com. Buy your hometown community banks, divisions of Morton Community Bank, local people, local decisions, local success, everything you want in a community bank, member FDIC. And by Countryside Banquet and Catering, the official banquet facility of the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions and home of the tournament's annual Thanksgiving dinner.
And welcome back inside Torry Gym. Wrap up the medal ceremony here from the final game of the day. Again, the Washington Panthers taking down P&D 56-47. Panthers move to 4-0. P&D drops to 4-1. Great game, and it's going to be great seasons by both of these teams. Would not be surprised to see both of these teams, or either one of them, go down to Sefco Arena for state at the end of the year. So we'll definitely be following both of these teams all season long on Clutch Sports Media, and again, on all the rest of the KBM TOC on Clutch Sports Media as well. Have a great slate of games coming up tomorrow. It all kicks off at 9:45, and basketball action pretty much nonstop all day long on ClutchSportsIL.com. Don't want to miss any of it. And again, we appreciate you and thank you for spending your Tuesday night here with us. And hope you have a good rest of your Thanksgiving, and we hope that you'll join us later on this week for more great basketball action. Again, Jonathan Michael here in the booth alongside Jim Lynch and Jeff Little, and for all the rest of our Clutch Sports Media crew that did so much to help troubleshoot all sorts of things. It's so many things to get this broadcast off the ground. Super thankful for all of them. Larry Larson, Joey Wright, Tristan Bailey, Elsa Olmstead, Knox Minot, Charlie Schermerhorn, and many, many others as well. That's only. I'm Jonathan Michael saying so long and good night from Torrey Gymnasium. We'll talk to you bright and early tomorrow. More action from the Kevin Brown Memorial Tournament of Champions presented by OSF Healthcare. Until then, so long, folks. Have a great rest of your night.